I promise I won't be out long. I try to convince my grandmother as she interlocks loops of wool that somehow produce a blanket. We do not need any more, but I watch her as she knits like a child learning to speak, wondering how string and words come together so flawlessly and gain meaning. She rolls her eyes at me and continues to rock back and forth in her old wooden rocking chair, one that my grandfather built before he passed, like some image of perfection. The creaking noises crawl up my back and into my ears. My grandfather had a knack for woodwork and was often found working outside, though I was too young to remember the sight of it. I inch closer to her as if she forgot I had asked a question. My grandmother and I are different. There are two sides to us. One side is human, and the other is beastly. This animalistic half has been with me since birth without a choice. I had no say in the matter as it remains entirely genetic. Like my grandmother, I have the ability to shift into something wild, a creature coated with thick, rich fur and built with sharp, threatening teeth. A wolf. Specifically a werewolf, we're meaning man, which is silly because I am clearly not a man. My grandmother and I are not the only werewolves in existence. In actuality, there are hundreds of our kind scattered around the world. I was born into a pack, though I do not remember much about those. It is a vague memory, as at the time I had other things to worry about, other problems to distract me. Though in the pack, I lived with my mother and father, and in the beginning all was well that I remember. The laughs and memories resurface now and then to torment me. After an attack on the pack's land, they sent me away to live with my grandmother. It is for safety, they told me, yet I have not seen them since. My grandmother has taken care of me from then until now, raising me for over a decade, and for all these years, the only reason I have is that of an attack. Details were not given to me, even after asking grandmother. She does not seem to know much either. Grandma, can I go? I call to her like a distance voice. She seems to be somewhere else. She sighs and sets down her knitting needles, the only ones she has ever used. There are a few scratches in the wood, but they are not impaired enough to make her toss them. Fine, but be back before dark, or at least before the canopy matches the sky, dear. I slip on my coat, one that I usually wear when the weather is on the cooler side. I'll be back, I call to her before fleeing out the door and into the crisp autumn breeze. I suck in a deep breath of the relaxing aroma. It smells like fallen leaves, damp dirt, and my freedom. If freedom had a scent, it would surely smell like this. I wander through the trees, gazing up their mile-long trunks, watching their burnt orange and burgundy leaves sway like the rocking chair I saw only moments ago. There is a wet feeling in the air, and all around me is damp from the rainfall earlier today. I watch the rain from my bedroom window before being called down for lunch. The raindrops stream down the glass, and I try to find meaning in the drawing. Part of me is always looking for answers in everything, waiting for the universe to give me clarity on fogged aspects of my life. After deciphering the squiggly lines for far too long, I give up and try to remember that they are just raindrops on my window. The cool temperatures of the season keep the forest and my skin fresh. The forest is quite crisp tonight, but even now, even in the snow, the rain, or sunshine, I feel uneasy like this. In my human form, there is a weird feeling in my stomach. The animals watch me like this, and I think it is because they believe me to be trespassing. In my more untamed form, they do not seem to mind me. I hop over a fallen tree and come up to a small stream. Weeds and grass grow out of the clear, cold water and dance like they do not have a care in the world. My fingertips dip into the stream, and the water chills them to the bone, my skin turning blue and purple from the inside out. I have never passed the stream. I always save it for later, but then I forget. Everything roaming and singing in the forest steals my attention, pulling me away as if I have transformed into a simple-minded child. Grandmother tells me not to cross the stream, so I do not. But I want to. I really do. The curiosity burns my soul, and you may think I am dramatic, which I am, but I walk here almost every day and wonder what is on the other side. Maybe a castle with a prince like in my childhood fairy tale books, but that is unlikely. So I will continue to pretend that there is a prince. You wish, my wolf mutters to me. Oh, don't you lie to me. I know that you want to find out what's over there too. I grumble inwardly, giving into the conversation that no one else can hear. The act brings a new concept to talking with yourself. No, I don't. All I want to do is go home. It's as cold as an icebox out here. Okay, we're going back, I mumble to her and spin on my heels, facing the direction of the house. One day I will cross over, and I will find out what is on the other side. I trudge back to the house just before dark. I would still be exploring if it were not for my wild, judgmental wolf. It is as if she is the opposite of me, which explains why she is terribly fearless. I stomp up the porch steps and gently open the front door. The lights are off, so Grandma must have gone to bed. She tends to fall asleep early, which I expect. Slowly shutting the door behind me, making sure to not wake her up like times before, and creeping up the wooden stairs, I slip into my bedroom. The walls are a light shade of blue, and the floors are a medium wood, something natural and native looking. My bed sits in the middle of the room in between two windows that view the trees surrounding us like stone walls. Moonlight drips through the glass and creates an eerie glow on the floor, almost lighting a path for me. I shrug off my coat and lay it on the back of my desk chair, another past work of my grandfather. Too tired to change, I climb under the white duvet and shut my eyes. The only thing running through my mind is the stream. Its frigid, soft current flows through me as if something is telling me to venture on. This something is leaning down and whispering in my ear, "Go past, go past." I'm confused. What's pushing me to cross the stream? I mumble into the air of my empty bedroom. You must discover for yourself. The angelic voice fills my cold, red-tipped ears. Right away, I know it is the moon goddess. I trust she is in the room, no longer needing to search for her. I imagine her long, flowing white dress and silky, endless hair that seems to float around her, not touching her porcelain, unearthly skin. To me, she is more magical than a goddess. I knew you would say something like that. I sigh and curl further into the covers. There it is, flowing right in front of me. All I have to do is step on the surfacing stones and cross it. I already lied to my grandmother about what I was doing, and now I don't even have the guts to carry out my plan. It's not a big deal. Just see what's on the other side. My wolf pushes me. You're right. It's no big deal. I lie to myself. The taunting thoughts picking at my mind seem to believe the quick action of hopping across is indeed a big deal. The moon goddess didn't help me make my decision, as she decided to keep her opinion out of this, although she tends to do that frequently. Most of the choices I make are based solely on my own ideas and convincing. Reaching my foot out to the first stone, I shift my weight onto it, and then the other, and I am now standing on the first rock. The first move is over with, and I still feel undecided. I was hoping the step of faith would trigger something in my head. I back away and move off the stone. Maybe we should do this another time. It's no big deal, my wolf reminds me, sounding somewhat annoyed by my reluctance. Okay, I take a deep breath before stepping back onto the first stone, then onto the second, then the third. Now we're going places. My wolf comments, but I ignore her. Now standing on the last rock, I begin to feel nervous. This is it. I am finally going to find out what is on the other side. Part of me believes that I am blowing this all out of proportion, but the other half is bothered by the bugging thoughts. I carefully step off the stone and onto the brown, sponge-like dirt. I scan the area before taking another step. Seeming to be the only person out here, I shrug my shoulders before heading into the trees. I guess it was no big deal. Birds sing up on branches, and forest animals scamper across the earth floor, not threatened by my presence today. I watch a squirrel dash towards a tree, flying up the bark like it does every day. When I was younger, I begged Grandma to let me bring home a squirrel so I could keep it as a pet. Naturally, she said no, but it still broke my 8-year-old heart, as back then I was looking for anything to distract myself. I do not remember a lot of my childhood, mostly just being with my grandmother. I do not remember my parents too much, as I left them so young. All I know is they brought me to Grandma's to keep me safe because of the attack and possibly my ability, but that is my own theory. Grandmother is not part of a pack. She is very independent. She would tell me that you do not need a pack. All you need is a mate. She said this when I was around 10 years old, so I did not understand the need of a mate. Evidently, I barely knew what one was. The thought of having a soulmate frightened me a little, but then grandmother would tell me stories about her mate, my grandfather. He died fighting in some attack, back when grandmother was not a grandmother. She would tell me about their dates, when they first met, and a heaping of other romantic things. Attacks seemed to drive many of us apart. She was quiet after he died. She was quiet for a while. "Hey, what are you doing on Tate Land?" An authorized voice tears me from my thoughts. My gaze swiftly shoots up to be greeted by a man's intense one. He is tall and muscular, built like a warrior of another time. His light blonde hair gently moves with the cool breeze of afternoon air. The man's skin is lightly tanned like he has spent days working in the sun. The man is not old, and if I had to guess, I would say he is about 23, which is specific. Getting a powerful feeling from him, I believe him to be important. "Hey, I'm talking to you." He hollers at me again, becoming irked. What do I say? I don't know. Who is this guy? Why does he think he is so much stronger than us? My wolf growls. Rolling my eyes, I let out a small laugh. My wolf is the complete opposite of me, yet the moon goddess paired us together, so I suppose opposites do attract. Why she thinks us to be so strong is beside me. "Look, Rogue, I don't have time for this," the guy says and crosses his arms over his chest. "You're coming with me." This time when he speaks, it sounds much more aggravated. Swiftly, he reaches for my arm, but thankfully I have time to jump back. My heart starts beating a little faster, and from panic and anxiety, my legs turn to jelly. What's happening? Why does this man want to take us? Why did he call us rogue? I panic. Well, apparently we did cross on his land. His land? Why does he have his own land? I question dumbly. Evangeline, it's a Pax land, and to be specific, he said Tate Pack land, my wolf explains in a rush. Before I know it, I am being snatched at again, but this time I cannot get away in time. "I'm sorry. I don't understand. Please just let go of me." I cry out, completely confused, but he does not let go of my arm. Instead, he continues to drag me through the trees, further from home. I try hitting him, begging him, and I even start to cry from fear of the unknown. "Evangeline, calm down or he's going to kill us." My wolf yells at me. "Kill me!" But I didn't mean to cross on his land. "Where are you taking me?" "To the Alpha." His voice is firm and emotionless, as if he knows this is not going to end well for me, and I believe him. The man continues to drag me, and I happen to notice a small building through the trees. Behind it, I can almost make out other buildings, almost like houses. As I come closer towards the dreary, dim place, I notice two people standing on the outside by the door. Maybe they are guarding it. "Found a rogue while checking the perimeters?" One of the men guarding the doorway asks, not very amused. "Why bring it back?" The man dragging me nods. It was giving me a hard time. We are not an it. My wolf riles up within me. I was going to keep it in a cell until I get orders from the Alpha, what he wants to do about it. The man's tone is bored, as if he deals with this kind of nonsense every day. Locking innocent people in cages. How barbaric. "Go on in." The guard motions to the doorway. The man abruptly yanks me into the brick building. The inside is dark with a horrid smell, possibly rotting flesh, reeking throughout the room. There are rows of cells with black bars vertically caging in whatever they hide. We come to a halt in front of one cell, and with a thin strip of light trickling into the cold space, I see the rest to be empty. Suddenly, his two large hands push me inside. Before I can comprehend what is happening, the door is slid shut with a clicking noise to top off the unreasonable action. My eyes grow full, and I rush to the black bars. As soon as my bare hands touch the metal, a stinging, burning sensation sears me. Hissing in pain, I peer down at my singed palms. "Oh, I wouldn't touch the bars. They're made of silver. Don't let the color trick you." The man calls from where we came, on his way out. "We have to get out of here." My wolf frantically panics. "Oh, really? You think we should?" I seethe at her sarcastically. I take a deep breath to calm down. "Sorry, I'm just scared." I am torn from my thoughts by a sudden movement in the far corner of the cell. It is too shadowy and dark to tell if anyone is there, so I stand up straight, trying to find any ounce of courage I may have. "Hello? Help, me," a quiet voice says back. It is feminine and weak, as if she has been sitting in here for decades. Immediately, I rush into the darkness and try to feel around for anything. Then a hand lightly touches mine, and I grab it. I'm going to pull you where it's lighter, okay? I warn the person, but I get no answer. What if she is dying? I do not think twice before pulling her where the light shines through the small window in the hallway. When I look down, I see a girl maybe a few years older than me. I gasp when my eyes reach her leg. There is an enormous gash in it, and it is most likely infected. Dirt from the floor covers her face, and there are small cuts and bruises all over her body. The clothes she is wearing are all tattered and stained with blood. Oh gosh, what happened to you? Her head slowly turns towards me, and her dull eyes stare into mine. I was trying to get home, but I accidentally key-crossed on a territory. She breathes out. Her voice is dry and hoarse, and I know she must be dying for a drink. But your leg? They attacked me. Her head moves back onto its side, and the girl takes in a small breath. I peer back down at her leg, and it looks to be bleeding. I quickly take off my jacket and wrap it around her leg. I try to tie it the best that I can to stop the blood from seeping out. Thank you, she mumbles. I wish I could do more, but I look around the cell. There is not much in here. How long have you been in here? I'm not sure, maybe a couple of days. Who could be this cruel? Trapping people in cells until they rot. What kind of land have I stumbled onto? After a while of sitting in silence, exhaustion starts to come over me, but I have nowhere to sleep but the cold cement floor. Good night, I say to the girl, yet her eyes are already closed. I do not get any answer, so I assume she must be asleep. I sigh and turn on my back, looking up at the blank gray ceiling. Don't worry, we'll get out of here, my wolf says. I sure hope so. I say back then, close my eyes, hoping this is all a cruel nightmare. Please let me wake up in my bed. Let me wake up at home where I am safe. I sure hope so. I am jolted awake by the sounds of many footsteps hitting the cement floors. I push myself from the cold, hard ground and yawn. My body aches and my bones are chilled. It was like sleeping in a freezer, a dusty, potent freezer meant to hold dead bodies. This entire building feels like a death chamber. I glance at the other girl in the cell. She seems to be still sleeping. My hands run down my face, and when I look at my palms, there are thin streaks of dirt on them. I am thirsty. My mouth is like a desert that has not seen rain in years. I wonder what grandmother is doing, what she is thinking, if she is panicking. Hopefully, she does not have a heart attack. I just need to get back to her. The footsteps grow louder until the man from yesterday stops in front of the bars of the cell. A glare hardens on my face as he opens the door and motions for me to go with him. It would not be smart of me to refuse. I glance back at the girl. I do not want to leave her, but I will find a way to get her out too. I struggle to my feet with a sore back and trudge towards the man. He shuts and locks the door after I am out. Do I have to drag you, or can you obediently follow? Well, if you tried to run, I would have to kill you, he says. I nervously nod my head and follow him out of the brick building. When the sun hits me, I am blinded, my eyes burning from the sudden light. I rub them until it does not sting to have them open. This way, the man orders. I trail behind him as we walk from the brick building and towards the houses in the distance. The closer we get, the more I study them. There are about 3 houses in a row with more farther in the distance. The 3 homes are vast, but the one in the middle is mesmerizing. It is white on the outside with accents of gray stone. We hurry to the front steps, and I feel a little on edge when the man knocks on the 2 grand white doors. It does not take long before a young, handsome guy opens one of them. "What you got, Andrew?" he asks the man, excited. Just from this small encounter, I can tell he is an overall happy person. All of the sudden, a dog of some breed comes running out the door and straight towards me. I have never seen a dog in person before. "Bruiser, get back here!" I immediately crouch down and start to pet the sweet thing. I have always wanted a dog, but Grandma said if I can barely take care of myself, I cannot take care of an animal, though I was a child when she told me that. "Hey there, aren't you just a big sweetheart?" I coo at the slobbering dog, his stubby tail wagging like crazy. He jumps up at me, placing his paws on my shoulders and starts to lick my face. I let out a giggle, returning to some other version of myself who still wishes for pets. "You're silly, aren't you?" I peer up at the two people, and their expressions are full of surprise. I pat the dog on his head and stand up, remembering my position. Okay, come on in. He's in his office. The guy at the door welcomes us, and the man, whose name is Andrew, leads me into the house. Andrew grabs my arm and pulls me down a long hallway. Portraits hang in between the windows that have silky curtains framing them, like white waterfalls. They pool on the wooden floor. As we venture further into the lovely-looking house, my heart starts to beat faster, as if something is calling me to come closer. All I want is to get back home to grandmother, so I can get on my knees and beg for forgiveness. I miss her terribly, and I bet she is panicking like a child that cannot find their mother. We near two large gray doors, and I can tell that whatever is behind them is the thing calling me, whispering for me to burst through. An irresistible aroma floods the air. It is woodsy, fresh, and very masculine. I never want not to smell it, as the particular scent has my knees wobbling. I start to breathe heavy as the temperature in this house begins to rise. What's happening? I ask my wolf, in need of an explanation. I don't know. She sounds different. She is being affected by this hypnotic trance also. We reach the doors, and my wolf is utterly restless, not being able to calm down. Andrew chooses one of the two, knocks on it, and seconds later I hear a low, "Come in." My heart thumps hard. Andrew slowly pushes the door open, and it takes a second but feels like an hour-long ordeal. My eyes dart into the room. Bookshelves line two opposite walls, and they are filled with hundreds of books. The walls are a dark gray, and the floor is a dark, clean wood. There are two comfortable-looking seats placed in front of a grand wood desk. Sitting behind the desk is a man. He has deep brown hair neatly on his head, and it suits him well. Even though he is sitting down, I can tell he is well built. The stranger's fierce, dark green eyes glide up from the papers scattered about the desk as soon as I step in. I suck in a breath and stare at his addictive, handsome face. It is unreal, inconceivable. This creature set before me is something I could not fathom, even in my limitless imagination. The scent took over my brain the second the door opened, and now I feel the intense need it to breathe. His gaze burns through me, and unlike any time before, I worry about how I look. Dust and dirt from the cell cover my face, and I must look monstrous. His eyes roam my body, making me feel naked. He must be the alpha. Does he have this effect on everyone? I brought the rogue, Andrew says, reminding me of where I am. I do not realize I am holding my breath until the man behind the desk stands up, making me release it all. The stranger is like a mighty statue of a warrior from long ago, like the man beside me, intimidating me so easily. My body slightly shakes under his harsh gaze, my knees growing weak and my palms clammy. I force myself to look away, averting my eyes to my feet, as I cannot look at him any longer without realizing the truth. Very well, you can leave. His voice sends a shiver down my spine, and the hairs stand up on my arms. On the inside, I cannot help but hope the order was for me, but it was not. Andrew's footsteps flee the room, and the sound of the door closing taunts me, but my gaze stays strictly glued to the floor. Look up. This time his voice sounds smoother, like a melody in my ears. Look at me. My breath hitches in my throat as he steps closer to me. I cannot bear to look at him. I cannot admit to the inevitable effect he has on me. I said, "Look up," he repeats, sounding more serious, like I am a child and he is scolding me. I start to panic. Please, I didn't know that I crossed on your territory. I don't even know what's happening. I ramble. Where is my wolf when I need her? Suddenly, his hand grips my jaw and brings my eyes to connect with his. My heart jumps from the electric feeling of his skin on mine as I am obedient in his arms. Mate! Mate! His hand slowly slides from my jaw to the back of my neck, and I study his emerald green eyes, the eyes of my mate. I have found him, the person that grandmother has told me so much about, the person that is supposed to matter so much. I cannot control it, the sudden need to be with him. He is a stranger, yet I have an abrupt need to please him. What is your name? He asks quietly, not moving his hand while the other continues to rest on my back. I cannot focus. His touch is distracting. Evangeline. I breathe out, unsure of my answer. I'm so sorry for what I did, but I have to go, I say and glance away from his handsome face, landing my eyes on the wall. Maybe if I do not look at him, I will gain back the ability to speak properly. My mind is torn. Part of me never wants to leave his arms, and the other knows I have to return home swiftly. "Who put you in the cell?" he asks, not fazed by my words. "I don't know." "You do," he corrects me. "I don't know his name." The alpha moves my eyes in the right direction again. "Tell me, Evangeline." Again, I refuse to answer. Andrew did indeed lock me in a cell, forcing me to lay in the dirt, but I will not turn him in. Something tells me he would be punished. Why do you need to know who? They couldn't have known. "Nothing will happen to them," he assures me, though I have my doubts. "Marina," he calls out. It only takes a few seconds for the doors to open, revealing a short woman with caramel-colored hair. She has an apron wrapped around her body and white tennis shoes, ones that older women tend to wear, which is understandable. Her skin is tan and glowing. "Yes, Alpha?" she asks, quick. "Take Evangeline and get her cleaned up," he says to her. Hearing him say my name makes lips part. Never has it sounded so beautiful, so desirable. Before I know it, I am being led out of the room by the woman Marina. When I climb out of the trance my mate placed me in, my eyes grow wide. "Wait, I have to go," I tell her. She turns around with a soft, welcoming smile. "Come on, honey, let's get you cleaned up." "But come." She links my arm with hers and leads me down a hall, then unexpectedly to a room upstairs. The room is at the end of the long hallway, guarded by two large doors. She pushes one open and pulls me in gently, and I do not plan on fighting her. My head spins when I enter the dark room, as his scent is everywhere. Everything seems to hold it. In the center of it all is a bed with silky sheets peeking out from the side. My face flushes all possible shades of red. I tear my eyes away and they land on a doorway which connects a bathroom. Marina is inside, folding fluffy white towels and resting them on the edge of the substantial tub. Beside the bathtub is a modern, dark brown tiled shower. Everything is dark. "I'll leave you to shower, and I'll grab some clothes from Fiona. They will be on the bed when you are done." Before leaving, she smiles again, almost excitedly. I nervously smile back. I hear the door shut, and I know I am alone. Surely she cannot expect me to shower in a bathroom that does not belong to me or anyone I know. This is all so bizarre, but knowing my mate is down the steps, so close, makes me feel less uncomfortable. He said I could go home. He said it to my face, but the bond between us has blinded me. Maybe he meant after I get cleaned up? Oh gosh, I just want to be at home in my own bed, wrapped up like an infant. This has been the most insane, most unbelievable day of my life. Why did the creek possess me, as if it grabbed onto my feet and used me like a puppet? He is why I felt so attached to the idea of crossing. And I know that now, but look where the action has gotten me. I have found my mate. Hesitantly, I take off my filthy clothes after checking to make sure the door is locked. Never have I felt so bare. Under the water's current, my mind continues to question and conjure. The alpha, the stranger, my mate, he can play me like a violin, and part of me would not see the wrong in it. Something about him has me addicted, hooked on by his every word, move, breath, like he has cast a spell over me. Never have I been so undecided. Of course, I cannot help but think about abandoning my old life, leaving it all behind to be with someone made for me. A mate, oh, how sweet the possibilities sound. Then there is the other half of me, the half that worries for my grandmother. What if she has gone out looking for me? What if she accidentally crosses the land, as I did? They cannot put a fragile, old lady in a grimy, noxious cage as they did to me. The warmth of the water leaves me. Stepping out, I grab one of the towels and cover myself. Marina told me the clothes would be on the bed, so I look out into the bedroom and thankfully find the pile there. The bedroom door is closed, so I venture out and quickly change. Still feeling somewhat bare, though the borrowed clothing overs me, I grab a robe from the bathroom and wrap it around myself. Staring into the mirror above the counter, I sigh. Anxiety caused by all this is keeping me from leaving the room. What if he is out there? What if he tells me that I can never go home? I cannot stay in here and curse myself continuously for wandering over the stream and throwing myself into this mess. Wishing it never happened will not get me out of this situation. My mate, gosh, is he intimidating. Just his eyes have me begging for mercy. There is not enough courage inside of me to stand up to a man like him, and that is not even acknowledging that he is an alpha. How could you do this? What have I done? She softly asks, though. She knows what, I am sure of it. Glancing to the side, I see her looking at me with the same eyes that she always has, even since I was a child. Every time I peer into them, they bring me back, reminding me of times not so pleasant before my grandmother took me in. Why now? The choice was yours. It hardly was, not with all the feelings poking at me to cross over. You know that I barely had a choice. Now, look where I am. How do I get back home? The moon goddess says only, Evangeline, you are home. Finally, a place where you can be accepted. I swallow. My parents couldn't accept me. What makes you believe this man you have set me with will, because he is my mate? It doesn't make sense. My own mother kept me hidden, so why should he listen, believe me? I was a child, watching the other pups playing, laughing, crying, shouting outside. I watched from the attic window alone, as I was often by myself. They would tell me that the attic was a safe place, a place where no one could hurt me, yet there I was more hurt than ever. As a child, I felt abandoned, left in a room and forgotten about by the two people who are supposed to love me the most. They never saw me as their child after I told my mother, only a secret to be hidden and kept from the world. But for what? What was the point in keeping me alive if I could not live? I stayed in the attic, pretending I was normal, pretending that I was the child they longed for. I had no one but the moon goddess to talk to play with. My mother set up a bed and dresser for me, even a toy box with dolls and such. Though I often did not want to play with toys, but the other children in our pack. As I watched them from the window, I would imagine myself there with them, wrestling, learning, embracing childhood as a werewolf, something unique. I guess I was too unique. I did not know that no one else can see her, talk with her. I thought it was normal. You are strong, my wolf tells me, coming out from her corner. I nod my head and turn towards the bedroom doors. I peek into the hallway and see no one. After taking a calming breath, I quietly sneak down the hall until I reach the same stairs Marina lead me up. Once at the bottom, I hear voices. He did. I saw her when she first came in. Well, what does she look like? She's a pretty girl, but she seems a little off. I don't know. Not normal. Are they talking about me? Before I can listen any longer, the voices grow to close. They are coming around the corner. Immediately, I head off in the opposite direction, away from the staircase, but I am not fast enough. Hey, it's you, the familiar voice calls out to me, and when I reluctantly turn around, I see the boy who opened the door, the one standing there when the dog ran out. Where were you going? He asks. I'm not sure. Another guy is standing beside him, watching me. You're my brother's mate. The boy is the alpha's brother. I did not think about my mate having a family before, though the idea of it is quite evident. He must have parents, and a brother is normal, I suppose. The boy does not look much like the alpha, though. Yes, I am. I was just on my way to get you. My brother wants to see you, he tells me. I'm Henry. Evangeline. He nods, and the boy beside him drifts away without saying a word. Henry glances at him, then back to me. I'll take you to him. Deciding to take a risk, I catch his attention. Wait, I have to get back to my grandmother. She doesn't know where I am. Your brother, the alpha, said I could go. My brother said you could leave? Well, yes. We made a deal, I explain. Now can you point me in the direction of the door? Oh, and the stream also, if you can. Henry does not seem convinced. You better talk to him about it. He just told me to go check on you, take you down if you're ready. I hold my breath. All right, fine, take me to him. At my grandmother's house, everything is cozy and relaxed, while here I am scared that if I touch something, it will break, shatter, and get me in trouble. It is a lovely house, but far too frangible, too fragile for me. Henry? I call out to him as we make our way down the same hallway, the one that leads to the alpha's office. I need a favor. He peeks back at me, looking rather curious. What? When I was in the cells, there was a girl in the same one as me. She needs to be let free. He lets out a hum, telling me that he is thinking. Then he turns back to the hallway. When we come up to the familiar gray doors, my heart starts to pick up pace and my nerves spike. The intoxicating scent of my mate fills my nose. Henry lightly knocks on the door, and I come back to reality. A low, familiar "come in" prods at my ears. Slowly, the door opens, and I am almost too anxious to see him again. I enter the room, but Henry does not. He shuts the door behind me as if to trap me in. I glance up and see the alpha sitting at his desk. As before, he looks powerful and intimidating. I begin to feel extremely nervous. Something about this man has me begging on my knees and hiding behind my hands at the same time. He makes me feel desired without saying a word. The alpha stands up and slowly walks over to me. My breath hitches when he reaches only a few steps away, but he comes closer until he is right in front of me. His scent makes my mind go foggy. "I see you found my robe." His voice is smooth, like music to my ears. He rolls the very soft fabric in between his fingers, a spot right beside my neck. I can hardly speak, and I am sure if I tried any words would come out as a squeak. I no longer have dirt smeared my face and dusty clothes, but my hair is damp and possibly tangled, and here I am again, worried about my appearance. "The G-girl in the cell, she needs to be set free," I say with the last of my courage. Making demands so soon? His hand gently scoops up my own, his touch soft on my skin, and I only begin to want more. The feeling of him, it is something so new, so addictive, so good. "I love the way you react to my touch," he chants in my ear, causing my mind to run blank, erasing all things I had planned on saying. A blush floods my cheeks, and I look away, not wanting him to see me as a gushing fool. I have never been in a relationship before, let alone kissed a boy. Obviously, at 8 years old, I was not running around kissing every boy I saw, for obvious reasons. With grandmother, I did not think about boys at all, as there were none around. "Look at me," he says. "I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about packs and hardly anything about mates. I barely remember my old pack." I gaze up at him and look him right in his emerald eyes. "I have to get back to my grandmother." His handsome face hardens. "Why are you not part of a pack?" I don't know. Truthfully, I think I know, but I do not see the need for him to know. My grandmother chose life this way, so I obey. My time in a pack was not great anyway, and now I have no desire to be in one. "What do you mean you do not know? Have you always been rogue?" "What's rogue?" I question, confused. He looks at me, almost like he cannot believe what I am saying. "Where do you live?" "With my grandmother, across the stream." I answer him while gently pushing out of his grasp, though I already miss the feel of him. "I have to get back to her. She doesn't know where I am." Suddenly, a man comes through the office doors and he seems startled. The alpha immediately looks at him with hard eyes. "Alpha, we found 2 rogues on the border, so we brought them to the cells. What should we do?" The man asks for orders. "Get rid of them." "Get rid of them? The rogues? I do not understand. Andrew called me a rogue, so why did they not get rid of me? What are you going to do with them? Lock them up?" I question. "I don't have time for this, Riker. Just do as I say." My mate grumbles and crosses his arms over his chest. My eyes stay fixed on his bulging muscles like a 14-year-old girl. I quickly snap myself out of my trance and cross my arms over my chest in response. He does not have time for what, my question? The man, Riker, leaves the office in a hurry, and I attempt to follow him out the door, but of course, it is not that easy. My mate grabs my shoulders and turns me back around, back facing him. The tingles from his touch slowly spread throughout my body, instantly relaxing me. "I don't think so," he says. "I have to go make sure my grandmother is okay. At least let me check on her, make sure she is at home and safe." He sighs. "All right, but you are not going alone." "I don't want to take you away from your work," I protest. His expression softens. "Evangeline, I don't want to risk your safety, and I cannot trust anyone else right now." I lightly nod, agreeing to his offer. I tighten the string of the robe, preparing for the crisp autumn weather to hit me roughly when I step outside. Following him out the door, my attention drifts as my eyes watch the tall grass by the tree line. The long blades softly sway in the breeze, making me feel as if I have entered some sort of dreamland. I also watch my mate. I am not sure what alphas do. All I know is that they are the leader of the pack. One of the many things prodding me in the back of the head is the title, Luna. She is the queen to the alpha's king. Will I become Luna? The girl that was locked in an attic, then hidden at her grandmother's house? The girl who speaks to a person no one else can see. I do not sound like the person for the job. Not only am I clueless about alphas, but Lunas also, which seems obvious. How can one know about the Luna and not the alpha, and the other way around? Listen, we aren't trying to cause you any trouble. My head turns in the direction of the voice. Off to the right, in the direction of the building, I see 3 men, one of them being Riker. The other 2 look to be standing against the wall, their backs to the dull bricks. What's going on over there? Nothing. Now keep walking, my mate says uneventfully, though there seems to be something going on. As I look closer and think harder, I realize that those 2 men must be the rogues Riker was talking about. My feet begin to lead me in that direction, driving me away from my grandmother's house. You are not going over there, my mate grabs my arm. Just a minute ago you were begging to see your grandmother, so that is what we are going to do. What's happening over there? I question, while pulling my arm from his grasp. Those are the rogues. What are they doing? My mate says nothing but gives me a certain look. I want to go over there. You are not going over there. Suddenly, I spin around and quickly walk in the direction my feet are dying to take me in. I can feel my mate behind me. Surprisingly, I notice an object in Riker's hand, but I cannot see it clear enough to tell what it exactly is. I said, he begins, and I interrupt. What is he holding? Is that a gun? Immediately, I start to move faster. He has a gun. I glance back at my mate, who oddly does not seem as surprised as I am. That man, Riker, he is going to hurt those people. He is going to shoot them. You have to stop him. Evangeline, stop, my mate says harshly. Don't make me force you. His threat only makes me move faster, and soon enough the 3 notice me hurrying towards them. I see your gun, I yell to Riker as I stomp accusingly up to him. How could you do something like this? He peers behind me, at the Alpha, looking right past me as if he did not hear me. We are leaving. My mate tells me, not giving me any options by the tone of his voice. Without thinking, I snatch the weapon from Riker's grasp and hold it to my chest. Evangeline, let go of the gun, he says carefully and reaches his hand out, expecting me to give it to him. I ignore my mate and glare at Riker. You were going to kill these people. Yes, as my Alpha ordered me to. My brow furrows together before I look back to him. You ordered these people to be killed? I ask with the gun still in my hand. My mate suddenly steps forward, lunging for the weapon, but I move away and hold the gun up out of fear. The nozzle points directly at his chest. Give me the gun. His voice grows more tense, more unforgiving. You were going to kill me. You called me a rogue. Why would I kill you? He steps closer. Why would I kill my own mate? My hand begins to shake. All I want is to see my grandmother. We can do that. And I want these people let go, along with the girl that was in my cell, I order, the gun still pointing at him. Obviously, I am not going to shoot anything, but they do not need to know that. I can't do that, he says. I straighten my arm, emphasizing that there is indeed a gun pointing at his chest. I know you aren't going to shoot me. You can't. His eyes gaze steadily into mine, making me clench my free hand into a fist. Now give me the gun, so you don't hurt yourself, and we can go see your grandmother. No, I want them let free. You called me a rogue, and all I did was accidentally step on your land. Yes, one of the men against the building calls out. We did not know this was claimed land, Alpha, or we would have stayed far away. My mate does not engage with the man, but instead, he attempts to grab the gun again, this time gripping my arm, holding me in place. Knowing that if he gets it, these people will die, I do the only thing that I know will make him listen to me. I quickly hold the gun up to my head. My mate lets go immediately. Let them go, I repeat, and this time I see the fear in his eyes. I'll do it. Evangeline, please, move the gun. After they are let go. He runs his hand through his hair. Fine, let them go. I don't care. Now give me the gun. And the girl in my cell. Riker cuts in. This is ridiculous, Alpha. She's just a little girl. Take the gun from her. I am not a... Riker abruptly lunges towards me and grabs onto the arm holding the gun, pulling it down. The weapon almost slips from my grasp, and I fight to hang on to it. Then a shot rings in my ears. Evangeline. I let out a blood-curdling scream and drop the gun to the grass. My hands spring up to my head, and I examine them, seeing small amounts of blood stained on my palm. The sight of the red liquid sends my head into an inevitable spin, as the sight of blood has always made my stomach rise. This blood is my own, and caused by my own frantic actions. I swallow and try to steady myself. Unexpectedly, a comforting feeling comes over me as two arms wrap around my swaying body, stopping me from tumbling to the dirt. This soothing feeling is like no other. This feeling has my nerves in a frenzy. Oddly, my mind is taken from the frightening wetness on my hand. When I was little, I thought I would die of old age. I thought one day I would just naturally not wake up. It was a peaceful idea, yet unrealistic. Though dying from plainly being wrinkled and weak was likely not going to come true, never did I think I would die because of my own accidental, panic-stricken actions. Not only have I managed to kill myself, but I also am not sure if those people are going to be released. Please, do not let me die without a purpose. I swear if we die because of your idiotic choices, I'm going to kill you. Again, my wolf hisses at me in pain. Find out what the rogues did and see if we can let them go, he commands Riker while holding on to me for dear life. My hand again lightly pats the back of my head, sending a horrific sharp pain to strike me harshly. I wince and drop my hand to my side. What were you thinking? I do not notice that I am crying until he wipes the salty tears from my flushed cheeks. The softness of his touch eases the throbbing of my unintentional wound. Will I die in this stranger's arms as if we have known each other for decades? My mate's touch, though new, makes me feel like we have been together for many years, like I know him better than I know myself. It is a funny feeling, the mate bond. My eyes drift to the field, almost in the direction of Grandma's house. If I am correct, if I am dying at this moment, I will never get to say goodbye, and she may never know what happened to me. To her, I just disappeared one day and never came back. I have to get a doctor, my mate's voice comes to me again. I want to say something back, but my lips stay shut. My body is too focused on the pain and the bond. Oh, my poor mate. Though he seems rather dark and ruthless, he has lost his mate so soon. Somehow, I have managed to do something selfless and selfish at the same time. He lifts me up the porch steps, as my legs are not much help, and he brings me inside. Reality no longer feels real. Everything around me is fuzzy and dreamlike. I lay down on the couch and stare up at the ceiling, thinking about all the time in my life that I have wasted, how I could have done more to prepare myself for the end. Should I have never told my parents about the moon goddess? Should I have listened to Grandma when she said not to climb that tree? Should I have crossed the stream? How much can more blood pour out of me? Surely my blurry surroundings must be a sign that my body is running low. Marina, call the doctor now, he calls. It does not take long for her to come scurrying into the room with the phone in her grasp. I just called him. What's the matter? There was an accident. A bullet skimmed the back of her head. I could tell by the sound of his voice that he hated to say it. It is unusual to have a stranger care for me so strongly. The bullet skimmed me. That does not sound as severe as I thought my injury would be. Is it possible that I could survive, that I could live just a little longer before I play goddess once again? My dizzy head makes my stomach rise and threatens to spill all it is holding. Maybe this is all a dream. Maybe I will wake up in my cozy bed. The sun will shine on my cheeks and blind me slightly when I open them at first. I will roll over, avoiding the intense rays, only for Grandma to peek inside and tell me that she has made breakfast. Oh, she makes the yummiest hash browns. How could this happen? Marina asks and hurries closer. I'll get bandages and whatnot until they arrive. My eyes slowly open and close, tempted to stay shut and pull me into a much-wanted slumber. A sudden squeeze of my hand sends a jolt through my body, ridding my tired bones of the encumbering exhaustion. My mate tugs me forward and places a pillow in my place, forcing me to sit up, making it harder to float away to dreamland. Am I going to die? I mumble while fighting myself to stay awake. I don't think so, my mate murmurs. If I do, those people, the girl, my grandma needs to know. I do not say anything else. He squeezes my hand again. Take the antibiotics, change the bandage, and you should be fully healed in about a week, the doctor says, and starts to collect his things, and I watch him as he does so. My mate stayed by my side the entire time, which made me quite nervous, as he has an intense aroma that makes my heart beat a bit faster than usual. Speaking of heads, you almost killed us. It was not wholly my fault, I argue back. It was a complicated situation. Suddenly, my mate's brother, Henry, walks into the room and observes the doctor, most likely confused by his presence. What happened here, Sebastian? Henry's eyes turned to my bandaged head. Sebastian. My mate's name is Sebastian. I could go on and on about how perfect it sounds. Through all this time, I never thought to ask my mate his name, which seems very odd by now. I suppose his name could be anything that my imagination can shove together, and I would still find it utterly flawless. My mate, now known to me as Sebastian, lets out a low grumble. Henry, not right now. Hey, don't be in a bad mood. You finally found your mate, who has a bandage on her head. Henry trails off and looks at me funny. What happened to her head? Sebastian rolls his eyes and sighs. I will tell you later. Just please give her some space. You're here? Because she's my mate. Okay, I'll go. Henry backs out of the room and disappears further into the house. I wonder what it is like to have a sibling, someone to bicker with and laugh with. Sebastian and Henry seem to understand each other in some way that I will never be able to wrap my head around, and it fascinates me. The moon goddess has been with me for as long as I can remember, but I cannot relate her to a sibling. Excuse me. I pipe up and catch Sebastian's attention. Can I see my grandmother now? I'll have her brought here. I don't want you moving around too much and passing out, he says, giving me nothing to argue over. Henry, please command the guards to collect Evangeline's grandmother. She lives past the small stream north of the territory, he calls into the house. Without warning, Sebastian grabs onto my hand, immediately sending soothing sensations through me. Does that help with the pain? I bite the inside of my cheek as they begin to heat up, showing colors that I cannot imagine. It is too difficult to answer his question, so I blurt out something unrelated. How is it so easy for you to kill people? I knew you would not let that go, he mutters. Did you know that you scared me to death when you almost got yourself killed? You didn't answer my question. I stare into his emerald eyes, trying to take my mind away from his hand which still holds my own. Every decision I make is for the good of my pack, Sebastian explains. It's my job to keep everyone safe, and I will not risk their safety on a couple of rogues. I nod, though I do not understand how it feels to be in charge of so many people. What an immense amount of responsibility, and it all rests on his shoulders. You didn't answer my question, he says. It does not take me long to answer him back. I wanted to help those people, though I did not plan on getting hurt. Did I upset you? I ask him, sounding oblivious to the entire situation. Your life is precious, but you put yourself on the line without thinking. Me and those men, we are not equals, are we? We can't be because I'm an alpha's mate, and that places me above them, right? It is frightening how I could have been in their place. The gun could have been pointing at my head, but it wasn't because we're mates. I may not understand what the alpha has to do, but I don't think a title should place me above them. I was called a rogue, and I'm sure it was because I am one just like those people. My life is not more precious than theirs. If anything, 2 lives should be worth more than 1. Either way, the gun still pointed at me eventually. Sebastian slowly stands up and looks down at me with amusement, pride, shame, or is it guilt? I am too distracted by his body towering over me and his hand that is held out for my use. I reluctantly place my hand in his before standing up myself. He leans towards my ear, and I expect him to whisper to me, but instead, he softly places a kiss on my cheek. The brief action sets my cheek aflame. I am speechless, forgetting that he is still a stranger to me. Your grandmother should be arriving soon, he says, not letting go of my hand as he leads me through the house and towards his office. Why are we going back to the office? I ask him as he continues towards the 2 grand gray doors at the end of the hall. He swiftly opens them up and lets go of my hand when we get inside. I watch him as he searches through the drawers of the large desk. What are you looking for? I question and sit down on one of the chairs facing his desk as if an appointment has been made. Sebastian answers briefly. Papers. For what? I ask him nosily as he pulls a thin stack of white papers out of a drawer and places them on the surface of the desk. For you to join my pack. Join your pack? I repeat him as if his statement is now my question. He glances up at me, and I feel his eyes study my body, seeming to do everything so smoothly like it is natural. Where's the restroom? I ask quickly and rush out of the room after Sebastian tells me it is just down the hall. I close the door behind me and suck in a deep breath, needing to talk to someone in particular. I turn the faucet on and cup the cooling water in my hands before drenching my warm face. My eyes peer up into the mirror, causing me to step back when I find myself peering back at me. I should have expected this, joining my mate's pack, as I am supposedly the Luna. Could this all be happening too quickly? I have not spoken to my grandmother yet. What if she says no? Does she have the authority to stop me from joining this pack? Probably not. I groan and lean against the bathroom wall. How am I supposed to be a Luna when I have no clue what a Luna does? How am I supposed to be a part of a pack when I cannot remember how they work? Did I ever know how they work? I was trapped in an attic for most of my childhood, a time when many children learned these types of things. What am I supposed to do? I mumble into the empty space in front of me. Calm down. This should not be a difficult process. Beside me in the mirror is the moon goddess, and she is glowing more than ever. Are you not happy? She asks, not understanding why I feel this way. I let out a short sigh and turn to face her. I guess? I mean, something about him just, all of this is happening so quickly. In another second, I'll be part of a pack again, and it is not the same, Evangeline. I look away from her, not believing her words. It is history repeating itself, or at least it will be. I can keep this from my grandmother, but my mate, from what I know, it should be 1,000,000 times more difficult. I couldn't keep it from my mother, and look what happened. I speak the truth when I tell you it is not similar. There is no reason why you should believe he will react in like ways. There are a ton of reasons why I should believe it, I argue back. No sane person would believe me. He'll think I'm crazy just like everyone else. She pulls away. Come, your grandmother will arrive any second. I do not enjoy when we argue, as my insecurities always seem to start it. The moon goddess is usually right, but this time it is hard for me to trust her. My mate, Sebastian, does not seem like the type of person who would believe my nonsense. How am I expected to move on if he does indeed find me unstable and crazy? He might as well be wishing for a different mate, someone who could understand his life and his issues. Mates are supposed to fit together to connect, but I fear that we will never be able to all because of who I am. Sebastian is handsome, intimidating, an alpha, and I worry that I am not enough. It is too early to tell now, but soon he will see that I am unworthy. Opening the bathroom door, I come to a halt when I notice Riker standing on the other side. He looks to be slightly uncomfortable, as he must feel guilty for what happened earlier. Your grandmother is here. He was given the orders. I understand that. I wish he knew that it was not his fault, as the shooting fiasco was primarily mine. I like to think for a good cause. Riker leads me back towards the living room, and the first person I notice is my grandmother, with her arms crossed sitting on the couch. When she spots me, relief washes over her aged face. Oh, thank goddess, she breathes out and rushes towards me. Immediately, she reels me with a tight hug and many kisses on my cheeks. My Evangeline, you're okay. What on earth did you get yourself into? For a little old lady, she can sure pull off a "you are in trouble" glare. What happened to your head? Did these men hurt you? No, it was an accident. Something happened, but everything is okay now. All right, she says uneasily. You have to come home with me right away, and you're dreaming if you think I'm letting you venture. I can't. I swallow. Dizzy feelings from earlier seem to be surfacing again. I found my mate. Her face shifts to a rather blank expression. What? I've found my mate here. She sits back down, apparently needing a moment to process my words. Your mate, he's here? Her eyes look to Riker. The Alpha had to step out for a moment. There was a small problem on the west border, Riker explains, diffusing any of her questioning thoughts. The Alpha? The Alpha is your mate? I grab onto her hand. Yes, Grandma. Oh dear, I must say that I am surprised. Well, you must stay now. I see that, she says, still trying to register my words. Will you be all right here? My grip on her fragile hand tightens. I do not know if I will be all right here, but I want to tell her yes. I do not want her worrying about me any more than she already does. I think I will be. Your mate, he is a good man? I think he is, Grandma. She nods and gazes down at her lap. I wonder what your parents would think of all this, you being mated to an alpha. At least I know you will be safe. I wonder what they would think. Sadly, they may never know, but I cannot hold on to that thought forever. I would like to believe that they would be happy for me, not because he is an alpha, but because I have found my mate overall. Did they ever think that I would find my mate? They sent me off to my grandmother's, a secluded house in what seemed to be the middle of nowhere. So was that expected to be the end for me? I'll come see you. Make sure you're doing okay, I tell her while fighting back threatening tears. I do not want to say goodbye. My grandmother took care of me when my parents could not. She loved me when my parents could not, even if she is kept from the truth, and she is all I have left family-wise. I don't want you worrying about me because I'll be okay. Riker has left the room, giving us the privacy I need. Don't you worry too much about me either, darling. I'm happy where I am, and I've got your grandfather looking after me. Now tell me, what is this alpha's name? Sebastian Tate, I say. Her eyes stray away to something behind me. Glancing back, I see my mate standing in the doorway, and my heart skips a beat as my nerves shoot up. Sebastian spoke with my grandmother alone for about 10 minutes. They asked me to leave the room for the short moment, so I wandered the halls of the gigantic house. My mind cannot help but continue to drift to their conversation, though. What are they talking about, and why can I not hear it? I feel like a punished child, and my parents have yet to come up with the punishment. I begin to hear footsteps behind me as I walk down a random hallway, and when I turn to see what is causing the sounds, I spot the dog from earlier, Bruiser. A smile spreads across my face from ear to ear, and I hurry to the chubby pup. He seems to be comfortable with me as my hand lightly strokes his smooth back. Bruiser rolls over so I will rub his tummy, and I let out a small laugh. Evangeline! Someone calls for me, and I stand up straight. I'm over here, I call back and slowly make my way towards the beginning of the long, dimly lit hallway. Riker appears around the corner and motions for me to follow him. I pick up my pace until he is right in front of me. Your grandmother has left, and the alpha wants to see you in his office, he informs me briefly. Wait, she left, but I didn't get to say goodbye. I peer up at Riker with a mask of disappointment on my face. The alpha will explain. I do as I am told and follow behind Riker to the alpha's office, having to play the game. When we arrive, Riker pushes one of the doors open and lets me in. Sebastian is sitting at his desk, shuffling through papers. Why did she leave? I ask him, and he glances up at me for a second before peering back down. She will be back tomorrow, so you can talk to her then. I nod slightly before sitting in one of the 2 leather seats in front of the desk. I sit silently for about 2 minutes before I pipe up again. Where is everyone? They're working. This time, Sebastian does not look up at me, but keeps writing on one of the many papers. What do they do? What I tell them. I observe him and take in his features while he is distracted. Slowly, I have grown an urge to look at Sebastian, as he is just so handsome. Since we are bound to be together in a romantic way, I want to be the best person I can be for him. I want to find out how my mate works, how he functions. I want to know if he desires me as much as I secretly do for him. How do packs work? I question him, randomly. Sebastian stops, and his gaze lands on me. Every pack has an alpha, which is the position I hold. Then there is a second in command, who is called the beta, which is the position Andrew holds. And lastly, the third in command is Riker. We take care of the pack, as we are the leadership, but all answers to me. When the alpha finds his mate, she becomes the Luna. The alpha's equal. A light blush has started to show on my cheeks, and I try to hide it from him. It works as a government. My pack, the Tate pack, has our land, guards to protect it and enforce rules, and the pack members. Sebastian stands up from his chair and comes over to me before holding out his hand. I take it and do not ask any questions as he leads me out of the room. His touch spreads a soothing sensation over my body, making me relaxed, clearing my head of troubling thoughts. My wolf never wants him to let go. When we reach the top of the stairs, I become too curious. Where are we going? To bed. I must have lost track of time, and when I look out one of the windows, it is dark outside and the moon is high in the sky. Where will I be sleeping? I glance back at him from the window. He leans down to my ear, with me. A shiver runs down my spine from his warm breath on the side of my cheek. I have never slept with anyone but myself in my own bed. How do you sleep with someone else? And I do not mean sexually. Admittedly, it is not as simple as just laying in the same bed and trying to drift off. I bite my lip and let out a small, shaky breath, never having felt so nervous. I almost unnoticeably nod my head and turn to him, but he does not say anything else and continues to walk to his room. As we near a familiar pair of doors, my heart rate picks up. What should I be expecting? What is he expecting from me? Moonlight drips through the windows lined along the hallway, creating a dull, striped pattern on the floor. Only natural light leads the way to the gates of hell in front of me, or that is at least what the burning sensation in my chest would like to believe. My lungs clench inside of me, as if the air pushing up against my body is just not enough to quench their thirst. Sebastian walks in front, guiding me towards the nest of fear, anxiety, and surprise. If I could manage to think logically at this moment, I would be expecting rather reasonable things to be behind the doors, but since the irrational side of my mind has taken over, nothing can be so ordinary. A spell has been cast over me, over my mind, and it is called the mate bond. Maybe if we were not mates, I would be at home with Grandma, or maybe I would be dead like the rogue they first labeled me as. My body is physically exhausted, beaten up by the constant rush of this never-ending day. I never thought finding my mate would cause me to act mindlessly and frantically, as if one more second of my new reality will result in my head bursting. I feel as if someone else has taken over my body. They have buttoned me down, climbed in, and buttoned me right back up. Why must I fight for control over my own mind? How can something so precious as the mate bond hypnotize me and filter all the negative parts of my mate out of mind, as if I have never heard of them in the first place? I wish there were someone to put an end to all these prodding questions jumbled in my head. I thought there was, but from our encounter in the restroom, I am finding it hard to trust her words. Sebastian pushes one of the doors open and leads me into the familiar room, the room where I collected myself. Everything is in the exact place as earlier, except for the new stack of clothing sitting neatly at the end of the bed. Marina brought you clothes to sleep in. I nod. The air begins to grow denser as my lungs greedily take it in. I don't think I can sleep here, I say to him. Sebastian brings me to a spare bedroom, which takes a vast amount of weight off my shoulders, though before he disappears down the hallway, he looks back at me from the doorway. Sleep, if you can manage to, he says before returning to his bedroom. Confused by his words, I place the sleepwear on the bed and take the extra bandaging from the top of the pile. Marina must have remembered what the doctor said. The door on the left wall takes me into a bathroom, and I glance in the mirror as I attempt to remove the old bandages. After tossing the used wrappings in the garbage and replacing them with fresh ones, I change out of the borrowed clothes into a new pair. When I get back to the house, I will have to grab all my own clothes and thank whoever Fiona is. Hopefully, she does not mind sharing her wardrobe. Why are we in a separate room? My wolf asks. Because he is a stranger. But you do not feel that way. I ignore her and climb into the foreign sheets. Finally, I realize why Sebastian said what he did. Because no matter what I do, one factor stays glued in my mind. The fact that my mate is sleeping in the bedroom beside me and I cannot get to him. Obviously, I can physically walk over to him, but that is not the issue. I cannot simply barge in while he is sleeping and expect him to solve my problem. There is always the solution of sleeping in the same bed, together, but there is no way that is happening. I will not go back on my decision now. Sure, he has kissed my face, but sleeping in the same bed is entirely different. Rolling over, I groan for the 1,000th time. All I can picture is his big arms holding me close, protecting me. Imagining the warm, intimate sensation of his breaths fanning the back of my neck, making me want to scream. The animal inside wants his touch, and it wants it now. Groaning again, I shove my pillow in my face, hiding my deep blush from the world. I did not think about these things before him. A part of me hopes he is struggling too, even though that is outright selfish and egotistical of me. Yet, this part of me wants his thoughts to be singular during times like these. Kicking the covers off my restless body, I become frustrated. I just want to sleep, and without him, sleeping has become a chore. Henry and I walk side by side in the direction of the stream, according to him, as my sense of direction is lost as of now. The two of us have not had a proper introduction, and I want to utilize this time to do so. He seems like an exciting person, easygoing and enjoyable to be around. His lovely brown eyes give me hints of fulfillment. Henry, from the looks of him, comes across as someone who is at peace with their life currently, but I know everyone has hurdles to jump over. Henry, if you and Sebastian are brothers, how come he is alpha and you aren't? I ask, curious to learn more about pack leadership and his views. He glances at me, then looks back to the forest scenery surrounding us, engulfing us. The sounds that I have grown accustomed to and missed dearly caress me in their arms, gently rocking me back and forth. He is older, so he got the position. Did you want it to be alpha? He shrugs. When I was younger, the fact that Sebastian was going to be alpha seemed unfair, but now I've realized that I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it. Why's that? Henry glances at me again, and he lets out a short sigh, needing an extra second to piece together an answer. Sebastian, he needs it, to be alpha. I only wanted it. Leaves crunch under our feet, the thin, dead-looking nothings that have fallen all the way down from the branch they once so desperately clasped to. I watch my feet as they hover over the next bunch and ruthlessly stomp down on them, loving the muffled grinding sounds. You have always lived so close to our borders, he starts. Sounds a little dangerous. As odd as it sounds, I never knew there was a pack so close by, and I'm sure my grandmother didn't either. She's not a big fan of packs. Why's that? Well, she's always been independent, her and my grandfather before he passed. I don't know. Maybe she didn't want to follow the rules. I haven't asked her about anything specific, I explain. For as long as I can remember, she's lived out here, though my mother never talked about her much. Henry nods briefly. You've never had any problems with rogues? Not that I know of, but then again, I just learned what a rogue is. It is someone who does not belong to a pack, a werewolf who follows their own rules. You know, he grabs my attention as it starts to stray from the sounds of rustling leaves. Technically, you and your grandmother are rogues. Is that a bad thing? Because everyone at your pack sure makes it sound like it. I mean, 2 of them were about to be killed. You aren't a threat. I'm sure about that. Sebastian told me about what you did, and those rogues, those were not good ones. My brows furrow together as I try to understand what he is saying. The 2 men that I pretended to risk my life for were not good people? What do you mean? How do you know? Those 2 guys have been killing our guards around the borders. I thought Sebastian would have told you, but now that I think of it, if I were him, I wouldn't want you to worry about things like that. I would want you to feel safe. The sounds of trickling water begin to creep towards me, and I immediately know we are close. It is hard to be excited after finding out the men are killers. Then again, I have met a few of those already. One makes me continually remind myself that he has indeed killed people, but I cannot help but push that detail to the back of my mind. The girl, I look up at him. The girl from my cell, has she been freed? Henry's face molds into something regretful. I don't know. I went in there for you, but I didn't see any girls. So she's just gone? Well, I don't want to get you down since you didn't know about the 2 men, but if she died, someone would have removed her body. There are other possibilities, though. Maybe she was released before I could get to her. My shoulders slowly fall, and my entire body hunches forward. As much as I want to believe the girl was released, the tone of Henry's voice tells me it was a slim chance. Henry notices my displeasure and nudges me lightly. Is that the house? I'm assuming it is. Come in, dear. I've made snacks. My grandmother rushes me through the door, and I look back at Henry, but he is already gone. He told me that he was going to go for a walk while I am with my grandmother. I insisted that he come inside, but he wanted to give us time alone. I'll meet her next time, he said. We have much to talk about. Grandmother sits me down in the chair across from her. A platter of small sandwiches and a pitcher of water takes over the surface of the coffee table, and I smile. My stomach has been begging for something whipped up by her. Are you in a hurry to get rid of me? No, No, I just need you to hear this. I bite into a sandwich and glance up at her, not knowing what she is going to say. Quickly, I swallow. Is it bad? Is something wrong? Grandmother sits back and clasps her hands together, resting them on her lap. It is about the moon goddess. What? What about her? I shakily set the rest of my sandwich down and focus entirely on my grandmother's next words. Darling, I know about you. I know what you can do. She abruptly shoves me under the harsh spotlight and abandons me on the grand stage, forcing me to stand alone. What are you talking about? She sighs. I have it too, dear. I've always been able to communicate with. What? I interrupt her, not having the patience to wait for a second longer. You what? I fall back against the chair and look directly at nothing specific. My head is going to burst. My head is going to burst, and I do not think I can stop it this time. My eyes stay staring wildly at something as my head attempts to process her statement. I have it too, dear. She makes it sound so expected, so utterly normal when it is definitely not. I have lived with my grandmother for a decade, an entire decade, and she has managed to keep this from me. Why? I ask dramatically, finally gaining back the ability to form words. Why? Why didn't you? Your mother did not want you to know, dear. For a long time, your mother has been pushing herself away from me, not wanting me to influence your life and such. Well, she got desperate and sent you here. I was over the moon. But her one condition was that I wouldn't tell you that we share this gift and such. If you knew about me, well, then your mother would expect you to embrace it more. She never wanted this, you know. She tried so very hard to keep you from it. How can she keep me from it if it consumes my life? It's a part of me, not some habit, I say to her, frustrated by my mother's past thinking. I know, dear. I had tried explaining it to her many times in the past when she was around your age, but she refuses to listen. I love her, but your mother is stubborn, so very set in her ways. I take a deep breath and sit up straight. My eyes wander out the window beside us, searching for Henry, but he is nowhere in sight. He must have walked far. So, you see her? You talk to her? I ask slowly as if I must test the waters. My grandmother nods. For as long as I can remember. Do you know why we can? I mean, how can we do it? She shifts in her spot. Well, I suppose it runs in the family. My mother had it, but her mother did not, nor did her grandmother, but possibly her great-grandmother. So it skips around, so it skipped over my mother. Well, she ponders, I suppose that could be. I am not sure how long it has been in the family, darling, but I am assuming for a long time. How it all began, now that is a good question I cannot answer. So why did you tell me now, after all this time? Because I've found my mate? It seemed about time. You've left the nest, found your mate, and no longer need me. Oh, Grandma, I exaggerate. Of course I still need you. You don't have to stay out here alone. I'm sure you can come join the pack with... She waves her hand, cutting me short before pouring herself a glass of water and taking a sip. She sets the cup back down on the table and gazes out the window. You know I like it out here. No one can control me out here. I do what I please, your grandfather and I always have. I sigh, accepting her refusal. Well, will you tell me what you and Sebastian talked about? Why you made me leave? Oh, he just asked me if I would like to join. The two of you already think alike. My brows scrunch together. Why did I have to leave then? He didn't want you influencing my decision. We continue to talk as I munch on the sandwiches. I tell the story behind my head wound, and she is not impressed, especially after discovering the two men were no good. Talking to her about it makes me feel less upset over the ordeal, giving me a chance to rid myself of the pesky what-if thoughts. Being back home has given my muscles a chance to relax, and again, everything is at a slower pace. The last few days have been hectic, from sleeping in an intolerable cell, finding my mate, injuring myself, and now discovering my grandmother shares the gift, as she put it. My grandmother did cause me to tense at the mentioning of my mother, though, as it has become a sensitive topic along with my father. Whenever I think of them, my mind shoots to times of unworthiness and isolation. A lot of memories have dug their way to the surface recently. Not only does my mind have a break from the constant eruptions of sudden commotion, but I have caught myself thinking clearly of my mate, my thoughts no longer purified by our inevitable connection. When my grandmother rambles on about the winter season approaching, I stray to the idea of my mate being a bad person, a killer disguised by the animalistic side of me. A good chunk of my mind knows that he does what he does to protect his pack, and I understand I may not know what the sense of safety costs. Death has never clouded my thoughts, and I do not think they cloud Sebastian's either. Maybe one day I will grow used to the concept of killing those who threaten to kill you, but I am not entirely sure if I should believe in such ideas in general. Half of my upbringing was spent in an attic, so I am not one to judge others of theirs. But Sebastian's actions must have been a result of watching his father. Assuming the father was alpha before him, his father could have taught him how to act and react to certain situations. Before drawing any conclusions in my head, I should ask more about packs and how they function. Since I am supposedly a Luna now, it can only do me right to educate myself on such things. Grandma? I grab her attention. I know that I'll have to tell Sebastian about the moon goddess and whatnot eventually, but it has me a little worried. Now that I know you've been through similar issues, how did you tell Grandpa? How did he react? It is hard to disapprove of someone you are linked to in such a distinctive and powerful way, dear. When I told your grandfather, he was a little confused at first, but after a few more times of explaining, he saw it as another part of me. People change each other, but some parts you just have to either accept or acknowledge and move on. My eyes shift to the window, examining the nearby trees and brush for any sign of Henry. Don't worry yourself too much. Tell him and know that he can either accept this part of you or realize it is there and get on with life, my grandmother tells me. I look back to her. What about my parents? What kind of reaction did they have? They did not react. They had an instinct to protect you. But that's what I don't understand. What are they protecting me from? She sighs and faces her neatly placed hands as they rest on her knee. The attack. I know, the attack. If it were only because of an attack, they would have brought me back after things settled down. Instead, they left me here and didn't tell me why. You were only 8 years old, Evangeline. How could they have told you? Explained all the reasons why you are safest? I sit up straight. All right, so what is stopping you from telling me now? Next time, she stands up and grabs the empty platter from the coffee table. I'm sure your mate is waiting for you, so we will talk about it next time. Somewhat frustrated, I take a deep breath and get up from my seat. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. You know, I need time to think about things too, dear. Why don't you bond with your mate, spend time with him, and visit in a few days? In a few days, I can explain why your parents did what they did. Process what you've learned today, give yourself time. Our goodbyes are short, as I am expecting to see her very soon. After grabbing some clothes, I head out of the house to track down Henry. Presuming him to be close by, I call his name towards the trees and wait for a reply. But none comes. Henry? I call out again, but the only response is that of a flock of birds abandoning a near tree. Did he go back? Maybe I took longer than he initially thought, so he went back to the house. I make my way back to the borders and track down one of the guards we saw when first heading over. He sees me and walks over. Didn't you leave with Henry, the Alpha's brother? The guard asks. I was just about to see if he came back without me, I explain. I called for him, but he didn't answer. The guard hurries to another close by, and I watch as he tells him something. The guard with the new information then shifts into a large chestnut wolf before sprinting off in the direction I came from. The guard I first spoke to returns. If he does not come back with Henry in 20 minutes, we will inform the Alpha. Did he say if he was going anywhere? Well, for a walk, but it was over an hour. I return to the house and hesitantly step inside. It is odd not having anyone to lead me to a particular room or take me to a specific person. Not knowing what to do, I take my bag of clothing, enough to last me until my next visit to grandmother's, and I climb up to the bedroom I laid in last night. I refer to the act as laid since not much sleep came to me. There was an array of tossing and turning, flipping the pillow, throwing the blanket on and off of my body, and trying to take my mind off of my mate. It is as if my body now needs him to function properly. I change out of Fiona's clothes and into my own. Hopefully, Marina has been thanking her until I get the opportunity to do so myself. My eyes turn to the small clock resting on the bedside table, one I am very familiar with from last night, as we constantly stared at each other, and I wonder if it has been 20 minutes. When Sebastian enters the house, I hurry towards him. Did they find Henry? Is he okay? They haven't found him, not yet, he mutters and sits down on one of the couches in the living room. His head rests tiredly in his hands, and I watch him closely, feeling slightly guilty. I told him to come inside, but he insisted on going for a walk. Maybe he just needs some time alone, or this is not your fault. I close my rambling lips after his brief, dull comment. Is he worried or scared or panicked? How am I supposed to tell how he is feeling if he continues to talk so flatly, words consisting of no emotion whatsoever? I'm sorry this has happened, I tell him. You must be so worried. He must have gone far, he murmurs, almost to himself. Evangeline, did you notice anything near your grandmother's house ever? Anything that may seem odd or suspicious? Well, maybe. I told your brother that I used to feel like something was watching me. I always thought I was paranoid, or maybe that it was an animal, like a deer. You know what? It was probably nothing. It stopped a few months ago anyway. I take back my words, not wanting to make a big deal out of nothing. No. He grabs my hand and sets me down beside him. The small action makes my heart clench for a second. What did you think it was, really? I don't think this will help. If not to help Henry, then tell me because I am interested, Sebastian says. When did you feel like someone was watching you? Well, when I would go outside and walk around, just enjoying the scenery, I guess. Sometimes I would hear a quiet rustle or footsteps, but really it could have been an animal. It could have been the moon goddess for all I know. Why would any rogues be interested in me? It only happened when I was not shifted, I add on. If you were shifted, you would have been able to track them, uncover them. Sebastian glances to the side, and I quickly pull my hand out of his grasp, grabbing his attention. It was months ago. Really, you shouldn't think too deeply about it. Knowing myself, it was likely a deer. His lovely eyes look directly into mine, and I want to look away, but something inside of me is holding on. Both sides of me know how handsome he is, how quickly he can make my knees weak and send my heart fluttering miles away. These thoughts are so new to me, so fresh, something only Sebastian can cause me to think. He has control over me, and half of the time I love it. Half of the time I want to please him. The other half fears of being taken over, and the other half knows it is coming. Lay with me tonight, he says smoothly without a knot in his voice. I breathe out, what if I say no? You do not want to say no, Evangeline. I can see it in your eyes. Immediately I look away, but he grips my jaw firmly, nothing painful, and connects our eyes once again. Until you say what you're thinking, your eyes are the only way I can tell how you feel, Sebastian says. You are nervous, anxious? Stop, please. I close my eyes, blocking him from reading me any longer. Expecting him to let go of my jaw, I become confused when he does not. Before I can open my mouth once again, I feel his lips on my hot-colored cheek. I flinch. The sensation surprises me, as I never thought an action so simple could affect me so much. My head spins and a delightful tingling feeling erupts on my skin. He takes his lips off of me, yet I still feel his warm breath fanning my cheek. The warmth leaves me, and I open my eyes. The once-filled space in front of me is now empty, along with the room. My cheeks fill with shades of pink and red, even more than before. What a kissing bandit. In my gushing fool of a state, my eyes widen when the front door opens, and Andrew comes rushing inside. He notices me, nods, and continues on his way down the hallway, and I'm assuming to Sebastian's office. That must be where the bandit ran to. Darn him for leaving me looking like such a red-faced klutz. Though, taking my mind away from my embarrassing appearance, is there a reason Andrew hurried in? Does he do this often, or has something happened? If something happened, why Henry? I can't just barge in, they are talking, and I was not invited. But you are the Luna now, my wolf tries to convince me. Hardly, I mutter, I've only been here for a few days. The position can't just be mine. It is simple, and he explained it too. Once the alpha finds his mate, she is the Luna, his equal. It can't be that Evangeline? My eyes gaze steadily upwards and land on my mate as he is standing in the doorway and I can see Andrew just behind him. Though I feel it, there is no time to be embarrassed. Did they find Henry? Yes, people are bringing him in any minute. He hesitates at first, most likely wondering why I'm standing outside the office door for no apparent reason, though I had a reason. It was a good, simple, structured reason until I got to my own head and suddenly began to doubt my position. He's all right? A smile curves from my lips, and Sebastian leads me down the hall with them, making me feel important, and his hand lightly touches the small of my back, causing me to now focus on two things at once. Henry, he's a little scratched up, and from what I've been told, very exhausted. My eyes reluctantly peer up at his striking face, reminding me of the offense he committed only moments ago. Darn his sensational lips. What do you mean he's scratched up? Someone hurt him? Andrew follows directly behind us, and Sebastian swings open the front door, letting a soft gust of autumn air blow past my face, lifting the strands of hair from my shoulders. Just on the other side of the door is a small group of men I am assuming to be guards. Henry is stumbling along with assistants on both sides of him. My shoulders drop. "Bring him upstairs, will you?" Sebastian orders. "I have the doctor on his way." The crowd slowly conquers the staircase and brings Henry into one of the spare rooms, the one across from mine. Sebastian clears most of the guards, and they obediently leave the house. One guard stays behind, and Sebastian does not waste another second before gathering more information. He questions him, asking things like, "Where did you find him? Has he said anything about what has happened? Was there anyone else with or around him?" and others. I do not dare interrupt, yet I keep my post beside Henry as he lays on the bed. I gently scoop his hand up into mine. Henry looks at me and smiles. "You're a sweet girl. Tell me, how did you end up with my brother as a mate?" I hold back my laughter. Sebastian's attention turns to us at the sound of Henry's voice. He asks the last guard to leave, and soon enough it is just the four of us: Sebastian, Henry, Andrew, and I. Sebastian sighs. "Tell me you remember what happened." Henry attempts to sit up, but he does not make it too far. Oddly, his brown eyes land on me again, gazing right into my own. "It's you." "Of course, Evangeline," I tell him, not fully understanding what he needs. Henry shakes his head. "They asked about you." His grip on my hand tightens. "What do you mean? They asked about me?" Sebastian steps in and takes control of the situation. "Henry, who asked about Evangeline?" His gaze falls straight. "I don't know who they are. I've never seen them before." "How many were there?" 3, maybe 4. Not a person comes to my mind, not even a guess. Deep down, I am hoping it was my parents, but that does not explain Henry's minor injuries and the 2 or 1 other people. It is a silly idea, but I cannot help myself. I do not know more than 10 people, and the majority of them Henry would have recognized. The only conclusion that I can draw in my head is that these people are strangers, and they are looking for me. A stranger to them. Their purpose, now that is the real question. I don't know who they could be. "I don't know many people," I say to Sebastian, then look back at Henry. "Was there a woman, a couple?" Henry shakes his head. "No," debunking my unlikely theory. "I'll set up groups to search the area. Maybe they'll find someone or something. Andrew, in the morning, collect around 10 guards and be ready by the north." Sebastian walks with Andrew out of the room as they continue to discuss. Henry lets go of my hand and tries to shift his position. "It wore me out, running from those people," he says in an undertone during his endeavor for comfort. "You shifted?" "Yes, and so did they. I thought they were never going to give up." I study his face, seeing the fatigue in his droopy eyes and slow movements. He must have been frightened, and I do feel guilty now, much more than before. Henry said these people asked about me, and that has to be the only reason they bothered him unless they were the bad rogues. I do not know much about bad rogues, but I am sure I have no connections to them. I stay with Henry until Sebastian enters the room with the doctor, the same man who bandaged my head after my accident. The doctor notices my presence and smiles before tending to Henry. Sebastian leads me out of the room so Henry can have his privacy, and I watch until the door closes. "He'll be all right?" "Of course," Sebastian says absently. "They are only minor. So, what are you going to do? I mean, do you think I'll ever know who was looking for me?" Sebastian glances down at me. You should get to bed. It's late. I change out of my clothes and into my pajamas in the spare room. My mind keeps reminding me about Sebastian's question from earlier. Will I lay with him tonight? As divided as I have been, I argue with myself while brushing my teeth and combing out my hair, continuously glancing at myself in the mirror as I lay out the good and bad that could come from it. He asked me to lay with him, meaning only sleeping. Or was it all to poke fun at me, and he actually didn't mean anything from the question at all? I lean against the counter and tilt my head back after tossing my brush to the side of the sink. While attempting to clear my mind, I hear the bedroom door open, and my eyes shoot to the half-open bathroom door. I swallow and silently push the door open inch by inch, slowly revealing the sight of Sebastian looking out the window. My lips run dry. Yes? Not startled, he turns to face me. I was wondering when you would be ready. Ready? I repeat him. For bed. A short, brief sigh slips from my lips. I didn't say yes. And you didn't say no, he says while drifting closer. Well, I can't sleep in the same bed with you. His fingertips drag along the bedding. You can't sleep without me either. You enjoy this, don't you? Enjoy? Very much. But I also enjoy sleeping, which is something you weren't doing much of last night. And you were? I question him, trying to keep some authority. Sebastian only saunters closer. No, Evangeline, I am asking you to sleep in my bed. I know. No, you do not. If you did, we would already be asleep. The quick walk to his bedroom is the longest, most untimely walk I have ever taken. My feet seem to grow heavier with every step as if all my worries are slowly falling to them and piling up. Unlike the past times, Sebastian is behind me as I hesitantly lead. I feel his eyes on me, watching my every move when I slip through the open door and amble further in. Deep breaths, I chant to myself, needing to collect my thoughts. My head is dizzy as my eyes roam over the bed, keeping an eye on it, fearing that the sheets will wrap around my ankles and drag me in. Darkness floods around me at the sudden sound of the lights being switched off. Immediately, I look back to the door, and his silhouette stands in front of it, waiting a moment before sinking into the darkness. I can barely see him as he glides to the bed and throws back the blankets, stripping it and revealing the silky sheets I saw once before. They glisten dully in the streaks of moonlight pouring through the windows, resembling some sort of ocean. Waves flow through the sheets as Sebastian submerges himself in the water. I stand alone, not sure what to do, what to think. My breaths are steady, and I calmly walk towards the empty side. Mimicking his movements, I cautiously pull back the covers and climb onto the bed. My heart beats heavily, so intensely that I can hear the pounding in my ears like the pulsing is running through my entire body. The silk sheets are soft against my skin, and it only takes a moment to find a comfortable position. I stay completely still and find myself holding my breath, and when I have the urge to breathe, I do it very quietly. Evangeline, Sebastian mutters, please relax. I'm relaxed. I whisper back and grip my pillow. My eyes close after hearing no reply, though he does reply, just not verbally. I suddenly hear shuffling and jump slightly when his hand abruptly touches my arm. At first, the action surprises me, but when the relaxing and calming sensations course through my body, I understand why he has done what he has done. Something as simple as his touch already has my muscles loosening, my breath steadying, and my eyes naturally falling closed. My body seems to sink into the bed. My eyes land on Henry after I push my way through the door. Sebastian already came in? I ask, and he sets down the book in his hands. Yes, he asked me more questions earlier. They should be out looking by now. Sebastian did not tell me that Henry's ankle is sprained, but it is. I was getting ready for bed when the doctor left, missing the results of the analysis. Henry looks much better today than he did last night, though, much more alive as I can see the hints of satisfaction returning to his eyes. So, Henry, the people, what did they look like? Well, he thinks for a moment, keeping me on the edge of my seat. They all look built, almost like a guard would. I'm not sure. It's hard to remember details. I nod. And you said there were no women. No, I can remember that. Why do you want to know if there was a woman? Oh, just curious, I guess. I thought maybe I might know them, but it's obvious now that I don't. Henry's eyes gaze out the window, watching something that I cannot see. You slept with him last night. Startled by his blunt statement, my cheeks heat up. Who? I could tell. Sebastian looked well rested today, unlike yesterday. Both of you. Really. I stay quiet and his eyes fall back to me. Ever since you showed up, I've been wondering what it would feel like to have a mate. If I won't be able to sleep, or if she'll need me as much as I'll need her. It's a weird thing, but assuring. At least I know I won't be alone. Before all this, I wondered what I would do after my grandmother died, if I would try and find my parents or move on by myself. It's a relief, really, because the idea of being alone scared me. She'll need you as much as you'll need her, and if she's anything like me, maybe she'll need you more, I tell him. Where are your parents? Evangeline. I can still recall the look on their faces when they dropped me off at grandmother's house. I was sad, yet relieved. Maybe they were happy that I was now safe, or maybe they were happy that I was no longer their problem. My mother told me that she was going to come get me when things were safe again. She placed both of her hands on my cheeks and looked me straight in the eyes. Her hands were chilled but soft. You'll be okay here, she said. When things are better, Daddy and I will take you home. She and my father disappeared into the trees, and I felt cold and alone. For the first few days, I spent my time sitting on the porch, waiting. Grandma would tell me to come inside or play around the house, but I did not move from my spot on the second step. The moon goddess would come to me frequently back then. She must have known that I felt abandoned, as she would try to distract me as she did in the attic. I could not be distracted. I don't know where they are. Why is that? I do not know what it is. Maybe it is the welcoming look in his eyes or the accepting sound of his voice, but I do. I tell him everything. I tell him how the moon goddess comes to me, how my parents hid me away, how I was sent to live with my grandmother. I tell him everything. There is no fear of judgment from him, no pressure to impress him. Henry is a rare person, one that makes you feel accepted and understood. Henry is a friend. The trees are tightly knit, and I weave through them while reaching out and feeling the coarse bark underneath my palms. The moss is soft and damp, yet leaves my hands dry when I pull them away and rub my fingers together. Rays of light cascade down through the trees, creating intricate designs on the forest floor, and when I step onto the patterns, the light shines on my feet. During it all, the dense scent of rainfall tickles my nose. 2 guards follow behind me, and I continuously glance behind to check if they are still there. The 2 wait obediently outside while I climb the steps and knock on my grandmother's door. She answers in a matter of seconds, and I hurry inside. You're okay? Has anything happened? Have you seen anyone in the forest, or... Evangeline, what are you talking about? She quiets me down. Why are you asking me if something has happened? Sebastian, his brother was attacked the last time I was here. People asked him about me. Strangers, I explain. I was worried that they hurt you too, but Sebastian said he sent guards out to check on you after they found Henry. The guards said you were all right. Yes, they knocked on the door, dear, said it was only a checkup. I grab her hand and squeeze it as if I need to make sure she is completely focused on me. Grandma, you have to tell me. These strangers that were looking for me, what if they are connected to why I'm out here in the first place? I need to know the truth, all of it. All right, sit down. It is a long story, she says and takes a breath before beginning. When I was a young girl, a bit older than you are now, darling, I was infatuated with the alpha of the old pack. He had lost his mate. He is the father of the current one, I think. Anyways, I did not care that we were not mates. I thought I truly loved him, so I decided that I would tell him the truth about myself. Once I told him about the moon goddess, he believed me, but his perception changed. He thought I was a witch or evil and whatnot, and he was convinced that I would take his pack away from him. So as paranoid as he was, he came after me one night, committed to killing me. That's terrible, I mumble. Yes, it was. He had a silver knife, and he barged into my house. Oh, I was so frightened, dear. I ran for my life and into the woods. The alpha chased me until he caught up and pushed me against a tree. He held the knife to my neck, calling me demon, but I managed to slip out and shove him to the ground. The knife, it had fallen, so I grabbed it and held it to him. Oh, he came at me, tackling me to the ground, and when we landed, the knife pierced his chest. I screamed and panicked. I heard people coming, so I ran back home. It was the most scared I had ever been, dear. Did they find out that you were there? I ask, on the edge of my seat, realizing how vivid and dramatic her story is. It is more complicated than that, I'm afraid. After the alpha had died and the news spread around the pack, I found my mate. He was moonstruck over me, so I told him what I had done, what had happened, and he didn't leave. Somehow the alpha's son, who had to take over, was convinced that I had done it. By then I had your mother, and she was about your age. I thought all that happened was behind me, but his son came out of nowhere with the accusations. The son knew what I was, and he followed in his father's footsteps. Your mother was old enough to take care of herself, and she was upset by my gift, never believing that I was telling the truth. So my mother didn't believe you while the alpha did, and thought you were evil, like his father? Yes, she confirms. So when I told your mother that I had to leave, she thought it was for the best. So you left the pack because of that, not only because you're independent. Why don't you want to come back with me and join Sebastian's pack then? I know your grandfather, and I initially left because of the alpha, but I had grown used to life like this, darling. I lean back in my seat. All right. What happened after you left? The alpha kept a close eye on your mother, knowing she was my daughter. After a while, it died down, and your mother found her mate. Had you, her life was normal. Well, when you told her that you see the moon goddess, she came and visited me. She told me about it and began to worry that it was real all along. A while after her visit, she began to notice the alpha retaking interest in her. And right when it started, she decided to hide you so he wouldn't know you exist. Well, after the attack on the pack, the alpha was convinced that it was your mother's fault. I interrupt. How could it have been her fault? The alpha believed that your mother led the other pack there. He thought that she did it because taking over the pack would be easier if the pack was in ruins. Oh, he was convinced it was her fault, so your mother panicked and took you here. She went back? My grandmother shakes her head. No. Your mother and father ran, dear. Why didn't they take me with them? Your mother was paranoid, always convinced that the alpha was following her, watching her. She didn't want you to get hurt. I know you're going to ask why she does not come and see you, so I'll just go ahead and tell you that she does not want to lead him to you. Wow, I murmur. I know, dear. It is a lot to take in. If the people who attack Henry, if they're linked to this, I have to tell Sebastian. My grandmother reminds me, you'll have to tell him about the moon goddess then, Evangeline. Perhaps you should think before. I wish I could, Grandma, but this is not just about me. It affects Sebastian, his family, his pack. His own brother was attacked because of those people out there. I'll just have to tell him and hope for the best. The air is cooler outside than it was before. The two guards look up as I come through the door and close it behind me. Something catches my eye down beside my foot, and I see a small spider dashing across the porch. Without thinking, I bring my foot down on it before carrying on my way back to the pack. The two guards follow behind me again as I rush through the trees. They do not question my quick pace. Once we make it to the border, I turn and face them. Where is the alpha? By now, he may be getting back from the search, one of the men informs me. Take me to him. We switch positions. Are you sure that you're ready to do this? My wolf questions my abrupt decision-making. I have to tell him now. More people could get hurt. Yes, but there are no buts. This is greater than us. If someone else is hurt by these people, it will be my fault. The only reason Henry was attacked was that of me, and now that I may have a reason for all of this, I can stop whoever they are. If this is linked to the past, to the alpha, then he must have found out where I am, that I exist. I have not seen my mother for years, so how could she have led him to me? There are so many unanswered questions that I know grandmother cannot answer for me. A nervous, uneasy feeling begins in the pit of my stomach, and it seems to intensify the closer that we get to Sebastian. Grandmother told me that he could either accept this part of me or acknowledge it and move on. Or he could react the way that Alpha did years ago and call me a demon, but I hope that option is unlikely. It should not be hard for him to accept it, right? The mate bond will keep us close. The mate bond will filter out the questionable as it does for me. Maybe he will react like Henry did, find it intriguing, interesting. Right when I told Henry, he asked me questions of fascination, nothing showing that he may be put off. The alpha is right over there, Luna, the guard says to me, and I look up from my feet. Sebastian is indeed over there, and I watch him as he talks to Andrew and another guard. My conscience is telling me to go, but my feet will not seem to leave their spot. Is everything all right? The other guard asks me, and I nod. Thank you for taking me to him. Slowly but surely, I make my way over towards Sebastian while convincing myself that this is the right thing to do. Andrew glances over at me, causing Sebastian to do the same. Andrew then says one more thing before walking away and joining a group of men, while Sebastian meets me halfway. Did you go to your grandmother's? Yes. Actually, she told me something important, and I think it might help with this issue. I fight myself to speak the words. All right, he says. What is it? Well, it's kind of a long story. I think someone is out to get me. Sebastian's face hardens. Let's go back to the house and you can explain there. After running back to Andrew and telling him where he will be, Sebastian and I walk back to the house. The walk is more timely than I hoped. He leads me inside, and we sit in the living room. My knee bobs up and down at a rapid pace as Sebastian sits down beside me. You have to keep an open mind, I blurt out. All right. Well, my grandmother and I, we aren't like others, I start, not having the courage to look him in the eyes. We have this ability or gift. She calls it a gift. Well, the moon goddess, we see her. You see the moon goddess? He repeats me. See and talk to her, actually. She comes to me. Sebastian runs his hand down his jaw, and I take the opportunity to reach out to him. My hand connects with his arm, and he looks to me. I know it sounds insane and unbelievable, and I don't know how to make it sound reasonable. All I'm asking is that you acknowledge it so I can explain why people might be looking for me. Okay, he agrees. Go on. When my grandmother was younger, she loved the alpha of her pack, the pack I belonged to when I was a child. She told him about her gift, and he believed her, but he reacted negatively. The alpha wanted to kill her because he thought she was a witch or demon or something, and that she was going to take the pack away from him. Sebastian's gaze is aimed directly into my eyes, making me squirm a bit. Well, one night, he tried to kill her, and she ended up accidentally stabbing him in the chest. The alpha's son, who took over, was furious, and he somehow found out that my grandmother killed his father, and he knew about the moon goddess and everything. Well, a while later, after my grandmother found her mate and had a child, the son came after her. So that's why she moved out into the middle of the forest with my grandfather. And your mother stayed at the pack? Sebastian asks. Yes. She didn't believe that my grandmother could communicate with the moon goddess. My grandmother tried to explain it and make her understand, but she was set in her ways. When my grandmother left, she was old enough to care for herself, I explain. The son then turned to my mother and accused her of having the same abilities. Does your mother share it? I shake my head. I'm sure that it jumps around, but women on my mother's side of the family tend to get it. When my mother found out that I was seeing and talking to her, she hid me. Sebastian's brows furrow. What do you mean she hid you? It was like I didn't exist. She would hide me in the house so the alpha didn't know she had a child. She feared that the alpha would come after me, assuming I have the ability. Which you do. Yes. Sebastian leans back on the couch. Did you go outside? No. I spent most of the time upstairs. A worried look comes to his eyes. Evangeline, I know, it sounds bad, but she was just trying to keep me from him. After an attack on the pack, he blamed it on my mother, saying she lead the other over. He thought that she did it because it would be easier for her to take over the pack if it was in ruins. That's why she sent me to my grandmother's, because he was coming at her more than ever. My mother knew that I would be safest away from it all, and she would be too. Where are your parents? I swallow. She was so paranoid that the alpha was watching her, following her, so she thought staying away from me would keep the alpha from finding out I exist. I don't know where she is now, just that she's probably far away from me, with my father. Sebastian takes a breath. I wait patiently for him to say something, and he does. So, you think the men who asked Henry about you think they are linked to this alpha. You think he discovered that you exist and that you have this ability. Yes, I think he's after me. I think he wants to get rid of me. The idea of a man so dedicated to ending this genetic lifeline scares me greatly. Though I have never met the man, something inside is telling me that he will kill me. Sebastian's face is flooded with worry. How upsetting it must be to find your mate and discover that there is a target on her back. The pack, he ponders lightly. What? The pack that attacked yours. How many years ago did it happen? 10. I tell him while trying to figure out what is going through his mind. Suddenly, he gets up and walks directly to his office while I trail behind him. I stay silent as his fingers trace down a book from one of the shelves. He slips it out and flips through pages. From what I can see, the pages look to be handwritten. What was your old pack's name? Ken Pack, I think. Sebastian exhales and drops the book to his desk. Is something wrong? My father attacked your pack, he says unexpectedly. I had thoughts. I fall back into one of the two seats. Oh, he was a reckless alpha who only cared about taking down others. He had a constant hunger for power, for control, and it caught up to him eventually. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. No, it's all right. It's just a little surprising. Your father, why did he attack? Is there any way you can find out? Was there any specific reason? He may have done it for the land, or maybe just to show dominance. As I said, he was very reckless with his leadership. My eyes tumble down into my lap. That attack is the reason why I was sent to live with my grandmother. It's why I can't see my parents. I'm sorry, Evangeline. It's not your fault. It's just a little strange how everything is connected somehow. The night comes quickly as I spend the rest of the day thinking over everything I have learned. My family has been living in shadows because of a man with an obsession. The lengths he is willing to go to chills me to my core, making me second-guess all the times I thought animals were watching me in the forest. What if it was him? What if his eyes were the ones stalking and watching every one of my movements? The idea creeps me out. Part of me deeply hates him, a loathing so intense that my mind cannot wrap around it. Half of me wants to watch the stranger burn. My fingers unknowingly wrap strands of my hair around themselves as my mind continues to stray. Laying across Sebastian's bed, I stare up at the ceiling, and I am not sure how much time has gone by. For some reason, time feels as if it has stopped, as if everything has been put on hold. It is a selfish idea to think in such ways, but with all these thoughts and theories whirling around in my head, I do not care. Maybe accepting my selfishness for now will not do me any harm, but I cannot get addicted to it. My attention shifts to the doors as one opens from the corner of my eye. Sebastian comes through, causing me to sit up swiftly. This is where you've been, he says, and comes over to me. Sorry, Henry has people over, and I was just looking for some quiet, I say. Sebastian sits down on the edge of the bed. His company left 2 hours ago, Evangeline. How long have you been laying here? Maybe 4 hours then. It sure didn't feel like it. Not at all. If Sebastian did not tell me, I would have guessed that I have been up here for 20 minutes. There is just truly too much to think about. Maybe some sleep will do me good. I cannot bother myself with the alpha if I am asleep. Do you mind if I sleep here again? I'd prefer if you did. A small smile curves from my lips. You know, I've realized something today, that I don't want to be hidden anymore. I don't feel hidden here. Sebastian's hypnotic, green eyes study my face. I wouldn't want you to, he pauses. You know, I've realized something too. What's that? That I may just do anything to see you happy, to see that genuine smile on your face. My lips slightly part from his bewitching comment. I feel the color pour to my cheeks, yet I do not feel the need to hide it from him. Really? You are the most intriguing creature I have met. I am cold, extremely cold. The wind blows against my skin harshly, sharp to the touch. My eyes open abruptly. All they see is the inky, vast night sky above. The array of tiny lights scattered about the black canvas seem to come closer, as if the sea of unknown is going to swallow me up. I look to the side, and I see the foundations of the large, endless trees, and they are too thick to reach my arms completely around. Standing up is tough, as the ground cannot stop moving. It feels like a giant water balloon is under my feet. Evangeline, someone calls, their voice growing closer with each second. Evangeline. My legs move in a sprint, but I do not seem to be going anywhere. Evangeline. My heart pounds like a drum caged in my chest, and when I look behind me, a giant, shadowy creature appears between the trees. Its red glowing eyes fixate on me before an alarming, hair-raising growl thunders from its throat. Immediately I run in the opposite direction, knowing that it is not far behind me. The trees wave back and forth like blades of grass submerged in water, and some come crashing to the hard forest floor. I climb over a tree trunk and come splashing into a shallow pool of water. My heart jolts from the sudden feeling, and my toes begin to turn blue. Evangeline, the voice calls for me again, so I hop out of the icy water and frantically search around me. Who are you? I shout. A growl erupts from behind me, and I look to see the beast drawing closer. Its canines drip a red substance, and its black fur seems to be in knots. It stalks towards me in an unearthly-like trudge, its limbs built to tear me apart limb by limb. Go away, I cry. Go away. The muddy ground devours my feet, holding me captive as the beast's scent crawls up my nose, making my face scrunch. The putrid smell causes my stomach to rise. I yank at my legs to free myself from the sinking mixture, but they do not budge. The growls grow louder, and ringing noises pierce my ears. Evangeline, Evangeline, go away. Air floods my lungs as if I am coming back to life. I fly up in the bed and breathe heavy, almost gasping. My hands fist the covers while my mind begins to realize that it was all just a figment of my disturbed imagination, a nightmare. I hear shuffling beside me, then his voice. Evangeline? Now embarrassed, I curse myself for reacting in such ways. Sorry. I shove the covers off of me and climb off the bed, bringing Sebastian to sit up and register what exactly is going on at 1 o'clock in the morning. I unlock the window and slide it open, letting the sounds of night flow into the room, and more importantly, a cool breeze. My skin feels hot and clammy. Evangeline, is everything all right? Yes, everything is fine. Sorry for waking you. I murmur to Sebastian while enjoying the breeze against my flushed face. More shuffling noises come from the darkness, and suddenly the bedroom light is turned on. Something ordinary has become alien to me. I stop my questionable thoughts for a moment. Since when did I think in such ways? Is it hot in here? He asks. It is now, I think to myself. Do you want to keep the window open? Oh, I just had a bad dream, that's all. About? You really want to know? I question him and lean back towards the window. He shrugs. As long as you are up, I am, and it might be nice to know what goes on in that head of yours. Okay, well, I was in the forest, and there was this wolf-like creature. It was chasing me, but I didn't feel like I was running. Everything seemed to be in slow motion, but whatever the beast was, it was just creepy. Now that I think of it, I might have had this dream as a child because it sounds really cheesy. Being chased by a monster, how original. Sebastian tiredly leans against the headboard. Maybe it means something. Really? I say and close the window back up before making my way to the light. Well, don't dreams have meanings? I can tell that he is fighting himself to stay awake. My heart warms at the idea of him waiting up so that I am not alone. Well, I don't know about any monsters chasing me anytime soon. I yawn and submerge us in darkness once again. You're scared of him, aren't you? What? I can hardly see Sebastian's figure, though moonlight eerily shines on half of his face, making him look unearthly. You fear that the man, the Alpha, is going to come for you. I don't know. I have been thinking about it a lot, I mutter and lay down on my side of the bed, or that is at least what I call it. I don't want you to worry. Then I won't. If only it were that easy. I hear him sigh. I hope you know that I'm going to handle all of this. You are the Alpha. I yawn again. All I want is for you to feel safe. You think that I don't? If any and everyone else were in my position, they would feel safe. It is almost impossible not to. I mean, you go to such drastic measures. I have never felt so protected, I assure him. A short moment of silence comes between us. You never face me. His voice is smooth and deep. I could listen to him talk all day without a complaint. You are always facing the other way when you sleep. I bite the inside of my cheek. You know, you speak your mind when you're tired. It's refreshing. You always have this intimidating aroma about you, but like this, when all the lights are off, I see past it. I was intimidated by you when we were first introduced. All I knew was that you were an alpha and that you were making me nervous. That and the fact that we are mates. Somewhat dizzy with exhaustion, I turn over and suck in a short breath when I notice Sebastian's handsome face and piercing eyes gazing back at me. You see, I mumble, facing each other is so intimate. I am no longer the only one who speaks their mind when they are tired, he tells me, though I am hindered by our closeness. Sleeping in the same bed together has become much more real. If I had no control over myself, if my mind was taken over by the animalistic side, I am sure my lips would be against his. The idea of it excites me. Thank you for protecting me, I whisper. Part of me wants the wandering thoughts to stop, but the other half wants to bathe in it. Thoughts of it begin to cloud my mind, taking over and pushing everything else out, as I can no longer remember any of them. The ideas of us together make my toes scrunch up and my body hot, as if the thermostat has been turned up all the way. Where are these thoughts coming from? Why am I feeling this way so suddenly? Sebastian's eyes seem to turn shades darker. Is he feeling the same? Immediately, I turn back to my other side, facing away from him. The covers are suffocating me, so I push them off, feeling the cooling night air stick to my skin. I cannot help but want to be closer to him, as close as we can be. Evangeline, he calls out, only fueling my fire even more. I have to go to the spare room. I blurt and rush out of the bed. I'm sorry. My head spins as I stumble down the hallway and track down my guest room. Once I push past the door, I hurry to the windows and slide them all open, letting the night air once again caress me. The drop in temperature cools me down instantaneously, and I fall back onto the bed, letting my body sprawl out over the duvet. My breaths are heavy as I calm myself down. One more second in that bedroom and I would have jumped on top of him, which is something I would never have planned in a million years. As the frigid air takes over the room, I begin to see my breath in front of me. My eyes drift closed. Arms yank me upright and keep me in place. My mind slowly begins to wake as I am lifted off of the bed. Warmth comes to me in the arms of my mate. The lovely feeling of his skin against mine causes my eyes to wave open and closed, seeing the blurs of light. My memory is foggy. I try to push myself more against him, soaking up the heat from his body. He carries me down the hall, yet I am focused primarily on the sensations that being in his arms is giving me. Evangeline, he mumbles my name, you are so cold. My eyes stay open and adjust to the light. I lean my head against his chest as he lightly kicks open the other door to his bedroom and brings me inside. Sunlight seeps through the windows and casts beams of light onto the floor. My eyes study my pale arms as they rest on my body. Hints of purple and blue can be seen in the undertones. Sebastian places me on the bed and throws the warm blankets over my chilled body. What happened? I mumble and enjoy the heat. You fell asleep with all the windows open, Evangeline. It is freezing in there, he reminds me. Stay in the bed, warm up. My eyes follow him as he moves about the room. Is it morning? Yes. My voice is gentle and sleepy. You're warm. Sebastian studies me before coming over and standing before me. He pulls back the covers and joins me underneath. I scoot back to give him space, but instead, Sebastian holds me against him, wrapping his large arms around me once again. The position is so comfortable that I find myself melting in his grasp. The warmth of his body defrosts me, but even if I am no longer shivering, I do not want him to let go. Not only does his touch play mercilessly with my nerves, but the sounds of his breathing has me more assured than ever. I am in the highest comfort deemed possible. The cloud I am floating on has my eyes fluttering closed. If it were not for the sunlight, I would be fast asleep. Are you comfortable? He asks me, and for a moment I think he is joking. There is no word to describe how comfortable I am. At this moment, I feel defeated, no longer hiding myself from him. We may have just met a few days ago, but Sebastian already knows my secrets. He already knows about my gifts and the people that may be hunting me. We have already slept in the same bed. As usual, I am split in two, as one side wants to do everything with my mate right now, and the other worries that the first will get their way. My life was slow and repetitive before crossing the stream, and now it is cluttered with drama, longing, and fear. Though being caressed in my mate's caring arms seems to hypnotize me, I cannot lose sight of what is important. I have to find out if this alpha really is after me. I know that I am assuming a lot from Henry's attack, but this is the only way to explain it as of now. This man and his father have kept my parents on edge, kept them from being with me. I will not let him suppress me too. Later in the day, after Sebastian left to continue with the searches, I find myself running into Henry. He is hopping around, no longer confined to the bed upstairs. Though his ankle is obviously in no condition for walking, Henry does not let that stop him. "Are you sure that's safe? What if you fall down the stairs?" Henry shrugs. "I've already done it a few times. The fear has faded, but I wanted to talk to you about something. Since I can't do much, I went down to Sebastian's office and searched through the books. A lot of them are super old, and I ended up finding one on myths. Evangeline, you're a myth." "I'm a myth?" I repeat him as I help him to the couch. "Well, technically you and everyone else with your ability. In the book, it's called The Daughters of the Moon Goddess. It talked about how they communicate with her because of a spiritual link. It runs in very few family lines, and that's talking about hundreds of years ago. Really, they couldn't emphasize enough on how rare it is, but it's there overall." I smile. "Yes, as a myth. But it's not a myth. You and your grandmother are living proof," he says excitedly. "I suppose so, but you're the only one who believes me. I'm not even sure if Sebastian does." "You told him?" "I had to eventually, with the attack and all. To make a long story short, I think the alpha of my old pack is trying to kill me," I explain. "Wait, that's one more person who believes in the ability." Henry rolls his eyes at my sarcasm. "So you think the men who attacked me are looking for you to kill you because of your ability?" I nod. "Wow, luckily I didn't tell them anything. I acted like I didn't know who you were." "Thank you." Henry leans back on the couch, getting comfortable as I sit down beside him. The book is on the second bookshelf, 2 shelves down from the top, and has a green cover. I think it's called Lycanthrope Mythology if you ever want to look at it. Bruiser comes moseying into the room before he jumps up on one of the seats across from us. Laying down, I have begun to love the dog, enjoying what it is like to have a pet. "He is always with you," I glance at Henry. "He is my dog." "When did you get him?" "About 3 years ago." Everyone was tense in the house. Sebastian was arguing with my father about taking over, and my mother was trying to get them to calm down. I just got sick of the yelling, so I took my dad's truck and drove to the closest town. "You went into a town?" I ask, extremely intrigued and curious. "What was it like? Could they tell you were different?" Henry takes a breath as if he is venturing back to the day in his mind. "It was eye-opening. I wasn't a very good driver. My dad taught me when he could, so I parked in this dirt lot. After that, I wandered down a street and went into the shops. The people, they were talking about what to have for dinner or how their daughter is getting married." "Married? What's that?" "It's a thing people do to connect themselves if they are in love. They put a ring on their finger, and it's a symbol of their union," he explains. My brows furrow. "Like mates?" "It's their version of it. They chose who they want to be with for the rest of their lives. They have no mate bond." "How odd," I murmur. "Could they tell you weren't human?" "They didn't have a clue. You know, our kind live among them, in the cities and towns. I told you that not all rogues are bad people. Some just want to live life out there where they are free." The longing in his eyes pulls at my heart. Henry wants to be free, out in the world, making his own decisions. He wants to live alongside the humans and follow their way of life. Anyways, there was an animal shelter in the town. I saw Bruiser and decided to take him home so that I could have a little piece of the town with me. "Why don't you go live out there?" "It's obvious that you love the idea of it." Henry sighs and shakes off my words. "I can't, Evangeline. I'm the Alpha's brother, Alpha Blood. If anything happened to Sebastian, I would take over, and if I find my mate, I don't know, maybe one day." The idea of towns and cities overwhelmed me. After living with my grandmother, secluded in the forest, this pack is to me as towns are to Henry. I am content here, satisfied here, and I believe I can be for the rest of my life. Henry is not like me, though. He craves more, to see and experience more. I hope he finds his way to the place he desires to be. He deserves that. Henry has a free soul, and he must express it. I always thought you were so happy. He looks at me, wanting to know more. I am happy. You would be happier out there. Until then, I'll be okay. Though I have not seen my mother in a decade, we now have something in common. Paranoia. The constant feeling of eyes on me is driving me to near madness. I am now doing things differently than I naturally would, reacting in other ways because the intense fear that he is watching me is always on my mind. Before I make a decision, something as simple as taking a sip of water, he pops into my head. Do I want to drink this in front of him? Marina has noticed this in the morning. She stares at me as I reluctantly eat breakfast. My eyes will glance out the window every few minutes before I take another slow bite. She has asked me if something is wrong, but I tell her no. The only places that I can find privacy are in rooms with no windows, or if the curtains are pulled closed. I can no longer fall asleep with the windows open either, even with Sebastian beside me. I worry that he will slip through and steal me away in the middle of the night. It is hard to fear someone you have never seen before. My dreams of being chased have continued, and I am convinced that the beast is him. A bloodlusting, thunderous, growling monster is his form in my head. I wonder if my mother has dreams about him, though hers must be different, more real and lifelike. Part of me dreams of changing his mind, convincing him that I am no demon, is no witch that is thirsty for power. My hopes for this died once Sebastian came back from the searches and told me that a guard had spotted something lurking between the trees. The guard explained that it was watching him, stalking him with intense eyes. Sebastian only told me this because I begged him to let me know if anything happens, as I knew he would not want me to worry, to feel unsafe. The guard chased after it until the watcher disappeared. The thing moved in a way that disoriented him, dragging him far from the group and into the dense forest, further into the unclaimed land. Sebastian told me that the unclaimed land is areas that belong to no packs, land free for rogues to roam. Grandmother and I lived on unclaimed land. Right after learning about the dangers of unclaimed land for a werewolf like her, I panicked and wanted to force her over. It was safer when she lived with grandfather, as they had each other to protect themselves. But now that she is aged and alone, dirty rogues can take advantage of her. I have also decided to call the bad rogues dirty rogues, as I believe they can clean up their act and become good. It makes me feel better about their situation. This morning, I find myself taking a few bites of breakfast only to look back out the window. My eyes scan the foliage, searching for others staring back at me. I have never caught anything, but that has not stopped me. I begin to hear Marina's voice in the background and another's, but I do not pay enough attention to unveil them. My eyes stare at the undergrowth as it seems to sway back and forth. Could be the wind, could be something peering through the dense leaves. My eyes study each gap, searching for the pair of eyes, searching for something. Evangeline. I jump in my spot as my heart jolts in my chest. Looking up, I see Sebastian standing in front of me. I take a deep breath and run a hand through my hair. You scared me. What are you looking at? He questions and scans the trees himself. Nothing. She's been looking out that window every morning. Marina confesses for me. I gaze up at her with pleading eyes, not wanting Sebastian to worry about me or think I am even more insane than before. You have? Sebastian focuses in on me, making me shrink. Why? I just look out the window. The scenery is beautiful in the morning. I lie, though I do enjoy the scenery. The birds' songs sound much more magical after the sun rises and the day is just beginning. Sebastian does not seem very convinced, but I did not expect him to be. Fiona, she wants to meet you. Fiona, Andrew's mate? The girl who let me borrow her clothes? Yes. I thought I could bring you over. Distract yourself for a bit, no more staring out windows, Sebastian says. Distract myself. That sounds nice. I can no longer escape from the pesky thoughts in my sleep, so a friend should do me good. I cannot keep bothering Henry whenever I want to chat about nonsense anyway. Fiona, I hope she is kind. I hope she does not mind that I borrowed her clothes when I first got here. Though I doubt Fiona would only want to meet me, so she can yell about how she despises sharing. I have never had a friend that is a girl, besides the moon goddess, but I do not label her as a friend. The moon goddess is more of a mother figure to me. Henry is the only friend that I have had that is a boy, which seems quite sad now that I think about it. A life in hiding is a life alone, I suppose. I should take advantage of this moment, enjoy making a new friend. My younger self would have conquered this opportunity with excitement and strive, determined to live life to the fullest. My younger self imagined herself playing and laughing with the other kids, watching down from the attic window with tears in her eyes. I have to do this for her. Sebastian, I grab his attention as I follow him along. I was looking for him in the forest. I know you were. Then why did you ask? I was hoping you'd say something different. I grab his arm, halting our movements for a moment. His eyes fall to the connection before looking into mine. I did say something different. Yes, but you're not a very good liar. I let go of his arm, missing the feeling of his skin against mine. The mate bond is sure to leave a longing in my heart. I don't want you to worry. Evangeline, he says my name, toying with my emotions. You believe a man is going to come and kill you. Because he might. You are frustrating, he exhales. How? This time he stops me from moving ahead. Because I could surround you with ways of protection, and you will still feel unsafe, still jump every time that alpha is mentioned. Because it is my fear, you cannot protect me from my fears, I dramatically say. The rest of the way is silent, not a word spoken by either of us until Sebastian brings me up to the house. He tells me that he will be back later after knocking firmly on the door. A girl opens it, maybe a year or two older than me. Fiona, I am assuming, reminds me of the dolls I used to play with. Her smile is sweet and inviting. Her hair is jet black and filled with shiny, large curls, and her entire aroma makes you want to please her. I look up at her with admiration, wanting to know how she makes everything seem dandy. You must be Evangeline. Her voice is something of an angel's, a voice you would want to sing lullabies, rocking you to sleep. Yes, I awkwardly spit out. I thought this was going to be easy, a walk in the park. How am I supposed to make friends with a perfect girl like her if I suddenly cannot remember my name? Fiona? I ask, hoping that the person in front of me is not Fiona so that I can get another chance. Of course, she says, following with a toothy smile, all her teeth being straight and white. Please come in. I'm so happy you're here. You're so pretty. Am I pretty? If I am pretty, she is something above gorgeous. Next to her, I probably resemble a troll, preferably one from under a bridge. I look back at Sebastian, wanting to know if he indeed sees Fiona as well. He seems to be. I'll be back to get you later unless you two end up at the house somehow, he tells me again. But this time I abruptly grab his hand, not wanting him to go. This feels all too familiar. He gives me a questioning look. I'll give you two a moment to say goodbye. Fiona blushes and politely closes the door. What's wrong, Evangeline? He asks, and I do not let go of his hand. My breaths quicken as the memories come back to me, though I am not sure why they are affecting me now. Sebastian has left me before this, leaving the house for the searches, for alpha duties, but for some reason this time it is different. Where are you going? To the west border, he tells me briefly. Are you all right? When will you get me? What time? Probably in a few hours, maybe more. Just get to know Fiona, have fun, and I'll be back. Sebastian makes a move to walk away, but my grip on him tightens, not letting him go. It is all coming to me. Her eyes gaze up at mine, the lovely chocolate color that usually brings a smile to my face, but this time I could not smile. I latch onto her arm tightly, with all the strength I have. Sweetheart, we'll be back in a few days, okay? Grandma will take care of you until then. I don't know Grandma, I mumble. Well, you can get to know her. She can play dolls with you. My mother strokes my cheek, wiping the stray tears from them. Don't cry. Daddy and I are coming back. I could see the pain in her eyes. Please don't go. Why can't I stay with you? The pack isn't safe right now. Once things clear up from the attack, I'll be knocking on the door, all right? I shake my head, gripping onto her tightly. Don't leave me. The tears continue to fall down my cheeks, only to have more follow behind. Please don't go. I'm sorry, sweetheart, she whispers while pulling her arm from my grasp. Daddy and I will be back. We'll be back, she calls to me as she hurries to my father in the distance. My grandmother holds on to my shoulders, stopping me from chasing after her. I sob, and I sob, and I sob. Mom, I shout at the trees. Mom, Evangeline? Sebastian's voice caresses me. Are you crying? Suddenly, my hand shoots up to my cheeks, and I fiercely wipe the tears off my face. No, I struggle to come up with the right thing to say. Turning away from him, I curse myself and fan my eyes with my hands. Sebastian grabs me and turns me back around, back facing him. What happened? What did I say? The concern is evident on his face, and I hate myself for making him feel this way. You didn't do anything. I don't know. Calm down, he tells me until some sort of realization comes to his eyes. He places his hands on either side of me, forcing me to look up at his handsome face. I'm coming back, okay? I'll be at the west border. Sebastian points in the direction. I'll be just over there. If you need me, tell Fiona, and she will take you to me. I nod. You know what? Just step outside, scream my name, and I will come running. I'm not going anywhere. I take few deep breaths, trusting Sebastian, trusting that I will see him again. Okay. Can I have a hug? Sebastian does not think twice before wrapping his arms around me. I take in his scent greedily and finally find myself relaxing. If you need me, I'll scream. I interrupt as we pull apart. At this moment, I feel close to him. I feel our bond strengthening, and it is a good feeling. Thank you. I watch Sebastian walk away for a few seconds before slowly opening the door and peeking inside. Fiona? I call into the house. Right here. She pulls my gaze aside, and I see her sitting in a small living room. You two are so cute. Please, come in. Once inside, Fiona offers me water and a snack, which I kindly refuse, so she leads me towards the living room. I sit down on a couch while she takes a chair across from me. Trying to act proper, I place my hands neatly on my lap. So I heard about how you and Sebastian met. Andrew told me the story. You are so brave for saving those rogues like that. She must not know that they were dirty rogues. Oh, it was a spur-of-the-moment kind of thing. I didn't know much about packs and how they work, but thank you. You were a rogue? Sort of. I lived with my grandmother, but before that, I belonged to a pack. How did you and Andrew meet? A smile lights up her face. Well, back before I met Andrew, I was a bit of a party girl. Oh my gosh, my friends and I used to drive all the way to the closest city and see what we could get ourselves into. One night, we were walking down the street, and across the road, Andrew was walking the opposite way. I felt it, the pull, his scent, and I knew he was my mate. I was so excited and taken by him that I stupidly stepped out into the road and almost got hit by a car. I don't know why, but for some reason, I thought that the world had suddenly stopped spinning for me. Andrew saw all this, obviously going through the feelings too, and he ran across the road, dodging cars to make sure I was okay. I watch her as she begins to fill with color, probably thinking back to the exact moment, remembering everything she felt. Right when I looked up at his face, I knew he was going to be the end of me. He changed me for the better, making me into the person I am today. I don't know where I would be without him, but I'm sure you know how it is. Sebastian, he looks at you with such adoration. Really? I let a small smile curve from my lips and a light blush coat my cheeks. Oh, it is as clear as day. I can tell that he cares about you, wants to protect you. A moment passes while I think about her words. Thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I'm assuming you got them back? Oh yes, Marina thanked me enough already, don't worry about it. My younger sister used to steal my clothes all the time. Your younger sister? Is she part of this pack? Fiona shakes her head, letting the curls bounce off of her shoulders. No, she's still at my old pack, but hopefully she'll find her mate soon. Do you miss your family? I ask. Maybe we could have this in common. All of the time. At first I was excited to leave home, start my own life, but now I try and visit them as often as possible. Our conversation continues, and I find myself enjoying her company. She was intimidating at first, but once I began to dig, Fiona became a normal person. All I had to do was open my mind and not worry about anything else, which was difficult at first. Sebastian kept coming to mind, making me wonder what he might be doing at that exact moment. Could he be thinking about me? Is it selfish to desire for his thoughts to be overrun by me? You're bringing me back to when Andrew and I first started off as mates. The glimmer in your eye, it will give you away every time. Fiona pulls me back down to earth. Mates, they make everything seem okay. They turn on the light when things get dark. They yell at you when you put yourself at risk. They make a crumbling world seem like a paradise, all to keep you happy. You'll think that you don't deserve him, or at least I did, but know that he is thinking the same way. My time in the attic was difficult. Not only was I very young, but I did not understand why I had to be hidden away. All I knew was that my ability held me back in some ways. It held me back from making friends with the other children. It held me back from learning with others. It held my mind back and caused me stress. Communicating with the moon goddess was a shoulder for me to lean on when I shouted that I could not go any further. When the desert sun boiled my back and the climb seemed too hard, she gave me a drink of water and threw me a rope. I counted on her, and for the most part, she answered my calls. I remember some days more clearly than others. The winter months blend together, mix into one long day, while the summer months are chopped up by the hour. I watched the snow from my attic window, the rain, the leaves falling from the trees. I would watch the children dance in the white fluff, stomp into puddles, and toss bundles of browns, oranges, and reds into the sky. My memories faded, and I no longer remembered what it was like to scream, laugh, and play. No matter the season, the attic always had a shadow cast over it. When I was not in the attic, I was downstairs with my mother and father, mornings for breakfast and nighttime for dinner. My lunch was brought to me by my mother, who regularly had the Luna over, though I never knew why. I do remember one day when I was playing with my dolls, and I heard loud voices erupting from downstairs. My feet scurried to the window, and I watched as a man came rushing out the front door. My mother followed quickly behind him, shouting that she had nothing to hide, but clearly she did. She told him to stop coming here, that it was an invasion of privacy with no reason behind it. They could not prove anything. Although the scene confused me as a child, it makes too much sense to me now. The next day we left for grandmother's. I did not understand for a long time. Why was I kept separate? Why could I not attend lessons with the other children? Why did I have to be utterly, terribly, and outright alone? I try to make sense of it all now, and I do. My childhood was stolen by a man whose face I have never met, a man so absolutely obsessed with seeking revenge. This stranger is turning my soul black with hatred. I hate him for snatching my early years. I hate him for ripping me away from my parents. And I hate him for making me jump every time there is a creak in the house. My mind is consumed by him, by this alpha. Why can I not live in peace? Why can I not grow with my mate without interruption? Why can I not escape him? All of this because of my ability, an ability I did not choose. I look out the window now and gaze into the trees. Night seeps around them as the sun drops west, replaced by the dim, dull moon. When I lay back and shut my eyes for the night, my mind conjures all kinds of terrors, and I cannot escape them. The forest floor is damp underneath my feet. Like a sponge, it sinks when I step, releasing a thick, dark liquid onto my toes. There is a dense fog engulfing the trees and brush, consuming whatever lay in its path. It sits in the air like a hefty smoke. I know it is here. I can feel it around me. I can smell the pungent stench that emits off of it. My nose scrunches from the foul reek, and my eyes water. I am tired of running, tired of screaming and shouting for my parents and my mate, for they never come. The moon casts the spotlight down upon me, and I hold my breath, waiting for the beast to appear and for the chase to commence. This time, though, I am exhausted from the running, falling, and stumbling back up again. Defeat is standing before me, and I want to reach out and give in. What if I feed the beast, give it what it wants? What will happen? The worst outcome would be that I die in my dream and wake up. A low, rough growl grabs my attention, and I spin around. The beast is here. My eyes squeeze shut, and I swallow hard. The beast is coming closer. My hands wrap into fists at my sides. The beast is running. The beast is running towards me, sprinting with pounding steps. I cannot do it. I open my eyes, but it is too late. The beast pounces and digs its long, bent claws into my stomach, tearing through my flesh. I spring up in the bed, breathing heavy and sweating profusely. The feeling of my stomach being dug into haunts my skin, making my head spin and my stomach bubble up in protest. Hot tears run down my cheeks with no sign of stopping. Immediately, I shake Sebastian awake selfishly. Sebastian, I frantically whisper his name. Sebastian! He wakes in a matter of seconds. Evangeline, he breathes out. What's happening? Did you have another nightmare? I'm sorry, I ramble. I didn't want to wake you, but the beast killed me. I let it kill me, and it tore open my stomach and... He hushes me and tugs me into his embrace. Familiar feelings rush through me, and I finally feel safe. It is in his arms where nothing can touch me, where not even the alpha can penetrate my mind. An invisible barrier is built between the world and us, and not even my fears can bust through. Sebastian gently strokes my hair as I lay in his hold, willing to push past my anxiety and nerves to only be with him. It may be the adrenaline from my nightmare or the overwhelming sensation of protection, but I rest my head on his chest and breathe in his scent, his delicious, addictive scent that sends me into a state of complete assurance. My face does not flush multiple shades of pink and red, my body does not become hot and bothered, and my head does not overthink. I merely lay and savor the tranquility. Sitting in one of the chairs in front of Sebastian's desk, I watch him as he prepares for the call. This specific phone call is with a high member of my old pack, possibly the beta or even the alpha. We are both unsure of who will answer the phone, and if it is indeed the alpha, I may just fall out of my seat. The thought of hearing the monster's voice makes me sick to my stomach. Sebastian glances up at me, telling me that he is about to call. Remember, Evangeline, you are not here. I nod. Sebastian places the call on speaker so I can hear the conversation. My heart jerks when the ringing begins. Finally, an answer. Yes? The anonymous voice comes through, and my eyes shoot up to my mate. Hello, this is Alpha Tate. May I ask who I am speaking with? This is Alpha Ken. I have to say, I was not expecting your call. May I ask the cause of it? The voice makes me suck in a sharp breath. Alpha Ken, that has to be the man. My Luna was part of your pack as a child, and she is interested in learning more about the pack currently. Would you mind if I ask a few questions? Sebastian says smoothly as I view the entire ordeal on the edge of my seat. Shouldn't I be speaking with your Luna? The voice taunts me. Unexpectedly, Sebastian motions for me and I panic. He cannot be serious. I cannot talk with that monster. When he motions for me again, I hesitate before standing up and wandering over. He grabs my hand and places me in front of the phone, his lips close to my ear. Hello, this is Evangeline. Thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. I repeat the words as Sebastian whispers them in my ear. I want to run away, straight out of this room. If it was not for Sebastian's touch and him telling me what to say, I am sure that I would end the call and hide under a bed. Oh, don't you sound sweet? The alpha coos. Go ahead, ask away. I swallow and listen to Sebastian closely. How long have you held the alpha position? Almost 9 years. It is not him. The alpha that torments my family held position when I was a part of the pack 10 years ago. Relief takes over me, and I catch myself leaning against Sebastian. And you took over after your father? I ask, Sebastian reminding me that the conversation is not over. No, Alpha Ken corrects. I replaced my uncle. May I ask why you replaced him? You know, these questions are becoming quite specific when I believed you wanted to know about the entire pack. Suddenly, I pull away from Sebastian and place both my hands on the desk. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit too curious, that's all. Excuse my digging. My voice is light and kind, something I must have picked up from Fiona. No, it's all right. My uncle, he became a tad too unstable for the position, and it was time someone fresh took over, he explains. And you treat your members well? Only the best. And your uncle, where is he? I ask. The line goes silent for a moment, and I begin to feel nervous. Have I ruined our chances? Do you know my uncle Evangeline? The alpha questions me, and I tumble into Sebastian's seat, sitting where he usually is, at the head of the room. Well, he was the alpha when I was a part of the pack. I just want to know what he is doing now, if he still contributes. I have not seen him in years. After a few more questions to cover our real reason for calling, I set the phone down and look to Sebastian. He is leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Well, at least we know he is nowhere near my old pack. At least he's no longer in power, I say softly, not wanting to disrupt the calm vibe of the room. Did I say the right things? Yes, he speaks up. You did well. I stand up from his chair and steadily approach him. Is everything all right? Yes, I am just thinking. About? His eyes find mine. How I can nip this in the bud. Sebastian never clarified if he believes me or not, if he deems my ability to be the truth. He is taking my situation seriously, and that is enough for me. I do not care if he believes me anymore, because he cares enough to help me with my problem, to help put an end to this alpha so desperate to end my family line. This is not about my ability to him. This is about my safety. All this time he has strived to protect me, to make sure I am comfortable and happy. I do not need to know if he thinks this is all crazy and insane because he cares enough to see past it. The bond between us grows stronger every day, pulling us closer together. The anxiety and intimidation I felt when we first met are withering away. After sharing my ability and the story from my grandmother with him, I am beginning to realize that he knows a significant amount about me and my past, yet he shares so little about himself. Later in the night, just before bed, I find myself sitting under the covers, watching him. Sebastian, I grab his attention. Where are your parents? Why do you ask? He questions me while shutting off the light as if he does not want to carry on with the conversation. I am just curious to know more about you, about your family. My parents left. They are probably in California, he tells me briefly. I do not know where California is, but it sounds magical. His parents must be fulfilled there. They are rogues? Technically, yes, but they have alpha blood, so other werewolves will know that they are not just normal rogues. I nod. Do you miss them? No. Sebastian gets into the bed, but I refuse to lay down. Why's that? Because I don't. I cross my arms. And you call me frustrating. I can hardly see the rolling of his eyes in the light given from the moon. The tones of blue and green send a romantic cast over the room, but Sebastian's eyes keep me from fully admiring it. I'm sorry, Evangeline, he says half-heartedly. Now please lay down, get some sleep. But I wanted to talk about your. Suddenly he pulls me down, keeping only an inch between our faces, our lips. My breath is caught in my throat, and Sebastian presses his lips to mine. It is unique, the feeling of a kiss. Sebastian's lips caress mine, sending an unforgettable sensation throughout my body. There is an ignition inside of me, and I have the opportunity to back away, to push myself off of him, but I cannot. Half of me is gripped on tight, not willing to put an end to the pleasant feeling on my lips and in the pit of my stomach. His hand rests on the side of my face, holding back any stray hairs from slipping down and interrupting. It is a gentle kiss, no force, just pure instinct. When it does come to an end, I find myself wanting more. There are no words spoken between us. Sebastian pulls me into his hold and continues to embrace me through the night. No nightmare or terror comes to me, but a dream instead. A dream about my mate, about our kiss, and so much more. My mind will not let go of the feeling. When we connected, it felt overwhelmingly right, as if my lips were only to be used by his, only to be enjoyed by him, and the other way around. I want to kiss again, to kiss every time I see his handsome face, or every time he avoids my questions, or every time we are laying in bed and about to drift off. Maybe I am addicted to the feeling. It is around 3 a.m. when a disruptive and firm knock breaks out on the other side of the bedroom door. My eyes fly open, and my heart hurtles from my chest. Sebastian's arms tenderly let go of me as he gets up and walks to answer it. It all seems like part of my dream that the bedroom door has now become the front door. Who is here for a visit today? I steadily sit up and rub my knuckles into my eyes. When Sebastian opens the door enough to reveal little, the light from the hallway trickles in. Andrew, what is it? His voice is rough, making me pay attention. I only hear murmurs of Andrew's voice, not enough to make out words. Who was it? Sebastian glances back at me, and I straighten up. I have to go, he says, and I swiftly climb out of bed. I'm coming with you. Evangeline, I locate the robe and wrap it around my body. I'm coming with you, unless you are suddenly charging into battle, he sighs. I grab Sebastian a shirt and hand it to him at the door. He takes it and lets me through. Andrew greets me, and the three of us head out of the house. The temperature outside seems to be merely freezing, so I stay close to my mate and keep my arms close to my body. Where are we going? To the west border, Andrew informs me. There has been a killing. A killing? Who was killed? I look up at Sebastian. A guard. A man I trusted. Andrew explains further. You could say he was our most valuable guard, someone with substantial experience. The moon glares down at us as the frigid breeze strokes my cheeks. The night seems darker. The stars are sparse, and gloomy clouds cover our only source of light. Is he here? Is he watching? It is quiet around us, the only significant sounds being that if our footsteps through the damp grass, my ears wait for the crack of a twig or the rustle of a brush. You can go back, Sebastian tells me. No, I have a feeling that this happened because of me. The leaves are wet and molded together. It had rained, but I did not hear the pattering in my sleep. The atmosphere clings to my skin, cold, soggy, and thick. Andrew peers back at us, most likely confused by my words. How could Evangeline be the cause of a man's death? The closer we get, the tighter my chest grows. Soon we are engulfed by the trees and other voices reach my ears. My chest hurts. Andrew brings us up to a group of 5 men, guards, as they all surround one thing, a body. Their eyes fixate on their alpha, the ringleader, before falling upon me. I can almost hear the questions floating in their heads. Why is she here? Who is she? What does she have to do with this? I know the answer, but it would take a while to explain. My eyes find the courage to eventually look towards the body, seeing dark, almost brown liquid staining his skin and the grass beneath. The man is nude but covered in specific areas. The smell of death and blood is potent, yet I seem to be the only one affected by it. The body is mutilated. If I had known the man before, I would not be able to recognize him now. It is as if the beast has gotten him and has torn into his stomach. There are gashes along the body, deep enough to give my eyes a view of the inner workings. I cannot help but look away. It is all too gruesome, too grim. I grab Sebastian's hand, letting the relaxing sensations cleanse me. Evangeline, I think it is best if you go, he tells me. It's because of me, isn't it? Because of me, a man is dead, I say all too loudly. The guards turn to me again, this time no longer covered by solemn expressions. All right, he says lowly, I think you better go back to the house. Calm down, go back to bed. I want to stay, I want to cling to him, but the smell of slaughter is drawing me away. This man did not deserve to die, but he did because I am here. The Alpha knows where I am, and he no longer needs to ask questions. My feet carry me back through the trees, but I can hardly focus. Like in my dream, they seem to sway and blend, then sway apart again. My knees buckle, and I grip a near tree to steady myself. I had never seen a dead body before. The smell, the sight, it's sickening. And even more sickening because I caused it. I can no longer hold it down, the contents of my stomach empty onto the forest floor. My head spins as I hunch over. I did this, I croak into the dense air. This death is not your burden, her voice wraps around me. They're after me, I know it. They're going to kill everyone until they get to me. Obsession is a weak man's game. I look up at the moon goddess. Is he going to kill me? She glows amongst my gray surroundings as if the moon is primarily focused on her. Death comes to those who are unwilling to fight. You are willing, Evangeline. I'm not a killer. My grandmother fought back, and she ended up stabbing the man in his chest. You are not your grandmother. I'm worse, I mutter and stand up. Death, it did not even affect the others at all. Even my mate was straight-faced. They have seen it all too many times, perhaps. I looked like a fool, a weak girl who had to cover her eyes from the reality in front of her. A truth that she molded with her own bare hands, finishing the work of her mother and grandmother before her. I make my way out of the trees and towards the house. Now would be an excellent time to strike, would it not? I am all alone. The Alpha is distracted along with many guards. Why does he not just get it over with? Why does he have to kill others, as if there is an army before me? Does he savor the chase? The house is quiet, not a creak or bump. I shrug off the robe and hang it back in its place before shutting the curtains. The door is closed, and I have a view of everything around me, not giving a chance to hidden crevices. I leave the light on, knowing that if I fall asleep, the beast will attack me. There is no place that I am safe besides my mate's arms, which is dangerous. I sit in the bed with my head in my hands, tempted to lay back and close my eyes. It is not worth the nightmares, especially if Sebastian is not here when I wake up sweating and pale. My eyes begin to burn from the bright artificial light. I shield it away with my hands and peer to my lap. I hate the power he has over me, for I cannot sleep alone anymore, and he probably loves it. Stupidly, I fall back against my pillow and stare up at the ceiling, self-sabotaging. I will not fall asleep without Sebastian. I will stay awake and wait for him to come back. This man, he is making me depend on my mate, I say out loud to keep myself awake. He is making me weaker. I used to venture around the forest alone without a care in the world, and now I can't even sleep alone. I can't sit in a room for over 5 minutes and not look out all of the windows. He is turning me into my mother. Arguing with myself is what I have come to. It would be selfish to hope for Sebastian to hurry back. Am I in that dire need of him enough to steal him away from a dead man? I take a deep breath and close my eyes. My thoughts whirl around in my head like a carousel ride, and I am strapped to it. I spin with the chaos until suddenly the ride stops, and I find myself slipping into a risky slumber. The current of warm water beats repetitively on my back. My hair sticks to my neck like a heavy blanket, and the water travels through it, then down my spine. The water has washed away any trace of tears and panic from my muted face. My eyes watch my feet. My mind is cluttered with memories and images, none of them in the correct order. It was horrific. The beast has already killed me, and I stared as it tore apart my mate. He screamed, but I could not get to him. I was lying dead on the forest floor. He did not see me, but I watched as he begged for his life. I watched as he was refused. No matter how hard I convinced myself that none of it was real, tears still drop and join the powerful rays rushing past me. I did not know what to do, so I stripped off my clothes and stepped into the shower. It was like seeing a limb being cut from my own body, feeling each stab and slice as the blade works through my skin, muscle, and finally hits bone. I hated it. I hated every second. His emerald eyes continue to haunt me as they plead for mercy. My mind cannot seem to grasp that it did not happen, as everything felt dreadfully real. I lean against the shower wall and absently shut off the water, leaving myself cold. When I step out and change my clothes, I take a deep breath before returning to the bedroom. Mentally, I do not want to. It reminds me of the state I was in after waking. Evangeline? Sebastian is standing at the foot of the bed, and I inhale greatly. Sunlight pours through the windows, which it did not before. Yes? When did you wake up? He asks and sits down on the bed, crinkling the covers. Around 4. I wasn't very tired when I got back. 4 o'clock? Sebastian repeats. We left at 3. I came back, fell asleep for a bit, and woke up at 4. He runs a hand through his beautiful hair. Seeing him makes the images leave my mind, freeing me from their temporary chains. Haven't we been over this? Over what? The fact that you are a terrible liar. I cross my arms. Well, maybe you just excel in catching lies. It was a dream again. It couldn't go back to sleep afterward. I'm sorry. I didn't think when I told you to go back without me. The concern in his eyes makes me curse myself. You shouldn't have to, he sighs. You have to get more sleep. I'll stay with you. No. You probably have a lot to do with what happened. I'll be fine. I'll distract myself. Henry and I walk around outside as he refuses to stay in and rest his ankle. He is the only bandaged one among us, for my head has healed to a point where a wrap is no longer needed. The grass is dry, and we travel through it on a random path to nowhere. Henry wanted to come outside and enjoy the last bit of fall before winter comes and coats the grass white with its harsh winds and ondings. Today the weather is nice, not too cold, as if the sun has decided to shine one last time before night takes over. I did not look out the window this morning. This morning I realized something. If this alpha is going to come for me, there is no point in hiding. He has killed an innocent man, and I am sure he is willing to commit such a crime again. Staring paranoid out a window will not keep me any more safer than I am outside. It is silly to believe that walls will keep the danger out. Danger always finds a way to creep in and attack from behind. When you are least expecting it, that is when. I notice Henry studying my face. You look tired. Did you fight and sleep apart? I roll my eyes playfully, though I do not feel playful at all. I feel crummy, worn out and irritable, like a child who has been kept awake for too long. I didn't sleep well last night, that's all. I heard about what happened last night. I heard that you went along, he tells me, reminding my nostrils of the unforgettable smell. Was that your first time seeing a dead person? Yes. This may surprise you, but I haven't had the chance before. Sarcasm drips from my voice. You wanted to come out here only to walk? Not that you can do much anyway, but we're right beside the house. Sebastian asked me not to go on any adventures until I'm fully healed up. Amused, I smile while watching his face. And you listen to him? Don't you? Well, yes, but he is my mate. I know he only wants the best for me. And you, but you're brothers. How can you obediently follow? He probably knows what's best, so I might as well listen. It would be hard to move around in the forest anyway, and if anything were to happen, I wouldn't be able to get away like I did last time, he admits, realizing the points behind his brother's orders. He spends more time thinking. I spend more time doing. I might be in that boat with you. Oh, but you'll have to learn to think things over before you act upon them. You're the Alpha's mate, the Luna. He brags as if he has gotten away scotch-free. And you don't? No, because I don't have any official title, hence no official authority, so I get to act right away. I sigh and cross my arms jokingly. Well, that's not fair. What if I want to act recklessly? You can't. You're the Alpha's mate, he chants. If you weren't injured, I would push you over. I don't feel like leadership material. I'm not courageous, witty, charismatic, mindful, strategic, ruthless, Henry cuts in. Yes, I'm not ruthless. Does it bother you that Sebastian is? I stop walking and glance up at Henry. His eyes are gazing somewhere else. He does what he has to do, what he feels is necessary. Henry looks back at me. People change each other. What does that have to do with anything? It's just a thought. We turn around and head back towards the house. The temperature for the day has reached its peak, and soon it will come tumbling down in preparation for the night. The leaves on the trees are blown about, sending a whooshing sound whispering through the air. What will happen to the body? What do they do with it? I ask him. They might bury him if he has no family. If he does, the family will decide. I hope he has a family. Me too. The house draws closer until I find myself climbing up the steps and entering with Henry at my side. Marina is in the kitchen, preparing for dinner, and I sit and watch her from the counter, never looking out the window once. Henry chats, casually as I lean back and observe. I could have been that man last night, cold and alone with no family to bicker over what to do with my body. No sobbing and uncontrollable emotions surging through them as I lay empty. If I stayed with grandmother, would I have died alone? What if there was never a pull convincing me to cross the stream? What if my grandmother passed and left me to perish slowly until an abrupt and final end? I am hoping that the man did not feel this way. I am hoping that he was surrounded by friends, if not family, before the attack. It is always easy to convince yourself that the positive option is the truth, but it is easier to believe that he did indeed die entirely alone. It is even easier to trust that I would have to. The house is empty. My grandmother is gone. 2 guards wait outside as I roam through the vacant space. Everything is still here. The furniture, some clothes, food. It is like she just disappeared. Right when I came through the door and called through the house, realizing that she is not here, I panicked almost to the point of an attack. Immediately, I blame it on the Alpha, as my mind cannot conjure up any other guilty man. After shouting at the guards to search the area for her, I scavenge for a note, possibly saying that she has gone away. Once I find none, tears spring to my eyes and my heart squeezes tightly in my chest, the pounding shielding any other sounds from slipping in. What if he took her? What if he killed her? The thoughts rush as if the dam holding them back finally broke. The house is silent besides the frantic sounds of my breathing mixed in with a sob every few seconds. I fall to my knees and hide my face with my hands. He is watching me, isn't he? He's enjoying the scene of me in shambles. I continue to cry on the floor, feeling defenseless. A sudden anger bubbles up inside, and I feel my cheeks flush with heat. Promptly, I get up and hurry up the stairs. My bedroom door is cracked open, and I push it the rest of the way, showing a bedroom I once used to recognize. Everything is in the same spots as before. Nothing moved an inch, but I feel like I no longer belong here. Glaring out the window, I search for something: my grandmother, the alpha, anything. Extremely frustrated, I rip my bedding off of the mattress and shout when it will not let go. Heading into her bedroom, I scan the area again. Being as thorough as I can be, my hands fist my hair when I find nothing in return. My chest rises and falls dramatically as I fly back down the stairs and rush outside. One of the guards is running towards the house. "Did you find her?" I yell, but he replies with an expected no. "Would you like me to get the alpha?" I hesitate. Yes, please get him. The other guard must still be searching, and I watch until the messenger disappears into the trees. They watch me, they witness all, and they must be laughing at me now. These towering beings see everything that happens in this forest, every death, every plead, and it is all embedded in their trunks. If you hold your palm against the bark, you may just be whispered the secrets they keep. They will tell you how a foolish girl stumbled onto taken land, and they will confess how she ended up getting everyone killed. If you are lucky enough, you just may hear a cry. I sulk back into the house and slowly close the door behind me. My back is against it, the wood being the only thing keeping me up, and I stare into the hotbed of memories. Her scent is sparse in the air. The open cabinets, the missing clothes, the sense of trepidation, it all shows the effects of a story that I may never hear. The curtains are pulled shut when they are usually all the way open, left that way so the house is never gloomy. It all hints to one final answer, an answer I cannot get my hands on. Did she also fear his stalking eyes? Did he force his way in? Did she leave in a hurry? "Where are you?" I murmur. My hands curl around the fabric before tugging the curtain open, letting a filtered ray of the drab light show through. Minuscule dust particles swirl in the air, dancing in the gleam, adding to the empty feeling and aroma of the space. I hate it, feeling like I never grew up here. It is a different place now that my grandmother is not here. It is no longer a haven or opportunity to be free, but an abandoned house lost in the center of an observing wood. The second step to the porch no longer means anything without my grandmother. A decade of my life is gone, vanished. A desolate hole lays in the timeline of my life, a period that taught me so much, forgotten about. My grandmother would not just leave me on purpose. There has to be a reason. My fingers trail along the back of the couch, thinking back to when we spoke only a few days ago in this exact spot. She told me everything I needed to know. A sudden rustling from outside causes my ears to perk up, and I swiftly open the door, expecting to see Sebastian or the guard. When no one immediately comes into view, I try to look further out. Nothing. Evangeline? Off to the side, I see Sebastian coming over with the guard close behind him. "What's going on?" he calls to me, and I hurry over. "My grandmother, she's gone. She's not in the house. She's not in the forest. It's bizarre, and something happened, I know it," I ramble. "She wouldn't leave without a purpose. I looked through the entire house and I couldn't find anything." He turns to the guard and tells him to continue searching, and then he leads me back inside. Once the door is closed behind us, I feel all my emotions surfacing again. I can't do this anymore. He's getting to me, Sebastian, and I can't take it anymore. With the nightmares, the dead body, my grandmother missing, I can't take it anymore. There is not one day where he is not either tormenting me in here, I point to my head, or out there. All I want to do is find him and kill him. I don't care how many people are in my way, he cannot take my grandmother from me. What's next, huh? Is he going to try and take you too? Evangeline, please. Do not tell me to calm down. My grandmother is probably dead. My parents are probably dead. And it's all because of this alpha who I'm not even sure is real. All because of what? An ability I can't even prove. Tears of fury stream down my face. He's going to take you from me. He's going to take you from me. He's going to take everyone until I am all alone and defenseless, so I can die knowing that I'll have no one. Sebastian roughly places both of his hands on either side of me, forcing my eyes to look up at his handsome face. No matter how loudly I shout, he does not seem visibly affected, turned away. Take a breath. I obey. Now, nothing can be done if you waste time yelling and crying about it. I know this may seem harsh, and I am only telling you this because I care about you, but you have to stop panicking. Your grandmother is missing, and you're scared. So what are you doing to do about it? I swallow. I'm going to relax and think. Yes, think before you act. You sound like Henry. I let a small smile appear on my face as I clear the tears from my cheeks. He says that you think before you act, and I have to. Finally, he says something useful. Sebastian jokes in a brotherly way. See, you are relaxing. You cannot conquer with a clouded mind. Killing someone is so intimate, so personal, and the words simply tumbled out of my mouth. This man, could I do it? The hurting part of me, maybe, the part that shoved all those words from my lips just moments ago. Surely it is easier to imagine myself ending the life of the beast in my nightmares. But a man, the begging will most likely break me. To think I held a gun to my head only a while ago. If my grandmother heard what I said, I do not know what she would think. It is possible that she might understand, being that the Alpha probably stole her away and is currently making her suffer. I should not think in such ways, but my mind seems to only think of the negative possibilities. It is much easier to imagine them, especially with all this violence crowding around me lately, though technically I am bringing it to myself. Sometimes I catch myself imagining what it would be like to have met Sebastian and have no worries like the ones prodding at me now. Would I know him better? Would he be more open without all this stress? I internally sigh and shake the ideas from my head. There is no use in daydreaming. After hesitantly leaving the house, I agree to go back to pack territory. Sebastian is keeping guards on the lookout, and some taking time here and there to search further. Guilt surges through me. I should be looking for her, yet unlike the trained guards, it would not take much to bring me down. Sebastian convinces me that if she is around, that they will find her and bring her back to me. I trust him, but part of me still wants to run through the forest, yelling her name. It must be the most dangerous idea I have come up with yet, as the Alpha and his minions could be roaming on the unclaimed land. The concept that he has people working for him is ultimately my theory. Nothing proved at all. It makes sense to me, though. It answers my question of how I am constantly watched. The Alpha has to sleep, or at least I think, so someone must take over for him. Or he could be something more beastly than a werewolf. What if he needs no sleep? What if he is really some sort of monster? My head is getting to me. It is not the Alpha who needs a night's rest, it is me. The next day, I find myself creeping into Sebastian's office to take my mind off of my grandmother. I am not sure I am allowed to be in here alone, so I make my mission quick and locate the book Henry told me about. Second bookcase, 2 shelves down, with a green cover. The words are jumbled up with the rest of my memories. Lycanthrope mythology. The book cover reads in a delicate calligraphy. Quickly, I take it and return to the living room. The book looks to be decades old. Definitely passed down through generations. Now that I think about it, almost all the books in Sebastian's office seem to be aged and fragile. I gently open the book up and scan the pages. Distractions are everywhere, as so many interesting topics flash by each page, and I find it difficult to focus on my own myth. Finally, I locate it and begin to read. Most of it revolves around the moon goddess, which I expected. It continues to go on about how a woman could link herself to the goddess through an extremely dated ritual. After this, the woman and her daughters would keep this connection. The connection consists of the ability to converse and visually see the moon goddess, which is accurate, but then it talks about harnessing her powers. I suppose they could not get everything right. Maybe that is why the Alpha is so threatened by us. If somehow he read something like this, then he might believe I have the moon goddess's power to take over. I knew just communicating could not be enough. It would be nice to be a goddess, so mystical and poised, intelligent and gorgeous, though I harness none of her powers, and if I did, I am sure I would know by now. If we did have even a smidge of her abilities, my mother and I could be together again. This Alpha would not be a problem, as getting rid of him would be a breeze. If only. The book keeps my attention as I wait for somebody to come back with news on my grandmother. The other myths are astounding, and it makes me wonder if they are also true. One of them being the Moonlight Wolves, a pack that existed way back whose members were immortal, recharging themselves under the moon's luminous glow. Though I doubt this one, it entertains me and fills me with a childlike wonder. I see why Henry reached for this book now. What are you reading? Glancing up from the thick pages, I see Sebastian standing in front of me. My mind is so consumed with the stories that I did not notice him come in, which is rare. This book about myths. Henry told me about it since he found my ability in it. And what myth are you? He sits down beside me as I flip back to the page. It's called The Daughters of the Moon Goddess. I hand him the book, and he looks over the pages. Some of it is true, but most of it is not. Daughter of the Moon Goddess, he murmurs, almost to himself. Well, that explains your beauty now, doesn't it? Color stains my cheeks. Well, thank you. He looks up at me, directly into my eyes, only making the color more vibrant. My thoughts on kissing get cut short by Marina, telling me that dinner is ready. Later in the night, I take the book upstairs with me and place it on the bedside table. Maybe if I get another nightmare, I can read and let the book distract me. I do not find myself needing the book, though, as Sebastian takes me in his arms again, holding me close enough to make my eyes flutter shut in a few minutes. The curtains are open, and the crevices are free for shadowy figures, but I could care less. Not only have I given up on my extreme paranoia, but in Sebastian's arms, I have no fears, no worries whirling through my mind. In his arms, everything is peaceful. My thoughts on killing flee my mind, freeing me of the heavy chains. Tonight, there's no death in my dreams, only eternal life. Please, tell me you found something, I ask the guard as they return from the latest and most likely the last search. The guard tells me the usual, and my shoulders fall, disappointed and weighed down by worry. I could take this information two ways. The first is that she could still be alive, and the second is that she could be high above us. As always, it is easier to visualize the second. Are you sure you found nothing? How far out did you go? The guard looks down at me, pitying my desperation. We went out farther than the last time and saw nothing but forest. I'm sorry, Luna. Where is Sebastian? Heading in the guard's direction, I find my mate close by talking with Andrew. He notices me, most likely seeing the depression in my expression and movements, so he must know that she was not found. Nothing, again, I tell them. The guards went even further this time. Evangeline, knowing what he is going to say, I interrupt him. No, it's all right. They have been searching for days, almost 2 weeks. I should have seen this coming after the first. These last 2 weeks felt more like 2 months. Though I am able to combat the dreams, my thoughts are littered with the Alpha and what he has done to her. None of them are pleasant. Most of them leave me trembling. It is during times like these when I wish I had more control over my mind. Throughout these weeks, I have managed to distract myself a couple of times, one of them being with Fiona. She came over to the house, and we talked more about the city, which is something she is very familiar with. Henry would have loved to join the conversation, yet he was off with Bruiser. After a while, we switched to the topic of my grandmother, which I wanted to avoid at first, but once the words left me, it felt good to get it all off my chest. Not only is Fiona skilled at conversing, but she is a keen listener as well. She did not tell me that my grandmother is going to be okay, and she did not tell me that she is probably dead. Fiona simply listened. It was a difficult conversation to have without Fiona knowing about the Alpha and all the details, but she did not seem to mind. A few days later, I spent a lot of time with Marina, who is a fascinating person now that I have taken the time to get to know her. She has been a part of the Tate Pack for as long as she has lived, which intrigued me. Answering my questions, Marina explained how she lost her father during an attack. He was a guard and died as a result of Alpha Tate wanting to be the strongest pack in history. This was Sebastian's grandfather, which explains the result of his father. I was angry with the Alpha. I wanted him dead, she told me. My father died because of that man's selfish decisions, and being around your age, I thought I couldn't do anything about it. So I didn't. I was stronger than I thought, and it fulfills me to know that you see the power in yourself. I hear things you know, and I may not know everything, but whatever is tormenting you, I know you can handle it. Her words had a great effect on me. After that day, I felt more confident, more determined to fix everything. My grandmother's disappearance has created another mountain on my path, but but I cannot let her down by losing myself trying to make my way around it. There is a chance that one right move will trigger a chain reaction. Towards the end of this 2-week period, I had taken Sebastian's advice and thought before acting upon my ideas. My greatest desire is to stop this alpha, end his obsession, and strive to pin my grandmother, my mother, and I down. The only problem is, I have no clue how I am going to achieve this. He is always watching, but I can never catch him. I can never see him. Guards have been searching the forest, and the only result of it was a spooked man and a dead one. The guard who got away did not supply us with any helpful descriptions, even if it was the alpha or not. Remembering my theory that people may be helping him is vital. At first, I believed that he wanted me dead, but that does not explain why I am not already killed. Surely he could have done it by now. His frightening dedication conveys that. So why is he holding back? Is the alpha waiting for something specific to happen? There are too many unanswered questions, and I do not know how to begin solving them. The Alpha Ken provided me with the facts that he is no longer in power and that no one has seen him in years. Maybe he can give me more. Maybe I can work with him. There is a possible chance he will not want to work against his uncle, but he did not sound too proud of him on the phone. If there is a chance that we can work together, I will take it. With my idea fresh in mind, I hurry outside and across the pack land to where Sebastian told me he would be with Andrew. After my disappointment yesterday, this will definitely give me hope. Instead of finding Sebastian, I come upon 2 rather large wolves, tackling, tossing, and growling at each other. With another minute, I recognize Sebastian's scent, telling me that he has to be one of the wolves. Their battle looks to be nothing other than a game. Coming closer, I catch myself in a laugh when one lunges towards the other, but meets the patchy grass with a thud. The 2 notice me and put an end to their match, and when they shift back, I look away with rosy cheeks. "Keep trying, buddy," I hear Sebastian's voice. Glancing back, I see my mate clothed walking alongside Riker. I do not waste a second before spilling my idea. "Sebastian," I rush to him. "I know what I want to do about the Alpha." Riker leaves us and Sebastian gives me the go-ahead. "All right, let's hear it." "I want to work with Alpha Ken if he can. He knows the most about the Alpha, and I think with his help, I can put pieces together and figure this all out. Maybe I can call him, tell him about everything, and he'll open up more. Maybe I can visit the pack, since I don't expect him to come here, and I can learn more that way." Sebastian looks uneasy. "I don't know, Evangeline. I can't trust him. But we called him before? Calling is different than visiting, and going by yourself is a definite no." Not willing to give up, I continue on. "I won't go myself then. I can go with guards like I did when walking to my grandmother's. They can stay with me, watch over me, protect me if anything happens. Please, Sebastian." I grab his hand and use a similar face to the one I persuaded my grandmother with. This one is less childish, though. "Please, I need to learn more about him." "I'll think about it," he says. "In the meantime, call and ask. You don't even know if you are welcome yet." "All right, I will. Thank you." I wish I could read his mind. At least then I will know what he is thinking. I cannot help but believe there is another part of him that I have yet to uncover. I know the protective, intimidating side of him, but there has to be another. The side that knows why he does not miss his parents. The side that trusts. The side that he keeps so deeply hidden from me. That is the one I want to reveal. Sadly, I tend to have too many ambitions at once. Focusing on them all is hard. I locate the phone number on a piece of paper with other detailing on it. The paper is in the same corner it was before, held securely underneath the phone itself. Taking it, I also grab the phone and dial in the digits before I become too anxious. All in one breath, I hold the phone to my ear and squeeze my hands into fists at the familiar ringing sounds. "Alpha Tate, you call again?" I suck in a gulp of air. "This is Evangeline, his, Luna." "Oh, Evangeline, yes, of course," his voice picks up. "More questions?" "No, actually. I have a favor to ask." "And what could that be?" Alpha Ken sounds like a tricky man, one who finds pleasure in playing with people, feeding off of their needs. I know I'm about to make myself vulnerable, giving him the power to say yes or no, but I do not have a choice at the moment. "I need your help. It has to do with your uncle." "Ah, Am I about to discover why you held such interest in him? Almost every sentence that leaves his mouth is a question, which makes me feel things I do not know how to label. Yes, it is a long story. I need to know more about him, how he thought, how he acted, what he believed. I was hoping I could come for a visit. Being an alpha and all is demanding work, but maybe you could find some time for me. I suppose I could dig up some time for you and a visit. It would be lovely to meet you. Will your mate be joining? No. He is quite busy. It would be a few of my guards and me, I explain, not worried by his suggestive question. Well, all right. When should I be expecting you? I did not think it would be so easy. An exchange of questions and sentences, and suddenly I have the approval to visit Alpha Ken. All I have to do now is convince Sebastian that I will be safe and sound in the presence of said Alpha, which I am expecting to be challenging half of my conquest. The idea came to me so abruptly that I skipped over my newly learned lesson of thinking before acting. It would have been selfish thinking, but thinking overall. I am incredibly eager to leave tomorrow if all goes right, but I did not go over the concept to returning to my old pack, the pack where I was hidden away for most of my days. Obviously, no one will recognize me, but I do not want similar feelings to bury themselves in my head again, ones of loneliness and unworthiness. Is there a chance that my parents could be there? Could they have gone back? It is a minuscule chance, but one overall. Since the alpha has stayed away from the pack, maybe they saw it fit to return. It is a hopeful and nerve-wracking thought that I do not know how to process. What if I see them again? My good idea has turned into something sour tasting. Am I going to continue with it? Of course. Soon enough, night casts over me as I stand in the kitchen alone. Marina has gone home, and the moon's eerie glow seeps around me, making the countertops look bleached. The window is wide open, and I stare out of it, though not looking for stalking eyes this time. Where is she? I ask the moon goddess, cutting straight to the point. I've been patient. She talks to you, so where is she? I am afraid that I cannot share her private exchanges. My eyes harden on her as she tends to illuminate the room. What do you mean you can't, since when have rules been established? It has always been this way. You simply did not know of others like you. I gawk at her. What if she's in danger? What if she's dead? Maybe you will feel it. Maybe isn't good enough. I feel a lot of things right now, and one of them is an annoyance. Her beautiful eyes cease to judge me. Evangeline. Turning to the doorway, I notice Sebastian coming inside, and the moon goddess swiftly leaves me. Is everything all right? He asks. What are you doing down here alone? He must be assuming my paranoia is returning, as I was facing the window and staring out into the forest very harshly. I was just waiting for you to get back. I called Alpha Ken, and he said I could visit, that we could talk about the Alpha, his uncle. Sebastian nods absently and stands beside me, now looking out into the night sky himself. Is it selfish to want you to stay? I'll be safe. I'll have the guards and protection from... Not because of safety, because I'll simply miss you. Maybe it is the sudden rush of acceptance or desire through my body, but I find it difficult to look at him. And if I do, I may just act before thinking it over. I would feel the same if I was in your position. Even if it is only for a few days, I will miss you too. But it's for the best, for time together with no worries or fee. In one quick and smooth motion, Sebastian tilts my head up, so my eyes have no choice but to connect with his, exposing myself. He says nothing before gently placing his lips on mine, bringing back the pleasant feelings I have only felt once before. Now, somewhat familiar with the process, I too move my lips along with his, following his lead as he takes over my mind and bleeds inside of me. It is not the same as before. This kiss, this connection is clouded with impulse and craving. What started off as soft and delicate has now molded into something hungry. I have gone from a step to a leap. He guides me, and unexpectedly my back bumps into something cold and hard. My palm presses against it, recognizing the surface to be the refrigerator. Sebastian pulls away only enough so that our lips barely brush against each other. I would do anything for you, Evangeline, he murmurs against me. I would kill for you. Maybe it is our dark surroundings or the fire lit inside of me, but part of me is fueled by his words, ignited by the idea of a man killing for my protection. This animalistic side is being fed, and it grows. Really? I mumble after another brief and aching kiss. Yes, easily. The darkness drips out of me and pools on the floor, drowning us in the vast, inky pit of manipulation. This half of me cannot be repressed anymore. She is dying to be free, to be released from the cage inside. Sebastian's hand grips her back and pushes her body against his, making us as close as we can be. His lips leave mine cold as he trails hot, damp kisses down her neck, making me bite the inside of my cheek to stop my mind from giving in. Sebastian, I whisper. Don't stop, she begs. My head begins to feel dizzy. Wait, no, I mumble, and he backs off of me. Leaning against the refrigerator, I grab on to steady myself. Are you all right? His face is cluttered with concern, but I shake my head. I think I'm going to pass out. Immediately, he sits me down at the counter, and I press my cheek to the chilled, sleek stone, letting it refresh my spinning head. My eyes close as I greedily take in the coolness, enjoying the sensation against my warm skin. I'm sorry, I say lowly. I'm a little overwhelmed, I think. My head leans against the window as the events from last night come back to haunt me. Everything is a little fuzzy, but I can recall my embarrassing actions quite clearly. The kissing, the intense feelings, the headache, it was all horrifying, though I did enjoy the kissing very much. I cannot help it. The mate bond has me tightly in its hold. The bond will surely give me a hard time these next few days, as Sebastian is painfully far from the Ken pack. I wonder if he will be able to sleep, because I know that I will be tossing and turning for most of the dreadful night. My anxiety is already continuously reminding me of the nightmares, since Sebastian will not be here to shield me from it all. Saying goodbye was a hurdle, and I almost did not make it over. This is the first time we will ever be apart for more than half a day, and the realization of being on my own is making my foot tap rapidly. The feeling of his kiss and embrace still lingers on my skin, making me grasp onto it for as long as I can muster. It was not a quick goodbye. The entire morning felt like one giant wave off. I was anticipating it ever since I managed to fall asleep the night before. Sebastian insisted we take a car instead of a shifted travel, as the public roads are much safer than unclaimed forest. I had only been in a car once before, when my parents were dropping me off at grandmother's. We parked on the side of a road, quite similar to the one I am on now, and they lead me through the dense trees until we reached the house. I wonder where that car is now. Taking my head off the window, I fall to my side along the back seats and try to rest my eyes. 2 guards sit up front, the ones who are watching over me at the Ken pack, and I trust them to get us there safely. After politely asking if that is indeed a window on the roof, I ask for the cover to be pushed back so I can stare at the sky. All of it looks like a blue blur with other white blurs sparsely splattered about, and it is not as entertaining as I hoped it to be. Maybe if it was night, maybe then I could look up at the stars and the moon. How long is the drive to the Ken pack? Around 3 hours, Luna, one of the guards kindly informed me. I do not remember such a long drive from when I was a child. We have probably been in the car for only 20 minutes, and I already feel a longing for my mate. Hopefully, Alpha Ken can distract me from the saddening thoughts with much-needed information on his uncle. It is, after all, why I am leaving my mate in the first place, so I can live with him without having a fear of being killed every day, waiting for it to happen in a pit of paranoia. I already miss his voice, his smile, which I see rarely, and the secure feeling of having his arms wrapped around me. I cannot blame all of these feelings on the mate bond anymore, as I am very guilty. After last night, we both went upstairs, and in the 15 minutes it takes for us to get ready for bed, he must have asked me if I was okay 10 times. He wanted to call the doctor, but I convinced him that I was all right. The doctor is here so often that with one more visit, he will think we are purposely trying to become ill. After this, he thought I should wait a couple of days until leaving, which also took a fair bit of convincing. I managed to fall asleep in the car, and before I know it, a soft hand is tapping on my arm. Luna, we're here. I told you not to wake her up, a whispering voice scolds the other. What are we supposed to do? Wait until she wakes up? That could be tomorrow. I don't know. My eyes flutter open, and instead complete daylight, I see an orange sky ahead of me. The two guards hit each other when they notice my awakening. Are we here? I mumble and warily sit up. Yes, we just arrived in front of the Alpha's home. The Alpha's home? The guard nods. We got orders to arrive at this exact location. I blink a few times and stretch out my arms. Well, all right then. One of the guards hurries out and opens the door for me. I give him a smile before heading towards the front door. As of now, the ground feels the same, nothing too different from home. No memories are being triggered. Then again, I did not get out much as a young child. I knock on the door and anxiously wait a few steps away. The guards are standing a couple feet behind me, giving me some much-needed space. If I vomit, they will be out of view. The door opens, and a pretty woman is standing before me. Alpha, it's the Luna you were talking about. She's here, the woman calls back into the house. Hello, I'm Gemma. Hello, Evangeline, I introduce myself. It is quite awkward before who I am assuming is Alpha Ken comes rushing to the door. He is handsome and in his 30s, which changes my mind on Gemma being his possible daughter. Are you mates? I ask. Nope, she smiles before Alpha Ken shoos her out of the house. Was she your friend? No, he tells me distractedly as he shuts the front door behind my guards. Finally, he turns to me and we start a proper greeting. It is lovely to meet you finally. You have a lovely voice, and I knew it would only lead to a more lovely person. One of my guards coughed that, all right then. I didn't know that I would be staying with you. I break the small period of silence. Well, of course. The house is surely big enough, isn't it? Yes. I didn't mean... He interrupts me without noticing. How about I show you to a guest room? You get all settled in, and then we can talk about my uncle tonight. I expected a more extended introduction, but right after showing us to the rooms Alpha Ken had to leave, the Alpha position is demanding, so I cannot blame him for being busy. The guards each have their own room, and so do I. My guest room is in the middle of the hallway, while one guard is directly across and the other is beside. It makes me feel secure, to be somewhat surrounded instead of possibly at the very end of the hall by myself. Maybe Alpha Ken was thinking about my comfort. I set my small bag on the bed and sit down. Taking the phone that Sebastian gave me before leaving out of a pocket, I hesitate on whether I should call or not. He is probably busy anyway, out of the house, by the borders most likely. I place the phone on the bedside table and lay down. Maybe I should get some sleep. The night is upon me, and Alpha Ken arrives home. He tells me to meet him down in his office, so I wander around the house until I hear his voice faintly down a hallway. Feeling very out of place, I head towards the door and knock. Instead of hearing a "come in," the door suddenly opens, causing my heart to jolt, and Alpha Ken motions for me to enter. He sets me down in a chair before taking the one across from me, leaving his desk seat empty. All right, my uncle, he says to himself. What would you like to know? Taking a minute to collect myself, I wonder how Alpha Ken moves around so quickly from one thing to the next. Well, no. How about you tell me why you are so interested in my uncle, to begin with? I nod. He has a vendetta against my family. My grandmother was in love with your grandfather, but something happened, and she somehow ended up impaling him in the chest. I fib while holding my tongue. He does not need to know what happened and how she actually ended up impaling him. So your grandmother is the one who killed my grandfather, he says with some type of realization. Her name was Elizabeth, yes? Yes. I was told a few things, but I am sure you have the other side of the story, don't you? My grandmother told your grandfather something that upset him, and he tried to kill her. She only fought back to defend herself, I explain, abandoning my rule of only sharing as little as possible. And what did she tell him? I should have expected this. I don't know. She never told me. Alpha Ken's golden eyes watch me closely. He knows that I am lying, but surprisingly, he does not push the question any further. All right, well, my uncle was the one who found him. He saw your grandmother run off into the forest. He wanted to kill her, I'm sure. My memory is a little foggy, as my mother told me all of this when I was young and curious, but the family stopped him from doing so. Why did your family stop him? Weren't they enraged also? It deeply saddened them, but my grandfather was unstable, like my uncle is now, so they assumed it was all his fault. He often acted dramatically. He was mentally gone since a young age. My family knew your grandmother, and after the death, it caused a split in the middle of them. Half blamed her, and the other half blamed him. My father believed he was at fault, while my uncle believed she was, and it drew them apart. Drew them apart, how so? Simply because they believed in different outcomes? I ask, incredibly intrigued. My uncle and my grandfather were very close. They had a relationship that my father and he could never have had. When my uncle discovered that my father blamed my grandfather, he became outraged. He thought his brother had betrayed their father. It was like my grandfather brainwashed my uncle. He would trust anything that left his lips. So, my father and uncle began a feud. After my grandfather had died, my father was to take his place, but my uncle attacked him, killed him, and took the alpha position. I'm sorry, that's terrible, I breathe out, taking in the fact that the alpha had killed his own brother. I was only an infant when this all happened. I did not know him long enough to truly miss him, so it is all right. So what, he just became alpha like that? Alpha Ken sits back. You don't know much about packs, do you? I'm learning. He nods and claps his hands together. If the alpha is killed, the next in line takes over, even if the alpha was murdered by the successor. That's unreal, I cry. That's... Yes, he stops me. It's wrong, but it is how things are. Why didn't anyone take it from him? It is not easy to kill an alpha. I managed to take over 9 years ago after he disappeared, and even before then his presence was spotty. He pauses for a moment. You know, it's getting late. We will continue tomorrow. I take the time generously and return to my guest room to think everything over. The alpha, Alpha Ken's uncle, had disappeared 9 years ago. 9 years ago, my mother, father, and I had already left the pack, but Alpha Ken did say his presence was inconsistent. Could he have been watching my mother for that first year and then decide to take up stalking full-time? It all seems to match up perfectly. The alpha is insane, just as his father was. He found him dead. He wants to avenge him. He felt betrayed by his own brother, so he killed him. It all gives me chills. My grandmother told me what only my mother and she could know. Alpha Ken told me only what his mother and father could have known, which continues to leave holes where answers still need to be filled. Holes only the alpha can fill. His mind, I have to get as close to it as possible. So I will continue with Alpha Ken tomorrow and figure out if I can uncover more. If I want to stop him, I have to know how he thinks. Grabbing the phone from the bedside table, I find Sebastian's contact and press the call button. He had to teach me how to use the phone before I left, which was interesting. The entire process made me feel like my grandmother. Sebastian, I question into the device after the ringing comes to an end. Is everything all right? Did you arrive safely? Is Alpha Ken treating you properly? The questions come in rapid fire before I can answer one. Yes, and no. Wait, yes. I correct myself swiftly. Everything is fine. Is there any news on my grandmother? No. His voice, though barring bad news, calms me. The guards are still coming up empty-handed. I fall back against the bed. Really? Yes, really. I'm sorry. I wish I had something positive to tell you. Alpha Ken, did he help you at all? Actually, a lot. The history behind all of this is more intricate than I thought, and the alpha, he has somehow become more frightening. You are okay there by yourself? I roll over onto my elbows and gaze out the window with the phone against my ear. Yes, I'm fine. The nightmares. I cut him off, not wanting him to worry. I'll be okay, Sebastian. Please don't fret over me. He takes a breath, almost for the both of us. I cannot help it. You are always on my mind. I miss you too. I knew I would, I say softly. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but at least I still have your voice. Oh, now I want to come home. If you have a nightmare, please call. I will answer right away, okay? Our conversation continues until a good night leaves us both, and I set the phone off to the side again. Laying on the bed with the light now off, I argue with myself if I have the energy to change. The sky tonight does not look real. It resembles more of a painting with a bleached moon and glittering stars, not diffused by the brightness of the moon. It is a cloudless night, not a speckle of smoke in the distance, and I find myself staring. The world is a mesmerizing, beautiful place, filled with hatred and ugly souls. Though I understand this, part of me, a dying part, does not want to accept it. As a child, I knew nothing, and now I know only something. yet it feels like enough. But as I look out at this hypnotic night sky, my eyes trickle down the trees, tumbling from branch to branch until they reach the forest floor. It is ways away from the house, but the forest line is still visible from my window. It is then that I swallow and hold my breath when my eyes study the brush, the foliage. They stare back at me, yellow orbs in a sea of black. Nearing the glass, I press my hand against it, and the orbs move a tinge, now peering through the leaves of a rather large bush. I squint, all to see the shadowy blur a little clearer. The dark figure lurks into view, causing my heart to tense, and I back away. Immediately, I grip the curtain and yank it closed, blocking my eyes from the bone-chilling sight. Finally, I see what I was waiting for. I walk freely along the path, into the heart of the pack, with my guards following strictly behind me. With each step, I wait for something to be set off, some triggering effect in my mind to suddenly release all memories of this place from when I was a child. With each step, I am pulled further away from Alpha Ken's house, but I continue with no plan of stopping. Am I supposed to feel lost here? Though I did not venture off much, a part of me is still hoping for a familiar building or area. It is when I come up to a set of homes that my fingers begin to tremble, shaking slightly with anticipation. Finally, something familiar. The air smells of something I have tasted before, something pliable so I can bend it to mean what I want. I continue along and study each house as we pass by, gazing up the structures from foundation to roof. My eyes act as a metal detector, waiting for an alarming beeping noise to yell that I have found something valuable, something memorable. My feet mold footprints in the slightly muddy dirt beneath them, as it rained last night, and I heard every bit of it. I hardly got an hour of sleep. The childish fear of a nightmare was keeping me up, and I could not selfishly call my mate, as he must have things to do in the working while I do not. Alpha Ken gave me the day to wander about while he does whatever it is he has to do before we start where we finished off with our conversation last night. Naturally, I agreed and dressed for the colder weather before heading outside. This particular temperature makes me think about snow and if it will happen. I have seen, felt, and played in snow before, and I enjoyed it, especially as a child. Something about the white, smooth blanket draped across the forest makes me feel lost, yet in a good way. Coming up to another set of buildings, I scan them again, waiting for the beep. With an absurd amount of time to waste, I do not become disappointed when nothing triggers the sensation inside of me, the familiar one. The guards continue to trail behind me, and my curiosity flares at the sight of people, pack members. Instead of shying away, I pick up speed. I am not planning on talking to them, or waving, or smiling, but whatever happens, happens. Since I will most likely never see these people again, I take the opportunity to practice my public skills, how I will act among others who are not Sebastian, Henry, my grandmother, Fiona, Marina, or Alpha Ken. It is a made-up skill in my head, but it gives me something to do while I wait. I walk by, they look at me, I look back at them, I pass, and that is all. Luna, is there something in specific you would like to do? Will, one of the guards whose name I learned this morning, asks, and I shake my head. Then I see it, my familiar, triggering building, and the beeping rings in my head like an alarm clock. It is more than I ever could have hoped to remember. My childhood home, without a single thought. Abandoning Sebastian's rule, I hurry towards the house like it is set on fire and people need rescuing. The white color now looks to be off-white, and there are small chips in the paint, but it is overall a bundle of memories. The guards ask what I am doing when I rush up the steps and walk along the tiny porch, running my hand along the railing, expecting a splinter, but getting none. This was my house, I tell them. Turning to the door, I suddenly knock while holding my breath. No one answers. I knock again, turning blue. Again, no answer. With an urge, I turn the handle, and the door slips open, revealing little of its holdings. Luna, I do not know if you should go in there. As if the rules do not apply to me, I peek my head in and steal a quick glance. It is empty. No one lives here. Before I know it, the walls pull me in, and I disappear from view as the house swallows me up. Ignoring the guard's rapid footsteps, I steadily look around, examining the room. This was the living room, and off to the right is the kitchen, so that is where my feet take me next. My fingers feel the flat, sleek countertops and are coated with a thin layer of dust when I tug them away. This place seems to be untouched, maybe since I left. The guards watch me as I venture about, but I tell them to stay downstairs when I finally reach the steps. They obey, and I begin to climb. Not bothering to look into each room, my feet come to a halt in front of the attic entrance. Mindlessly, I tug down the attic ladder and gaze up at the dusty space. Finally, taking a much-needed deep breath, I reach out and grip onto the ladder, fully committed to achieving the closure I deserve. With each step, my heart seems to pound harder, almost pushing me onward. My eyes peer into the open space, seeing a streak of light cast on the floor from my all-too-familiar window. It feels like a dream as I push myself up to stand inside, almost not knowing what to do or how to carry myself. Dust particles invade the air, leaving no room for anything else. The attic is empty besides the painful sight of my old, stripped bed frame set in the corner. "You no longer belong here," she tells me. I saunter to the window and press my hands against it as I look out, in the same stance I was in as a young child. Below is empty except for the group of people down the path. The sun seems duller through this window, through this smudged and dusty glass. "I know," I murmur, still taking in the sight of it all. "Are you not happy with what I have given you? Are you not fulfilled by your mate?" Refusing to look back at her, I keep my eyes looking effortlessly out the window. I am fulfilled. I am falling in love with him. "Right, then why are you back here?" she asks. "Because here reminds me of them. They lived here. We lived here together. This is all that's left of them that I can feel, that I can touch. There is an emptiness inside of me where they used to be, and I thought that maybe being here would make that hole feel filled, at least for a little while. But I was wrong. It only makes the emptiness grow." I peer back at her. I miss them, my parents. I miss what it feels like to have them, and I know that every day I forget a bit of that feeling. People will come and go, and you will not always get to choose who those people are. All you can do is move on and continue to live life while you can. What if he leaves me? The alpha, he is taking everyone from me. What if he takes him too? We lose the ones we love? My eyes observe her. I cannot lose him. I will not lose him. I join the guards back downstairs, and I flee the house without muttering a word. This time, when we pass the people, I smile, and surprisingly, they smile back. Later at night, after I had eaten a dinner which was kindly cooked for me by Alpha Ken's housekeeper, I find myself walking back to Alpha Ken's office. This time, I am told to wait for him inside, alone, instead of him already being there. I do not mind, though, as his housekeeper said that he should be back in a few minutes. Hesitantly, I gently enter and patiently wait in the exact spot I was in before. My eyes roam about the room when they are suddenly snatched by a familiar book with a green cover. The shelves are packed tightly, and I sneak over to get a closer look. Taking some sort of risk, I work the book out of its slot and read the cover. Lycanthrope Mythology. How pleasant. This will surely make time go by quicker. Hopefully, Alpha Ken does not mind. I take the book back to my seat and I flip to where I left off in Sebastian's copy, specifically a page talking about silver and silver stones. Oddly, there seems to be a marker tucked in between the pages, and I open it at the particular crevice. My eyes deceive me at the memorable title written at the top of the page, Daughters of the Moon Goddess. My muscles twitch as my tongue runs dry. Suddenly, the door opens. "Evangeline, are you... What is this?" I question Alpha Ken, somewhat accusingly. "What is what?" he asks, while sitting down across from me. "The marker on this page?" "I do not even know the book you are holding," he says, so I flash him the cover. Lycanthrope Mythology. How interesting. I did not know we had such books in here. There are so many that I tend to leave them alone. "So you didn't leave this marker here?" "No, those books have been here for generations. Anyone could have done that, really. Now did you want to get on with my uncle, or talk about mythology?" I sigh and set the book off to the side, forcing myself to let go of it for now. "Your uncle, please. How he acted before he disappeared would be great." How he acted, well, very odd. It was almost like half of him was here, and the other was off somewhere else, worrying about goddess knows what. For as long as I can remember, he has been mentally absent. My mother and I moved away for a while. She could not stand the sight of my uncle, and she did not want him around me. My mother passed, and I came back only a year before his disappearance. Why did you come back? He exhales. I had lost my family, and I knew this pack was the only place where I could find a relative or anyone that knew who I was. When I got here, everything was going haywire. Rogues were getting past borders, and no one knew where the Alpha was. Someone asked who I was, and when I told them I was taken to the Beta, he shared with me his plan to take down the Alpha, as he even knew that my uncle was no good. The Beta said that I would take over, and since I had nowhere else to go, I agreed to help him. For months, we tried to take him down without my uncle suspecting anything, but as time went on, we saw him less and less. The Beta was practically running the pack while teaching me how to be an Alpha. It was all one big mess. Whenever my uncle came home, he would take over and set us back, ruining everything we had done in his absence. And no one knew where he was running off to? No one, he assures me. One day he simply never came back, and eventually the pack decided to move on, needing a new leader. I took the position, and that was the last of it. Without him, this pack has flourished. I sit back in my seat and taking in the new information. I believe your uncle is trying to kill me, possibly my mother, and I think he has killed my grandmother. I believe he was following my mother, planning something during all that time he was not here. Will you tell me why? Hesitantly, I nod and grab the book from the table beside me. Turning to the marker, I hand it to him with the pages displayed, and after looking over it, Alpha Ken gives me a questioning expression. Not everything in the book is accurate. I trust you. I believe you are not like your uncle at all, so I am going to be honest. I communicate with the moon goddess like the women of that myth. Alpha Ken closes the book. Really? You're serious? I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what my grandmother told your grandfather before he tried to kill her. Somehow your uncle must have found out about it, and I believe he wants to end this genetic line so no others like myself or my grandmother can be born. He wants to kill us off. Your mother does not have the ability. No, it skips around. Your uncle must not know that, though. Why would he want to kill you and your mother if your grandmother was the one who killed his father? Simply because he thinks you all share the ability? He asks. Well, your grandfather believed that we have an absurd amount of power, like the book states, but we don't. He wanted to kill my grandmother because he feared that she would use these powers to take the pack from him. All right, so you are trying to kill my uncle before he kills you and your mother? Killing is well, I was hoping I could try to. Alpha Ken interrupts my failing answer. If you are right about all of this, then I am not sure convincing him to think otherwise is possible. Clearly, he has dedicated most of his life to you and your family, and this has obviously grown into an obsession. How do you plan on stopping him anyway? This is kinda as far as my idea went, learning more about him. You don't know much about me, but I'm not used to all this killing talk like it's normal. Death used to mean something. Alpha Ken sighs and sits forward. I can help you, and once he is caught, I will handle it. Really? I ask, grateful and dazed at the same time. Why? He killed my father, destroyed my mother, nearly wrecked this pack. I can't say that I will not enjoy handling the situation. It should feel wrong to plan someone's death. Though I am not doing the dirty part, I am still a part of it all. Yet guilt is not seeping into my head, my heart, making me feel as if I am being consumed from the inside. Here, right now with Alpha Ken, I do not feel guilty for what we are about to devise. Should I? He is after you lately, yes? I nod. But I don't think he is alone. Where is your mother? I don't know. I haven't seen her in a long time. All I know is that she, too, was paranoid, thinking that your uncle was watching her and all, I explain, not focusing entirely on the subject of my mother. Maybe we can lure him in, set you out on unclaimed land and... No, I cut in. He isn't just taking any chance to kill me. I have been out in the open. He has had opportunities, but he doesn't take them. I can't figure out why. Could he be waiting for something? Alpha Ken's hands fall underneath his chin. Possibly, though I am not sure how we are supposed to figure out what exactly he is waiting for. He pauses, then comes back fueled and energized by some idea. Now could be his chance. He could have been waiting for a distance between you and your mate. It is a possibility and could be worth a test. How do we test it? As I said before, we place you out in the unclaimed land alone and wait to see if he bites. And if he does, what will happen to me? Don't worry, he assures me. I'll have men surrounding you. Won't he smell them? No, because we will mask their scents. It is an old trick. It does not last too long, so we will have to move quickly. I take a breath, using the moment to refresh myself and pull my head back to earth. What about Sebastian, my mate? I have to ask him, make sure this is something he will agree with. Evangeline, Sebastian will never agree to let you do anything close to this. But you are mates. He will not knowingly place you in a dangerous situation. If you are truly committed to ending my uncle and his obsession, then you will also have to commit to lying. It is for the best, is it not? What if something goes wrong? What if he never forgives me? You don't understand. He's always trying to protect me, always trying to make sure that I am as safe as possible. He wasn't going to let me come here alone, but he finally agreed because I have 2 guards following me around wherever I go. My safety is everything to him. Listen, I may not understand what it is like to have a mate, but you are living in fear. I can see it in your eyes when you talk about him, Sebastian. You said my uncle might have killed your grandmother. You fear that he will take your mate next, don't you? I stay quiet. You cannot wait for the day when he finally comes and ends you. You have to fight back now, and with help, and I am willing to give that to you. Biting my tongue, I nod. It has to happen tomorrow. He is expecting me home the next day. Alpha Ken leans back. I'll see what I can do. For now, get some sleep. Try not worry about a thing. If you talk to Sebastian, act like everything is normal, like tomorrow is just like any other day, all right? Okay. Sebastian, I cannot wait for you to come home tomorrow. His voice soothes me, making my raging nerves settle for a while. My heart has grown too fond if that is possible. Today will go by quick, okay? Just focus on work, and I promise it will be morning before you know it. A smile lights up my dreary face. I can't wait to tell you everything when I get back. Was the trip worth it? At night, when I am lying awake, no, but when I am talking with Alpha Ken, definitely. I have learned so much, and when I get back, I'm sure all of our problems will be solved. You sure are confident in what he is telling you. I watch Alpha Ken from the guest room window. He is talking with his guards, most likely setting everything up, putting the pieces in place for our test. It is good information, very useful. Alpha Ken's eyes suddenly find mine, and he waves for me to come down. I have to go, but I'll call you tonight, I promise. His tone changes. Is everything all right? You sound rushed. Everything is fine. Alpha Ken is just ready for me now. I don't want to waste time before he has to get back to work. Okay, I'll talk to you tonight. Okay. Stay safe, he says before the line goes dead, and my heart wrenches in my chest. I place the phone down and quickly leave the room, but in the hallway, my guards emerge and stop me. Where are you off to, Luna? Oh, I am just talking with the Alpha again, I lie. Don't worry, I'll be downstairs in his office. If I want to go for another walk, I'll come fetch you, all right? They let me past, and I leave them with my smile before it fades from my face. Rushing outside, I see Alpha Ken and hastily walk over. He notices me and meets me halfway. Hurdle in the hallway? No, sorry. I'm here now, so where do we start? I am assuming you dealt with that mate of yours? I nod. All right. Right now we are going to walk over to the southern border, where everything is going to happen, he explains as I follow him. There will be 6 guards set up around you, shifted and masked. You will not look at them or do anything that could suggest that there are others around you. If you are right, if he or someone working for him is constantly watching you, then we might have a chance. Wouldn't they know what we are planning then? He shakes his head. Hopefully not. I doubled border watch and had groups sweep the area early this morning. They found a rogue. And he refused to say anything, which benefits us greatly. If my uncle has rogues watching you, then we might have caught today's worker. Hopefully, he goes out looking for him and then falls into our trap. Even if he was not planning on killing you today, the opportunity is just too good to pass up. We join the trees, and my stomach rises. I'm nervous. Remember, if anything happens, the guards are around you. Sunlight leaks through the trees and sprays in my eyes, blinding me or seconds at a time as we near the border. The trees are nearly bare as the last few leaves hang on. The ones on the ground are sparse, most of them carried away by the wind, leaving no satisfying crunch as I step. Alpha Ken comes to a stop in the center of a small clearing, hardly anything noticeable. "Where are the guards?" I ask while looking around. They are already in place, hidden with masked scents. How do you mask their scents? A mixture of herbs. I do not make it, but too much will kill you, yet just enough will mask a scent for around an hour, he explains. Do not worry about it. You did not know they were here, did you? No. Then everything is good. You are going to stand, sit, whatever you please. Just stay in the clearing. I will be at the border post. Once everything is done, 2 of the guards will take you back to the house while my uncle is brought to me. At the house, you can do whatever to want. Just do not leave the house, all right? All right. What do I do if he comes? You don't have to do anything. Let him come close enough and the guards will attack. Okay. When should I be ready? Now, he says abruptly, and my heart jolts. Now? Wait, but... Do not panic. All you have to do is stand right here, if that makes things sound easier. We will wait an hour, and if nothing happens, we will try again tonight. My surroundings are eerily quiet, making me genuinely doubt if there are guards around me. If anything, I feel alone out here, waiting for my death like cheese on a mousetrap. I don't know about this. No one knows if he is even going to show up. It is just a test. Alpha Ken looks directly into my eyes before repeating, "Just a test." He walks away, leaving me stranded in the ocean of unknown. I watch him until he grows too tiny and disappears from my sight. My eyes discreetly search around the nearby brush for any signs of life, any sign of fur and canines ready to dig into the alpha's flesh. I feel utterly exposed. "Everything is going to be okay," I whisper, while imagining myself at home with Sebastian. That is where I will be tomorrow after all of this is over, in Sebastian's arms. After a while, not knowing how many minutes later, I sit down on the grass and pick at the blades, thinking that no one is going to come. We will have to try again tonight, I suppose. Do I actually think the alpha is going to appear? It is a 50-50 chance. Alpha Ken said the opportunity was simply too good, but he has passed on others before, such as my walk back to the house from the slain guard. Maybe he wants to wait until nighttime. Maybe he wants to wait in general. I sigh and drop the plucked strands of grass back to the forest floor. An hour has never felt so long. At first, I was practically twitching with fear, but now the entire test seems pointless. The alpha is smarter than this. He has to be. A growl snatches my attention, and my head shoots up in the direction of the noise. Immediately, I stand up. "Hello?" I call out, forgetting all that Alpha Ken told me. Another growl, louder than before, erupts from my right side as something comes into my view. Suddenly, 2 large wolves come thrashing into the clearing, biting, wrestling, and snarling. Quickly, I back away and stare horrifyingly at the battling pair. Frantically, I search around for the guards or Alpha Ken until more wolves catch my eye. Something is wrong. This is an ambush. "Alpha Ken!" I yell and run in the direction we came in. Breathing heavily, I weave my way through the trees before hearing a scream. My feet come to a halt. Another scream. It is a female, and something about it is playing with my head. "We have to get back," my wolf shouts at me, fearing the unknown sensations of death. I know that voice. If we stay out here, we're going to die. Without thinking, I ignore my wolf and rush in the opposite direction, back into the commotion. The voice, I have to follow it. Something inside of me recognizes the sound and will not rest until I solve the mystery. Staying in the trees and not cutting through the clearing, I follow the cries. Lifeless beasts lay unmoving on the ground, and I only have a moment to look at them. Only a moment to picture myself in their place. Another scream bursts in my ears, tugging me away from the fighting animals, leading me further into the unclaimed land. The screams replay in my mind tauntingly, reeling me in. "Where are you?" I call out into the canopy. "Evangeline!" My eyes grow wide. Dashing off in the specific direction, all my thoughts flush from my mind. It cannot be. I squint at the figure in the distance. A woman. "Evangeline!" she yells. My face flushes with heat. "I'm here!" I cry. "I'm here!" Running towards her, the woman turns, and my eyes cannot register the sight before me. It is a dream. Evangeline, she motions for me to come, for me to hurry. We have to go. Tears blur my vision as I reluctantly step closer to the ghostly being. My hand reaches out to her face, feeling the warmth and life against my palm. "Where have you been?" I ask softly, not knowing how to carry myself. "Where did you come from?" "I missed you so much." She caresses my cheek, brushing the tears from my hot skin. "This isn't real," I murmur. "This isn't real, is it?" Her hands grab my own and squeeze them in her grasp. "I'm here, but we have to go." "Wait, I have a mate. He's the alpha of the tape pack just that way." I point with my hand. "And Grandma, she's missing. I don't know where she is. The alpha, he's after me just like he's after you. Alpha Ken is going to kill him." I try and explain to her, though none of this feels real. "Where are we going?" There is a pained expression on her face, and she is battling it. "To your father. He is just over the hill." She tugs me in the direction, but I stop her. "My mate, he needs me. We have to go to him. He'll protect us. We have to go." I follow her. "Where are we going with Dad?" "To my mate." "Please hurry." As we head up the hill, my mind feels lost, as if I am not controlling my body or thoughts. Why do we have to hurry? At the bottom of the hill is a man, a stranger. My mother pulls me towards him, though I do not want to go anywhere near him. I do not stop her. When we reach the base, she lets go of my hand, letting my arm drop to my side. My eyes stare at him, confused. This is not my father. "Where is Dad?" I ask her, but she is looking away from me, not giving me any sign that she heard me. "Hello, Evangeline," the stranger speaks up. "It is nice to meet you properly." She stays turned away from us both. "Who are you?" "I am Victor," he tells me calmly. "I don't know you." "Oh, but you do, just not like this." My heart begins to race in my chest, and I step away from the older man. "Just get it over with." She shouts at the stranger, distressed, making my head spin. My eyes shift between the two of them. What's happening? Abruptly, something heavy and blunt collides with my head, and my body goes limp, falling to the tough ground. My eyes roll up to the sun before a thick darkness overcomes me. With my eyes closed, I can still visualize her beautiful face, the face I grew up gazing at. My mother. I saw her standing right in front of me as if the past has suddenly changed, and now she was in it. My years with grandmother are replaced with figments of my imagination, ones including her and all the pretend things we did. The memory of my abandonment is forgotten and replaced with this new one. The sight of her calling my name, of her reaching out to me, and then of her towering figure as I lay helpless on the patchy grass. The sight of her has given me a new hope, causing me to forget about the confusing events leading up to my slumber. If my mother is all right, then my father must be too. I have a chance at a real family again. Suddenly, the bad alpha is the least of my worries, as my mind drifts to images of the three of us, living, growing, loving. They can meet Sebastian, Henry, Marina. They can join Sebastian's pack and stay with me forever. Never again will I feel unwanted. She called for me and led me from the attack. She cares for me. My mother loves me as a mother should. In this moment, I am fulfilled. All my dreams are shifting to reality, all with a single glimpse of her face. There is a softness beneath me and covering me also. My head begins to wake as my eyes study the smears of light cast on them. There is a pounding in my skull, shaking me up and bringing my eyes to a quick flutter. My lashes act as wings, shading and exposing me to the harsh light beyond my lids until my eyes are tolerant of the gleam. My hand pulls out from my side so I can rub my knuckles and fingers against my face. As my conscience returns, I find myself searching the room, temporarily limited to the ceiling. My toes curl and flex, my legs stretch and bend, everything works but my head. My head throbs. My hand reaches up to nurse the bump, but touch does not seem to smooth it, but make the pounding worse. I am in a bed. Not my own, some unknown bed, as my surroundings are frighteningly unfamiliar. In a panic, my body sits up swiftly, which makes my head spin with a foggy dizziness. My stomach rises, and I have the urge to vomit. I feel as if my body and mind has endured a never-ending battle, and my stomach is in protest of any movement. After rolling onto my side, I scan my surroundings more thoroughly. Beside the bed is a nightstand, and across the room is a love seat, one with a calm pattern showing deep tones of red and pink. There is a short table in front of the love seat, holding nothing but a vase of dying flowers. The entire setup reminds me of a hotel room, unhomely and nerve-wracking. In a second attempt, I force my body up again, this time staying up. I brush my knotted hair from my face as I locate the door. My mother. I have to find her. With a surge of determination, I swing my legs off the side of the bed and inch myself forward until my feet meet the cool, hard ground, making my legs wobble like a child learning to walk. My hands grip the bedding, my fists dig down into the mattress, and I steady myself. My eyes circle in on the door, ready to aim for the target and shoot. With a leap of faith, I begin my short, yet dizzy journey. I get the feeling people get when they wake up too quickly, a light head and upset stomach. My hand grips the door handle, tightens, turns, stops, tugs, then nothing. I try again. Nothing. The door is locked. Someone has locked me in a room. Did my mother do this? Why would she do this? Leaning against the wall, I struggle to conjure a reasonable explanation. I remember things, only a few things, but things overall, and I remember coming to the base of the hill, spotting the strange man. He was not my father. He was of high rank. I could feel it. Then what? I cannot remember. My aching head is a clue. I scrunch my face as I think, coming up with two reasonable explanations. 1. I fell and hit my head on a rock or other thing equally as rigid. 2. Someone attacked me from behind, likely threw something at me. Then again, since when did I trust strangers? My mother spoke to him. I cannot recall what she said, but she said something. Maybe she knew him well. Maybe I do not have a reason to expect him. Or maybe he heard us both. Maybe my mother is trapped away in some other room, mimicking me. Where am I exactly? How did I get here? Where is my mother? Where did she take me? Did she take me here? Why am I so alone? Where is my wolf? Why won't you answer, moon goddess? By now I should have a clearer mind. I woke maybe 10 minutes ago. Why do I still feel this dreadful tiredness? There are too many answers being kept from me, and I cannot uncover them on my own in this room. My body slides down against the wall, my legs already overwhelmed from standing. I abruptly hit the floor, not strong enough to lift myself back up, not without time. I feel weak. I feel exhausted. I feel disoriented. Again, I attempt to move, needing more than one try. I place my hands on the floor, scoot forward, away from the wall, lift up onto my knees, crawl as far as I can towards the tacky love seat until I need to stop. My strength and energy deplete by the minute. I feel drugged. Confusion engulfs me as my eyes warily open again, this time on the bed. Though there is a difference, there is proof of a presence. The bed is made. I am merely laying on top of the bedding, then underneath like the first time. This is all a bizarre dream, is it not? I know plenty about night terrors, and this feels like one, but slightly more alive. The real question is, where did the dream begin? When I saw my mother? When I arrived at Alpha Ken's? When I had my first nightmare? When I met my mate? Or, the most frightening, when I crossed the stream? Somewhere in some other universe, there is a girl laying in a stream, dreaming. I am allowed no concept of time, no clock, no window, only the artificial light hanging above my head, casting a yellow film across the room. In however long it has been, all I have accomplished is an attempt to leave and failure. Though I do not have many options when it comes to acts of heroism. Maybe instead of me saving my mother, she will be the one saving me. Any second now, she will burst through the door and explain everything sloppily as we attempt an escape. We may run into trouble 2 or 3 times before we defeat the final boss, but the bad alpha will soon lay helplessly at our feet. Mother and daughter, saving the day. I am drugged. Something surges through my veins that leaves me helplessly and unconsciously idiotic. A child placed in a crib. All I can do is grow and imagine scenarios of nothingness. Alpha Ken. The thought hits me hard as I stare at the ceiling once again. Alpha Ken. I remember him and his plan to capture the bad alpha, and suddenly I am here. My mother's face is the image burned into my brain, but now I see more. I see myself running towards her. She called for me during a surprise attack. The bad alpha did not fall for our trick, but instead he brought his own men to defend himself. And my mother, she was there, at the opposite end, standing with a man I had never seen before. Thinking this critically gives my head a spin, making it difficult to hold on to the newly regained thoughts. I squeeze my eyes shut to focus. My mother was standing with the man. Could it have been? No, it could not have. Was my mother standing with the bad alpha himself? Then I was right. He did capture her along with me. She called for me to run away with her, but the alpha caught us both before we could escape. That means my mother is trapped somewhere here also. The door taunts me, shaking in joy as it traps me here. Then the handle turns, and I realize I am not just imagining this. The door is opening. It glides across as I struggle to focus on it, my head still tampered with, my heart squeezes. The man from before walks confidently in, and I feel a sort of insomnia. I cannot move, and he is going to attack me. I warily push myself up on the bed as my eyes shift in and out of focus on his face. You, I mutter, my throat itchy. My mother. He shushes me as if he is worried about my health. There is no need for you to talk, Evangeline. The stranger drifts into the room, closing the door behind him, making my heart thump heavily like the beast who once haunted my dreams. I'm sure you understand what is happening here. Why you're here. You've been a detective recently. He takes a seat on the love seat. I croak again. My mother. Your mother is fine for now. Your father too. We're just waiting on that last guest. His eyes stare into mine, and all I can think is how crazy he is. She's gone to fetch him. They should be back any hour now. I thought I'd come to see you since you're up now. There is so much my body and mind are fighting to do, yet it hurts to move. No, I murmur. No, not him. I slide back down against the headboard like a dying person. I want to ask where I am, where my mother is, what is happening, but my eyes betray me and begin to shut once again, swaying open and closed like curtains, and I power through the urge to sleep. I'll have to thank my nephew for the recipe, but I'm sure they'd given you too much. He's not so smart, that little boy. I could smell that mixture once we arrived. I'd forgotten about it, but it's working quite well in your case. Too much could kill you, but you seem to be fine, Victor says, blinded. I've been watching you, but you already knew that. It was stupid of your mother to lead me to you, but mothers just get so desperate to see their children sometimes, I suppose. Now tell me, you don't have any children, do you? I'm not much to kill little ones. My jaw clenches as he continues to throw logs into my fire. Why? Why? He mimics me. Why what? Why everything? You know the story, Evangeline. You've heard it and you've shared it. Daughters of the moon goddess, you, your mother, your grandmother, and everyone before her. I flinch at his sudden burst. You're monsters. All of you. You're killers hidden behind the innocence of women, witches, demons. All of you. Power-drunk and wiling to take all for yourselves. Things like you need to be exterminated. You're dangerous to our entire kind. I watch him, mesmerized. Lies. The man's eyes flood with hatred. It is something that can never be healed. He can never be convinced to see the truth, even if sat down and brainwashed. His own beliefs have become his own addition, and he is a prisoner to it. These truths passed down from his father, read to him from a book, shall rule his life forever. His truths against my family and me have become his God. There is a short, cold moment of silence between us before he stands up and leaves the room, leaving me alone once again. I realize that Alpha Ken was right, that killing someone may be the only solution. The animalistic side of me, her, the dark part that lurks in the shadows of my mind like the beast she is, creeps forward due to this. She feeds off of this. She grows excited knowing that his fate will come, and it will come delivered through her own hands. The door to the room opens again, and a man I do not recognize comes to collect me. That man, Victor, said that we were waiting for our last guest, and all I can do now is believe that my love has arrived. He had toyed with my heart by telling me my mother and father are in the building, and after he left my room about 3 hours ago, a panicky guess, they were all I could think about. Somewhere in here, somewhere trapped in these same walls, my parents sit, alive. Once the first year had passed at grandmother's, I had given up waiting for them to come knocking on her door. Part of me always thought they had died somewhere and somehow, and I would never discover why or how they did. It would be a mystery embedded in my mind for the rest of my life, one whose importance would die over time, but one that would always be there. Again, my future has been flipped. It all started to change once I hopped over that stream and once I crossed onto his land. He was the key to a different path, and I took it obliviously, not thinking about where this would leave me. Even if I did think about it, I would have never imagined myself here. The bulky man holds me tightly as we walk down a dim hallway, one that is plain and concerning. My legs have begun to work again while I waited for the last guest, and I assumed the mixture had worn off. Victor's words about too much of a dose had frightened me, but my mind reminded itself that he was not gathering my parents and my love for kicks. There is something he is pulling together, and I need to be alive for it. The hallway is silent, besides the maddening thud of our footsteps running over and over again in my mind, and when we come to a halt, I still hear them. My head lifts up to see a door in front of us, and the man behind me leans forward, keeping his grip on my arm, and turns the knob, dragging the door open. It is brighter inside the room as artificial lights in every corner flare up against the walls. Then some small, sad, real sound comes to me from one of the corners, and I see my mother there, crouched down, hidden away like a ghost of herself. Her eyes peer up at me, and she breaks down even more. I do not know what to say, if I am allowed to say anything. Evangeline? A masculine voice calls to me from the other side of the empty room, and in the opposite corner of my mother, I see my father. He too is jammed in the corner like dust kicked to the side. My baby, he whispers to himself, but there is nothing to block his voice from making it to me. He looks different, like a stranger, but familiar in odd ways. Just before I scratch up a word, the guard who walked me here pushes me down into my corner and takes a pair of heavy cuffs from the loop in his pants. He roughly fastens them around my wrist, brings my hand behind my back, and locks the other cuff to a metal half-circle in the ground. One that I down. The entire act seems quite bizarre, and my clearing mind cannot help but focus on the fact that this maniac bolted such things to the floor all to hold people down. This must be some sort of prison room. My head recklessly hits the wall as I realize the cuffs have been dashed with silver, painfully burning my skin and returning me to such times in a cell back at the Tate Pack. With a winced expression, I gaze over at my two parents, and they do not seem affected by it anymore, and I wonder how long they have been chained down. My father watches me like a man observing something extinct, while my mother cannot bear to look at me. In that strange moment, I hear more footsteps from the hall, this time being on the inside, and the louder they get, the more my body starts to wake up. It is like small electric shocks to my heart. The door opens into the white room, and through it comes two large men holding my mate. It only takes me one good look to come to terms with the fact that I love him. My mind lingers back to our times in his bed, innocent and bothered, to times of truth and acceptance, and to moments where I knew that my future would be alive with him. I know now that no matter what happens in this room, no matter who makes it out, if any of us do, that the only future I need is with him. Sebastian's eyes find mine, and I know they have injected whatever mixture was inside me into him. He too is brought to the floor and cuffed down. Evangeline, he calls out dimly, as if he is saying my name into the vast trees, still trying to find me. Everything feels like a dream, a hazy dizziness still clinging to my head. Even surrounded by people I love, I feel alone, bare. The moon goddess has disappeared, and my wolf has been shoved into the darkest corner of my mind by the poison and silver. Part of me is expecting the monstrous beast from my nightmares to come bursting through the door, its knotted coat and wretched stench contaminating the room before it tears us all to pieces. But instead of this beast comes the alpha, Victor, the stalker, the stranger, and I realize it is all the same. He enters with pride and strides to the center of the blank chamber, scanning over all he has collected in the past few days. Perfect, he says to himself. He pulls a sleek silver knife from his waistband and runs the blade between his thumb and pointer finger. I wanted this to be personal, he says. Intimate. We all watch him, but Sebastian's eyes stray to me and mine to him. I wish I could tell him that I am sorry. I wish I never agreed to go through with Alpha Ken's and my test. I should have been with him laying in his bed, wrapped in his arms as he stole kisses from me like happy people. It should have ended with me like that. Now I know it is going to end with me like this. I wish I could have stayed sweet for him, like a summer peach, ripe and innocent, full of color. I must look as if I am dying, because from the expression on his face, it seems that I am. He mouths something to me, but my brain cannot decipher it. I grow desperate to hear his voice. I killed your grandmother just as she killed my father, the same way, the same struggle. My mother's eyes squeeze shut, and my teeth grind against each other. My wrist yanks against the cuff, the metal searing me. Liar, I call out, regaining myself. Victor turns to me, pressing the tip of the blade into his finger. Lair, you don't believe that I killed your grandmother with this very blade? He holds it up for me to see. I swallow. I can see it on your face. My grandmother is too smart to be killed by such a man. I know that she is alive. I know that she made it, and this brings me some hope. She was not scared when she killed his father. She was wild. This seems to touch him in the wrong way, and he orders one of his men from the door to free my mother from her cuff, and this makes me nervous. I observe as he unlocks her, and as he lifts her up and steadies her like a glass figurine. The man walks her to the center of the room, and Victor takes hold of her, grabbing her arm. She shakes beside him, her eyes staring at the knife in his other hand. My father inches forward, but is inevitably held by his own cuff. Please, he says, trying to get Victor's attention, but he gives him none. Shall I reenact it for you? Victor says carefully, looking intensely at me with beady eyes. My mother lets out a healthy sob, letting us know that we have all crossed over into dangerous territory. Stop, I say firmly. That's enough. Now, what are you doing here? What are you doing with them? He lets go of my mother, but she knows better than to return to her corner. My questions threw him off a tad, and I know to stick with it. Don't you know? I'm the only one that can speak to her. I hear Sebastian struggle against his cuffs. Clearly, my mate and my father have nothing to do with this. My voice clears. Either does my mother. Didn't you know that she can't speak to her? Victor smiles, then chuckles. Is that right? Before anyone can breathe, Victor grips his knife and in one swift motion plunges the blade into my mother's gut. A loud shriek erupts from deep within me, and my father shouts as if the knife had gone into him instead. My mother's hands flail around the growing splotch of red as she tumbles to the floor and struggles to breathe. Her wheezing clouds my ears as I frantically yank against my cuff, letting the metal slowly burn into my skin. No, no. I murmur restlessly as I yank harder and harder. My father's cries take the place of her struggling and I being to panic. I shoot back to see Victor nearing my mother's limp body. A sudden noise grabs the room's attention as Sebastian breaks the cuff around his wrist and pounces on Victor, in one blur turning from man to wolf. My stomach rises, and I feel as if I am going to faint. My father, still attached to the floor, reaches out to my mother's body and drags her closer to him. It is all one hallucination, or that is at least what my mind is telling me. Just wake up. Just wake up. The man who let my mother free of her chains rushes to defend his alpha, and I fear for my mate. Victor is trapped under Sebastian's wolf. If that man hurts my mate, I do not know what I will do. I would lose it. I can feel the heat building up within me like a forest fire spreading. My eyes glare down at the cuff and then to Victor's guard's torn-up clothes as he shifts and joins the fight, tackling Sebastian off of his alpha. Knowing that the keys are somewhere in the mess, I lay down on my side and reach my leg out, my foot dragging the clothes towards me. I take the tattered fabric in my hands, shaking the pieces until the little metal ring falls to the floor. Quickly, I snatch it up and set myself free. I watch for a moment as the guard bites down on Sebastian's shoulder, and I nearly bite the side of my tongue off. He's drugged. This can't happen. Sebastian snaps back harshly, and in 2 more fast movements, the guard's throat is shredded through his teeth. Although the guard is dead, Sebastian struggles to walk. I catch Victor nearing him with the silver knife, and suddenly everything turns red. It only takes 2 seconds for me to lash out, one to shift and dive, and the other to bring Victor down and tear off his face like a bedsheet. The knife hits the floor, but I cannot stop. The metallic taste of another man's blood soaks in my mouth as I dig into his neck. It is some dark high. At this moment, I am a prisoner to my addiction. The animal inside of me has been set free, and I cannot control her urges. Once the man beneath me looks nothing as the such, I shift back and look down on him. remembering the time I saw my first dead body and how it was so terribly mutilated, realizing how I have created something worse. The knife beside me shimmers, and I swipe it up, stabbing into the man's flesh, no skin to puncture. How dare you? I cry with each stab. How dare you? My mother, my mother. I drop the knife and look up as if to the heavens, maybe to the moon. Look what you've made me do. Look what I've done. Sebastian's hands grab me off of the mess and pull me back. He presses my face into his chest, blocking me from what I had done. My hands, dripping with blood, fall against his warm skin. He was coming at you, I mumble. He had the knife. Sebastian covers my body with his while I struggle to come down from the high. I know after this, I will never be the same person. There are two sides to me, and today I had met the second. I fear myself. I fear this unknown person inside of me because I know that Victor was right. There is more to my ability than speaking to the goddess. There has always been more. She is dark, she is unforgiving, and she is ruthless. And I am scared of her. The end. Running a brush through my hair while sitting at my mirror, I daydream of what Alpha Ken and I would do tonight. I have been brushing for a while, and my hair is completely detangled, but my mind cannot stop wandering to him. I think I may be in love with him, which worries my friends because he is not my mate. They sat me down and told me that as soon as I find my own mate, I will be entirely infatuated with him and forget about Alpha Ken. But I convinced Alpha Ken otherwise, telling him that the moon goddess has made a mistake, not pairing us together. He said that I am his true mate, a bond far beyond what the moon goddess could have given us, and promised me that we would rule the pack together. Alpha Ken had lost his mate and told me that it was fate that he'd meet me. Now, the moon goddess has told me that she makes no mistakes and that my one true partner is out there, and as always, I am stubborn. At least I can admit it to myself, though, and she promised me that Alpha Ken would leave me with an unfulfilled, broken heart, which sprouted a grudge, and it continues to grow as she continues to try and lead me on a different path. I love him, I shouted at her, hurt that someone so close to me would not support my choice. You did make a mistake. He's my mate. We're meant to be together. I have not spoken to her in a while, her visits now sparse and short, no longer talking about my inner troubles. The last thing she said to me was, "I am sure you'll find your way," which makes me feel somewhat guilty. She has always been a mother figure to me, as I am her daughter, and yelling at her feels worse than when I do so to my birth mother. Though I am sure she will understand the meaning behind my rebellion, as Alpha Ken has put me in a sort of trance, his hypnotizing eyes making my heart cave in. His voice is enough to send me into a deep, beautiful sleep of lush dreams and lucidness. He does not know of my gift, and that is why I had asked him to meet me tonight, so I could confess and be completely open with him as he has been with me. I will probably enchant him with my mysticalness, and he will fall in love with me even more. Just the thought of us together, him, the alpha, and me, the gifted, building the most prosperous pack in existence. My birth mother says I'm a dreamer, and I can only agree. I slip on my coat and shoes as the hour grows near, anxious to see him. Although my plan has gone smoothly in my head over and over again, part of me does worry that he will find me crazy or weird and not magical at all. I just have to remember that he loves me, and I am sure that will keep me brave. When a knock comes to the door, I am quick to answer, coming face to face with him in a flash. He's smiling his charming smile, and I cannot help but catch the disease. "Hi," I blush, giddy. "Hello, Rachel," he greets and closes the door for me, leading me outside. We walk along the pathway into the trees, immersing ourselves in our own world where no one can bother us. The autumn air keeps us fresh, and I specifically aim my feet at the fallen leaves, loving the crunching sound. Our arms are linked, and I feel like the Luna already, wanting to skip over the waiting and jump right into my happily ever after. He won't go into detail when I ask him why we have to wait before announcing our partnership. But he says it is because of his mother and that she is disapproving. I have offered to meet her times and times again, but Alpha Ken only says that he is handling it. I understand that it may be hard for his mother to accept a person who is not her son's mate into the family, but if I could only charm her myself. "You wanted to talk about something?" Alpha Ken asks, taking me from my consuming thoughts. Uh, yes, there's something I wanted to tell you, actually, something about myself that you don't know. He glances down at me. Are you sure that I don't know everything? He leads me farther into the trees, making me wonder about the border and if we might run into it. I am thankful for the privacy, though. We may be out here for a while because I am sure I'll have to explain things in great detail for him to register everything. You don't know this, I say. I'm sure about that. We come to a stop, and I lean against a tree. Well, go on, he encourages, making me feel confident. The moonlight shines down and is shattered by the many leaves of the forest. I submerge myself in a shadow while he stays in the spotted light. I take a breath before starting my speech, already having prepared it by running over what I would say in my head many times before this night. Well, you have to keep an open mind, okay? All right. My eyes drift down. Well, I have this ability. It's not like a skill or something that was given to me. I was born with it. I see the moon goddess. I let it out, getting off track of the planned speech and flying off with anxiety. I see her a lot and I talk to her. She tells me things. We talk like we are right now. It's fairly normal, actually. Well, besides the fact that she's a goddess and all, and I know this may seem completely made up and that I'm lying, but I am being sincere because I love you. Alpha Ken peers away, making my heart race. I can explain it. It's not as complicated as it sounds. We have a link or bond between us. He holds up his hand, signaling me to stop. Rachel, I believe you. A shallow breath escapes me. What? You don't have to talk as if I find you crazy. I believe you. I always knew there was something special about you. We continue to talk, and I explain my gift to him, excited yet still a little confused. After he walks me home and gives me a kiss, I head into my bedroom and lay on my bed, feeling uneasy. It all felt too easy. We continue to talk about it for days, and I answer all of his questions. He asks what I can do, and I tell him over and over again that I am only able to see her and talk to her, but he keeps wondering if I can do more. He seems quite intrigued and curious, and I think to myself that it is better than labeling me a lunatic or a liar. By the end of the month, he tells me that I can become Luna because of my gift, that it deems me worthy of such power. At first, I jumped and sang and laughed because the joy was suffocating me, but the joy ended in sadness after a few days. He only wants me for my gift, I tell myself late at night. He asks to see me in the morning, wanting to talk about our plans for our announcement, but I tell him that I am sick. He offers to leave his duties to take care of me, but I lie and say that a friend is. All I need is time to think it over. Once I am Luna, I cannot abandon the pack. There is no going back. It is nice to dream of being Luna, but now reality is starting to creep up on me. If he only finds me suitable because of my gift, maybe we shouldn't be together. I know he has told me times before that he wants me to be his Luna, before he even knew of my gift, but I do not feel right anymore. He is only ready to tell his mother of me before he is confident she will be impressed, which hurts me. He clearly believes I couldn't impress her with just myself. I toss and turn in bed, avoiding daylight and people for the whole day. When night begins to take over, and when my stomach feels as if it is eating me alive, I contemplate leaving my bedroom. When my hand grasps the blanket to toss it off of me, a sudden and nerve-wracking sound comes from downstairs. It sounds as if the front door has opened, as someone has come inside, so I immediately spring out of bed and run into my closet, needing to think on my feet. Who would be intruding my house? Could it be a friend who knows where the spare key is? Could it be Alpha Ken? With my heart thumping hard, I tiptoe to my bedroom door and peek out of the sliver left to see. Part of me wants to call out if anyone is there, but if it is someone dangerous, the will come right for me. Taking a risk, I gently push the door open, hoping that it doesn't make a sound, and I slip into the hallway, wanting to look down the stairs to see if I can spot anyone. Breathing heavy, I get on my knees and crawl to the first step, staying low as I scan over the limited area. Like a monster, he appears out of nowhere, and I jump back, nearing a heart attack. "You scared me!" I shout, angry and shaking. Alpha Ken comes up the steps and says he's sorry again and again as he helps me up. "I just wanted to come see you, but I didn't want to wake you up if you were asleep." I lean against the wall, trying to catch my breath. You shouldn't be here. I don't want to get you sick, I improvise, not wanting to see him, not wanting him to sway my decision. You won't be getting me sick, he says, confusing me. You won't be doing much at all. My brows furrow as my head spins, still in shock. What are you talking about? Alpha Ken reaches behind him, touching his back, and I watch as he pulls out a blade from his belt. In one swift movement, he brings it down on me, and I duck out of the way, the silver blade piercing the wall. What are you doing? I yell, pushing past him and dashing down the stairs. You're evil, Rachel, he calls as I run out of the house, but he is following quickly behind me. I can't let you destroy my pack. Without many thoughts in my head but survival, I head into the trees, still hearing him behind me. Planning to shift, I halt and let my wolf take over, but Alpha Ken tackles me to the ground. My head hits the dirt harshly, and my world fogs up as he brings the blade down on me again. I reach my hands up, holding the knife from my chest, watching the point of it with beady eyes. A scream escapes me as I feel it descending. An inch of the point seems to burn into me, scorching my skin and provoking more cries to leap from my throat. My hands frantically feel around until a rock roughly scratches my palm. I grab it and hit him in the head, distracting him enough to slip away. My bare feet pound against the forest floor as I bury myself inside. The sound of my beating heart blocks any others from getting in, and I feel as if I may faint. You're a witch, Rachel, he shouts from behind me. I stumble and trip, but continue to sprint towards the borders, hoping a guard may listen and protect me. Coming up to the lake, I panic of which way to go, and suddenly Alpha Ken grabs hold of my shirt and yanks me backward. He drags me to a tree and pushes me against it, bringing the blade to my neck. You're a demon, he mutters, his veins popping from his skin. I struggle under his hold, fearing the sensation of death, and manage to knee his gut and crotch. He staggers back and drops the knife. I fly at it like an animal and hold it up at him. He takes a step back, but he is still high off of adrenaline, and the fight, not expecting him to come at me again, I hold the base of the blade against my chest, and he brings me to the ground, falling on top of me. The knife is still straight but stuck. I freeze when I realize it is stuck in his chest. Another scream erupts from my chest, and a heavy panic encumbers me. The weight of his limp body is too much, so I roll him into his back, not letting go of the knife as it stays in him like the sword in the stone. My face flushed and hot, my skin clammy and cold, I grip the blade and yank it from his chest, tumbling back with tears rolling down my cheeks. I have killed the Alpha. The sound of people nearing, voices growing louder and louder, brings me to stand up with wobbling legs. I grab at the bark to stable myself while my heart aches and as my mind is infected with betrayal. Forcing myself to look away from his body, I push myself from tree to tree, needing to escape the guards coming my way. The ground seems to devour my feet, and it becomes harder and harder to move along. The moon glares down at me with eyes of fury, furious that its own has committed such a sin. I have killed the Alpha. My love, my true partner, had tried to kill me. But why? He loved me. Why would he thrive off of slitting my throat? He said I was a demon, that I was evil, a witch, and that I'd destroy his pack. I knew something was wrong. I knew it was all too perfect. But he said he was amazed, that I would make a wonderful and powerful Luna. He saw benefits from my gift, and now he's dead. He lays icy and empty on the forest floor for his guards to find. My hand tightens around the handle of the blade as I stumble through my open door, shutting it quickly behind me and locking it. Not able to move any further, I fall back against the door and slide to the floor, letting the blade fall from my hand. The urge to vomit rises in my stomach as tears continue to drain from my eyes. Smears of his blood cover my hands, and I wipe them off on my shirt, not thinking as someone who needs to get away with murder. Throwing my head back, through the sobs, I cry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have believed you. I'm sorry. You were right, and now he's dead. He tried to kill me, and now he's dead. I killed him. The next month goes by in a blur, and so does the one after that, and the one after that. The pack's reaction to their Alpha being killed was as expected, full of sorrow and promises to find the one who did it. Guards came to my house the morning after the incident had happened and questioned me as I had been seen with the Alpha a few times. I told them I was homesick and that I had not seen him in weeks, and they left, and I sunk back into the house. It cannot be that easy. Alpha Grant had 2 sons, and one of them was named Alpha right away. He had come to my house a week after the guards did, telling me that he knew I was close to his father and that I was welcome to the funeral. I thanked him and did not attend. I was at an age where the chance of meeting my mate was slim to none, but I did. He belonged to my pack and lived on the other side of the pack land and worked as a guard. As time went on and as my mate distracted me, that night faded from my mind every now and then, but Alpha Ken's son always kept a close eye and always stayed at a short distance. He knew I had done it. I could see it in his eyes whenever he came around, the dark emptiness that bleeds from them and haunted me. I wondered and wondered why he did not come for me. I had killed his father, and he simply watched me like a hawk, always circling above my head. I told my mate of my abilities, and he accepted me. She knew he would. She promised me that with him, I should forever feel safe, and I shall never fear the circling hawk. Stay with him, the moon goddess told me. Always keep him close. We fell in love briskly and deeply and had a daughter named Anne, and she had a daughter named Evangeline. And as he did to me, the hawk shall circle above her head.